unsubscribe and then resubscribe again. I want to test the widget out that I have. And let me know when you've done that because I want to see if it matches up with. I've been tinkering with that right now.
Oh, buddy, yeah, I did that.
Yeah, Mega, do you have like a dancing man?
I did it. What's it supposed to do?
It's supposed to have the little GIF that shows the Spartans going, oh, oh.
Oh, cool.
But
once I resubscribe?
Well, it's supposed to do it when you subscribe.
Well, it says...
After you, after you unsubscribe, then you'll be a new subscriber. So he's testing.
Well,
yeah,
I'm just show it when it's live. Is it? I mean,
no,
I'm only getting
live for me.
It's linked.
I'm only getting subscription added.
It's linked to my my Streamlabs account, so it should show. It should pop up on my end. I'm not streaming live right now, but I'm going to.
Oh, you're not live. Well, we can't. How can you test it if you're not going live? If you're not,
I'm looking at OBS.
Oh my God! Right, it's a widget. It's a widget.
No,
not bad.
I tried that.
There's usually a delay from OBS. But...
Communication is the problem to the answer.
Nah, there's no widgets. Oh, excuse me. There's no GIFs popping up. That's weird.
I just subscribed, unsubscribed, subscribed again, nothing.
Thank you, Rio.
Well, I'm just wondering if it only works while you're live. That's the
yeah. I'm about to go live right now, so I want to see if that works too.
Yeah, me too. I just went live, but I don't have.
When it comes to the whole what we were talking about real fast, like I agree 100% with what Earl's saying. That's like the big thing. It's you to, like sometimes I deal with this. I like overload people, and it's almost like I overload people with info. It's almost like I'm hitting them in the head. I think like when we got here, my intention is when I meet people in the world as we go to different places, it's just like, just so you know, here's what up with the Earth. I know it sounds kind of wild, and this is like an empirical thing, and then of me, in addition to that, the way that I see it is kind of lay it down to them. Right, and then like you can do what you want with the info, and then keep it pushing, like just planting seeds everywhere, and that you're supposed to, So that's kind of how I see it. I'm not gonna try and beat it over people's heads either way with like with either subject. I don't think that's how you do it. I think you just, if someone wants to know, then they're going to try to find out. If someone doesn't want to know, then they're going to ignore it.
Well, hey, Whitson, I mean, I've always said, just meet someone where they are and you'll be able to kind of get through to them. And whether or not
people don't know where they are.
I know that.
No, for the most part,
that's why you have to meet them where they are.
Right, but where are you supposed to meet them at? In their head?
So I'm just going to go up and say, say I see some church or a pastor, or say we just see Christians or whatever. It's like, so hey, just you could start a conversation if they're like a Christian or something. You could, that whenever Satan, brings Yeshua to the top of the mountain and shows him and says he could have all the kingdoms in the world on the earth if he bows to him. He showed him all the kingdoms on the earth. Because like anyone that knows about the Bible, for the most part, knows about that part of it, and so then you're like, how does that could only work if?
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about people instead of Satan. I thought we were talking about people that we meet. You were talking about.
I was just making a point of how like
somehow you're talking about Satan.
Yeah, he's trying to make a point.
I hear people talking at people and not to them any damn way here. Most people don't know how to have a regular old conversation.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, Whitsett, the issue with that, Whitsett, what you said is that most Christians still think they live on a globe, so they'll rationalize it in their head to make that scripture work. So that's what I was saying. Where are you supposed to meet these people?
How does that work on a globe? Give us an example. Rationalize seeing all the kingdoms of earth from a mountain on a globe.
Well, right. I understand that won't work, but you have to realize that these people, they won't rationalize.
Well, we already know that. It's a given.
This is kind of the thing, though. So, like, some people just claim that they believe in Yeshua. Some people truly do. If they do, they're going to have to step back and be honest. Like, oh, wait, wow, that is true. How could that work? Oh, wait, the Son of God, in my opinion, right? If they say they believe that and the Messiah came, he didn't tell everyone that they were wrong about what they thought the earth was. Basic questions like this, where if someone is honest, they're going to have to look at it like, whoa, am I going to say that Yeshua was wrong, or what? What's going on? Do I really believe what I believe? You kind of just let it go from there.
It's no different than most Christians believe that physics existed before the universe. When God spoke, he spoke, let there be light. There was a vibration and it caused the Big Bang. But those are physics that apply to our universe, not non-existence.
Right.
What did he vibrate? There was nothing.
Yeah, but Christians don't believe in the Big Bang, so you have to meet them.
There's many that do.
For real.
Do.
No, I
haven't met many, but
believe it or not, there are a good amount.
Yeah, this is what they've done.
God started the Big Bang with his first verse.
Well, to be honest, most Christians don't.
And then evolution happened kind after its kind.
Most Christians don't even think that far into it. So.
But unfortunately, this is what the majority of Christians have done. They've done what happened with the Israelites after they got the tablets, right? They tried to worship the Most High, but they tried to do it in the wrong way. So they made a bull, and they were trying, and if you read the text, right, they were trying to worship him, but they worship it in the wrong manner. And that is an equivalent to what unfortunately, a majority of the modern-day Christians are doing, is they're trying to worship this Most High that they say they believe in, but they're doing it through Christmas, through the heliocentric model, through all that stuff. So it's confusion. Right. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
I wanted to say that most Christians also think the Bible is kind of a metaphor, or at least a lot of it.
This is true.
Yes,
and that's just outrageously ignorant. I don't know if that's not the right word.
It's also not true.
What a world where I was like raised like that with that type of interpretation. I'm like, this is crazy. I go out, then I end up getting ostracized later in my life for claiming that it's literal by those same people.
Yeah, me too.
Right.
Me too. So.
And what's interesting is even if you just take it, regardless of whether you believe it to be true or not, just take it for the language used. When people are objectively and intellectually honest, as people like to say here, and just take it for the language used, it is actually a historical document. Now, yes, there are metaphors used within it, because it's a whole collection of books written by lots of people, but as a whole narrative, it's a historical narrative.
Elisha,
let me ask you something. It has to be taken literally, and that's the problem.
Elisha, were you raised as a Christian? Elisha, were you raised as a Christian?
What, in the modern day? Like
no, as a young man, were you a young boy? Were you raised as a Christian?
As a churchian, yeah, but not as a proper believer.
Churchian, yeah. I was raised Catholic, yeah. So, and then I was Protestant for a long time, and I studied the Bible, quite a lot, and so.
Yeah, everyone was conditioned to associate it with some nonsense charade of pretending you believe something in some book with all kinds of metaphors and mental gymnastics to explain things you don't understand, and then just wear nice clothes, show up in public for everyone, put some money in front of everyone in a little dish, and then keep it pushing. Like it just say you believe in things.
It's like the globalist model of the Bible.
Well, even when I was, in the Catholic Church, I had a level of spirituality that I was. That was important to me, but the Catholic Church, tried to feed me a line of, something, and then in the Protestant Church as well. I actually learned more after I left the Catholic Church. I learned more about the Bible than I ever learned, in the Catholic Church. But at the same time, also had
fundamentally it's the difference between exegesis and eisegesis. What the Catholics and what a lot of the modern church is doing nowadays, like what Arian was saying, imposing the globe idea on it, That's eisegesis. That's interpreting the text in such a way as to introduce one's own presuppositions, agendas, or biases on top of the text. Whereas what we're meant to do is even what the Catholics say that they're supposed to do, but they were killing people for doing it, is exegesis, which is taking the text for what the text says and how it says it.
Yeah, I don't know where the globe. I don't know where the globe part comes in. You said something about the globe in your statement. You know,
example to compare.
No, because that's what they do, right? They do
how they operate church today's.
Yeah, that's what they do. They do eisegesis. They read the Genesis account, and what they do is they impose the globe idea on top of that. Whereas if they did it correctly, they would take the Genesis account and go, "Oh, he actually created it in 6 days and rested on the 7th."
Well, they did that,
and he didn't create a ball floating in space. So that's the thing that I'm pointing to.
And the Protestant Church. I don't know why you're making a difference in between the two.
I'm not making a difference. I'm talking about all of them who do it the wrong way. Because with the Catholics, it's idol worship and all the other rest of it. With the modern church, it's the hang-ups from the Catholic Church because they didn't fully leave it, right? And then that's the globe idea. So it's in all aspects. I'm not picking on any group. Everyone's guilty of the same thing.
Right, cool.
That's why with everything that I try to do, and I'm not saying I'm perfect, but everything I try to do is not eisegesis, because I don't want my ideas. My ideas are corrupt. I know I'm fallible. I want to take the text for what they say.
Yeah, but
more
there's
so,
someone's
please, hold on. And then even more so, dig into the text and the translations for what they actually were, because I know that even within the English, there's still some misunderstanding because people, failed in translation, etc. But that's as concise as I can get it. It could be a long discussion. I don't want to derail the chat too much with that.
No, sure. But how can any bottom line, Protestants and Catholics all across the world still think the Earth is a globe for the most part. I mean, 90%.
But this is the whole crazy part about the whole thing. It's like once you decide to go through the mental process of trying to just make up something that could somehow make it work, no matter what you have to do that. Do you truly believe that what it says is even true? Right? And that's the whole thing.
How can you prove it's literal?
Well, it's just literally accurate always. Like as we discover new things, it just becomes more accurate. So.
Oh, here's a better question.
No, I'm talking about the philosophical ideas.
Well,
how are those?
That's not even what we're doing about. We're just talking about reading it for how it's presented. Because the problem is, you have the Catholics, you have the modern church who are reading it not as it's presented. They're reading it and they're presenting their own conclusions on top of the text.
Well, give the short answer, bro.
I'm going to post the definitions. One sec.
Give the short answer.
Mine's really short. How important to the believers in the faith, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, how important to, as far as the shape of the earth, our discussion, how important is that to them? That was my question.
Right. Well, listen, these guys always think when you say take the scriptures literal that you're absolutely only talking about the King James Bible, and that's where everything started when it comes to scripture and God, and it's not.
Nope.
So I normally don't even accept the King James Bible as true. So you all can take that wherever the hell you want to. But why would I take what a Grabbler translated for me? Organized and unified, like these are the only accepted books, this is the only accepted text. That's my first clue. You don't tell me. The Holy Spirit gave me discernment. You don't tell me what's accepted.
Exactly. And that's why I mentioned the translations, because for instance, even in the word God, right? In the modern English, people think God is talking about the Most High Creator. But that actual term, if you actually take the Mazareth that the King James is using, that's talking about Elohim. That's talking about heavenly beings, a plural term. Whereas the Most High's actual name is Yahweh or Jehovah, depending on how you want to translate it.
Exactly, bro. Elohim isn't the plural of gods, it's all the hosts of heaven.
Right. And that's why and it's a study and it's an effort. I'm not denying that by any means, and I'm sure Witzer gets it right. But
when it comes
is
to
that like you got the Greek translations and the Mazzaroth, then you got the Targums, you got the Enoch, the Ethiopian. So you have to be diligent, and that's what Witzer was kind of getting at. It's if you actually love the Messiah and the Most High, and someone comes and presents it to you, you won't just offhand reject the idea of flat Earth or reject anything else. You'll actually go and do the diligence to go and test it out, whether it lines up with what you say you believe and stuff.
No, because if you truly believe, you should.
But when it comes to proving,
what he said has to be true. You
ask for proof. Proof is in science. About proof. Proof is for the non-believer.
Right, yeah, because it says, "Blessed is he who believes without seeing." Right, and I don't need to see. I'm putting my faith in that. That's what it's about.
I mean, add that logic to the globe. Where's the proof of that?
Right.
Wait, can't you interpret like he who believes that doesn't see, like you don't empirically see it, but you feel it transcendentally? Can't you say that that's what it actually means? Can you prove this wrong?
You can interpret that anyway.
One could say it. You could definitely say it because I know where you come from. But yeah, it's ultimately it's a personal thing, right? It's like everyone. It's like, for instance, when the judgment comes, it's not gonna be like, oh, here's my friends, here's my family at the judgment with me. It's gonna be me and myself alone.
Yeah, I won't be lost in doctrine.
Hopefully that made some sense.
I won't be lost in doctrine. I'll be in a state of not knowing but absolutely accepting my God.
Such a lonely road.
And couldn't it be possible that you believe that God exists for your own safety?
Could it be possible you believe the globe exists just for a comfort blanket?
It's the same thing.
It is.
Yeah, that's his point.
Right. So wait, you're telling me that everybody that believes in the Christian
here's the thing.
It's not for that. We're talking about the creator of the environment. So the necessary antecedent to it being here is whatever you term that deity to be. Not your thoughts, feelings, and emotions, traditions around it. It's the logical conclusion to that question. For something to be here, something either to put it here or it put it here by itself. And then it created itself.
Right, but I'm talking about the belief in it. It's like I forgot who said this,
but
but
belief, dude. It's the necessary antecedent to creation is a creator. So there's a design everywhere.
I don't know why you guys even do that. My belief is my.
Yeah, I know there's a God. I don't believe it. I know it, sure. But what I'm trying to point out, maybe I'm wrong, is that what specifically in Christianity, that's a belief. Like adding to what you can figure out by yourself, what is in the Bible, as far as I can see it, you have to have faith in it.
Okay,
it's not like you can figure it out by yourself in the woods.
You have to have faith in everything you read.
Oh, okay, wait. So what's faith? How do you define faith?
Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen.
Dang it, Biggie, you beat me to it.
So say again, I didn't get it.
Faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen. That's Hebrews. Go look it up. It gives you the definition of faith.
Beautiful.
Okay. But that faith, what's that faith? Is that like hope for the good?
Faith is a substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not yet seen.
Stands on its own.
Yep.
Yeah, don't add to it or take away from it.
Yep.
So then again, can you prove me wrong, like that you have faith in this because you want it to be good?
Versus what religion? What religion are we? It's like you accept another religion. But
I don't care any. I don't accept any religion. Any.
Listen, I don't always believe everything is relatively good or bad as I perceive the Creator, because those are manly concepts, good and bad. It is.
Not necessarily.
They are. Without man, there's no good or bad.
Yes, I completely agree that in the level of language, there's such thing as subjective ethical frameworks. I completely agree with that. But there's such thing as an objective right and wrong. When a baby steals, he doesn't have any kind of moral framework, but he feels it's wrong.
Listen, here's the thing. Without man, there's no concept of theft.
Yeah, what are you trying to justify here? I mean,
I know.
I'm saying that there's ethics deep down into yourself.
Sure, I mean, I think that's we pretty much already covered.
Ethics or morals?
What are you arguing?
An objective, like a linear.
I am. Ethics or morals? Ethics are man-made. Morals are God-given.
Part of it, mate. So it's part of it.
There's a morality written upon the heart. There's a morality written on everyone's heart.
Yes, I don't know where we disagree.
Oh God, how did we even get here?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying. Do we?
Wait. I got a question. So there's wait. There's no such thing as morals.
3,000-year-old religious argument that never ends.
There's no such thing as objective morality. Just answer this question. Is there such a thing as?
I personally think yes, there is.
Okay, cool. What's it now?
Oh my God!
I think Void is the one that
you missed the point that we actually want to get off religion, or at least I do. We have a religious lobby if you want to go down there and battle doctrines.
I mean, this is not religion. This is ethics.
All right. Ethics.
Yeah, ethics, morals. I don't give a shit about that either. Take that to religion.
Why is this a question? I mean, if it's like
I didn't even come here to debate your religious or philosophical beliefs.
I don't have any belief. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But you do want to just argue.
You do have a belief.
Yeah, I mean, you want to argue philosophy.
That entire philosophical concept you have and just spit is a belief.
Yeah. The guy who says he doesn't have a belief literally believes in what he's saying.
Doesn't he think he's on a globe
No,
as well?
I don't believe in it. I know it's objectively correct.
See? There you go.
Well, objectivity is a belief.
Aye.
You're not getting out of this, Raduta.
This is a subjective conversation for sure.
I believe so. I believe so.
What's the subject?
Yeah, so
belief.
in case people forgot how we got here.
Versus ethics.
He's gone to MSU University of making shit up philosophy.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that objective morality exists.
You got rickrolled by Helioskeptic of all people. Dude.
My bad.
Yeah, if you don't, so hear me out. If this is a subjective reality, that objective morality exists, if this is subjective, then why don't you just kill yourself?
Yeah, and that's why we won't be like you. That's why if you can see,
no. Hear me out my question. If you think that's a man-made thing, if that's a man-made thing,
you made a logical conclusion, and that was based on
logic. Someone's worldview. That's kind of what we were touching. That's what even Battlemon was saying, and I agree with him. That's about your worldview, right? I think that there's an objective standard of morality that's about God and what it is according to Him, or and so we can just move on. This is a subjective. It has a subjective parameter to it inherently.
That guy's just stirring the pot, man. I muted him.
For the room, I can tell you how we got here. Witter was talking about, not wanting to debate with these guys because these guys they just don't know how to they can't bring the source anymore. They never had it in the first place. Right. I'm just so that we know how we got here, because some people cannot follow the conversation, right? So Witter was talking about debating, not wanting to debate, how to approach it, right? And Battle Mode and a couple of others were talking about reaching people where they are, right? And then the conversation came with these so-called Christians who say they believe, but yet they're not actually reading the text for what the text says. And that's how we got to where we are now, because I brought up exegesis and eisegesis. Whereas the modern Christians and the Catholics, etc., they're not actually reading the text for what it says. They're imposing. They're doing eisegesis. And that's just a wrapping up so that people know how we got from A to B.
Every time you
wait, you left out the fact you came in with his own eisegesis implications and translations.
Right, yeah, but people were there for that point. I was just giving the summary of A to B, right? Now we're at C. So anyway, I'm just being helpful. Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
C
this
is
the thing.
the
Like, it's not
fifth
gonna
doctrine in the library.
it's not gonna be the same when you go out in the world and talk to
don't
people
want
about flat
to hear my
Earth. You know what I
opinion
mean?
on this.
Okay, so
Yeah, and that's
Oh,
actually
you-
something I wanted to talk to you about. Witsit. So,
What?
like Battle was saying, like reaching people where they're at is like I know a lot of times you have like 100 bullets ready to fire off at one time, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but especially if it's in the streets, there's no, you're not recording, it's not live streamed. Sometimes, just kind of talk to them as a person. Like, what do you do? What's your life? What do you do for work? What's bothering you? What are you positive about? If you can get there, and they actually and you actually genuinely want to know, that can actually give you a foundation.
Topic that's supposed to.
Pardon?
Yeah, hit a topic that's close to them.
Right, because you can, and yes, obviously you might have an agenda, and it's not like you're not going to be honest about that anyway. But if you actually know what it is that makes them tick, you can actually reach and like I said, for each fish, like Earl was saying, you don't want to be pushing that all the time with everyone. With each fish, there's different bait. So if you find out what makes them tick, what they like, maybe they like sweet, maybe they like sour, then you can use that. And the more you do it, the more refined your approach will get. And ultimately, especially from my perspective on you, Witsit, is your whole desire is for truth and for love anyway. So the more you do it, the better you're gonna get.
Or I agree that like it's just so different in real life. People aren't nearly the same as say like on Discord or something. Like everyone's all big and bad and contentious and more than willing to just argue out of pure ignorance, right? But in real life, people are not like that, and they're much more receptive, certainly if approached correctly. And so,
yeah, you can have a beer with people that you're in complete agreement with. More
there are
likely,
people that freak out, but it's just like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's
in the real world,
comfortable.
Listen, in the real world, you don't have people wanting to monologue to get YouTube fame.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, check this out. Matthew 10:14, and whosoever shall not receive you nor hear your words when you depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust off your feet. Now, not in any way to bring it back to religion. My point is I just agree with this principle, right? So like when I'm going out there telling people, if people don't even listen to what we're actually trying to tell them, then it's you just keep going. You just keep pushing. You don't sit there and scream back and forth arguing with someone on the street that just doesn't want to know the truth,
Yeah, because if you do that, you're going to miss the people who are actually down the street, the other corner, who actually want to listen and actually want to engage.
Okay.
Yeah, hopefully we've done a good job of swinging this back to a more productive avenue of conversation.
Yeah,
that's a project you've got there, Battle. Well, sorry for the rumpus Witsit, but look at that.
Actually, it's not that bad once it got pulled out of the barn.
Is it just like a water jet thing, or
water jet? That's a 6. Oh,
yeah, as in to get off the dirt.
Yeah, I just power washed it in Buffalo. Yeah, right, okay. But I'm gonna paint it. Ouch. Damn it, cat.
Traditional color or a new color?
Oh no, that's gonna be all new hotness.
Nice.
I'm even gonna change the body.
What, the actual chassis or whatever it's called?
No, that's the frame. The body's a fiberglass hood that sits on top of the unibody.
Okay, so what? A new material or just new design?
Ground effects.
Bear in mind, I don't know what I'm talking about terms-wise, so,
I'm going to tub the rear end, add some ground effects, put an upgraded suspension under it.
So started hitting him with some terms.
Right, yeah. Well, no, I know. I can kind of guess. That's a beautiful piece, though. You having fun, Jedi?
Yeah, man, that was really fun.
Dude, that's the end of a lifelong fucking adventure. I've been looking for that my entire life. I paid more than I should have out of the barn, but I had to have it.
That is actually real cool looking. Now, I really like it's pretty unique.
So, what did they make the original body out of? Is it steel or aluminum?
Steel or aluminum. Most bets are fiberglass. A splitty can be fiber or steel.
Wait, so when did they first start doing fiberglass? Because that looks super old to me. I'm asking for an
70s.
education, so don't jump on me.
In the 70s, most beds are fiberglass. Some prototypes are steel. If you get one of them, that's more of a lifetime wet dream.
So if you,
all right,
so
let
when
me get it, bro. I'll give you $1,000.
Yeah, I got that in the home.
That would just be to clean the dust off at 1,000. But this is a question I have, Battle. When you rebuild the body, how do you go about that? How does one approach that?
Well, since this is fiberglass panels, I'll mold it with fiberglass. And the kit, the ground effects is a kit, but to flare the wheel wells, where above the wheels in the front and the rear, I'll add fiberglass to the body and then shape it.
By the way, we have a VC verified person in the chat named Void.
Yeah, he's been
Void
there
doesn't
sometime.
talk. Void is
He
void
just
of
keeps lighting up green, taking our energy.
Yeah,
I've been watching him for the last. Yeah.
All right. Well, here's
I've
what
been
I'm going to
watching him
do.
for the last hour or so, buddy.
Void,
Go
if
on,
you're not,
challenge him, get him.
if you're not going to speak, I'm going to go ahead and disconnect you and reconnect you because you're lighting up green. You're giving people the false impression that you're on your mic. So it's up to you, pal. I'm not kicking you. I'm just disconnecting you.
It's up to you, pal.
It's just a friendly bump.
Good morning, Jedi.
Okay.
Oh, well. 10 seconds, Void. Oh, he's gone.
No, I didn't give him 10. Just he didn't respond.
Yeah.
He can come
Right,
back
see you
anytime he
later.
likes.
Just
All he's got to do is click on it.
So I have one final
That's absolutely true.
from Mod.
Void is void.
Yeah, Mod, one final question. It's kind of a big one. If you were to take the whole project and do it from start to finish, full-time kind of gig, right? And do nothing else for the next however long, how long would it take you to finish?
Probably 60 days, but I'll be working on this for probably the next 8 months.
Okay, sweet.
But, I mean, I got a plan in my head that I've had for years, so. These things are really sexy when they're done.
So
Can you imagine?
Can we work
Look at
on a
those
plan
curves.
that I've had for years, Mike, where we
I'm charging the Winnebago batteries right now so I can test it out today.
Oh, wow, nice. That's awesome. I was going to say where we can build a tank.
We can mount a cannon, a Civil War cannon on the Winnebago. What's up?
And a Gatling gun as well.
Chat real quick. I got you started. Check the chat. I got you started on the tank.
A dually? Yeah.
Gasoline dually.
I'd probably pick an old 78 Bronco or something. Armor plated just like they did the Humvees for us in the Gulf Wars. I would make something you couldn't stop. You couldn't get in the way.
54 Muncie 4-speed.
I've seen some crazy...
it's just kind of big. It's a big target.
Fair. Just so happy.
Did you guys see that big tank that the Nazis had? Like, this thing was like freaking huge. I don't think they ever actually used it, but...
Is that a gasoline big block or is it diesel edition?
That's a gasoline big block.
Yeah.
That's what I like about it is I just get enough of it. It's so unique.
Yeah, you can do a lot to that, bro.
I know.
That's a work.
And it's
a work
manual, so I love it.
Best I can get at the moment is we're all going to Mike's for a meet up and Wits and him are going to build a tank.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
And we're everyone's invited. Just got to wear a bandana and go Rambo style with the gun.
Right.
Got the extra bandanas for y'all.
Cool.
All right. Got my own.
That is a pretty funny idea. Like they that I went around in like an RV camper or doing like painted up about the flat Earth. Talk about putting a target on your back.
Did we? You got a channel logo. I was wondering if you and Nathan have logos for your channels.
Oh. Yo, Earl, did you mean this thing?
Yeah,
I posted it in the chat.
Did we talk to Crypto?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I don't know it was cool, but I did hear of it when I was playing all my games.
Big fucking
I'm not sure
gun.
if they ever used it though.
That's what he's saying.
Crypto Bear has a Colosseum seating, so I don't know if he wants to ask questions. Sounds like a flat
What is
earther.
your profession?
A couple of people around, there's somebody just above him called Bungee Jumping Destroyer or whatever. So he's got voice verified, so he can talk as well.
Someone vouched for bungee jumping.
So it looks like stormtroopers around the Death Star.
Yeah.
Us, isn't it? It's not far off of it.
Oh my gosh, dude! I wonder if some people were saluting.
Yeah, no.
I wonder what kind of caliber of ammo that thing would freaking take over shit, man.
Yeah, the round for that, right?
What if they built like a Tesla version of that, meaning like it's just like electric and just
Oh, you mean like a rail gun?
It almost looks like the rail guns
have a giant
nowadays,
rail
doesn't
gun
it?
on it, yeah, and just goes. It can just plow over whatever it wants to.
They need another tank to carry the damn round to carry it to the tank.
Right.
Did that thing actually fire?
Except it shoots laser beams and it has
I
infinite
remember.
ammo.
Yes, exactly that. More power.
That doesn't even seem like too impossible task at all, you know.
Hey,
Like,
Jedi,
they say Tesla
get
did
this.
that back in the day.
Did I get this? It just fires you out the cannon with your lightsaber, and you just go plowing through everything.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
what it
nice,
is. That's what it is. What it is.
Yeah, I'll just have a few. I'll have more body flares.
We just harvest the earth for gammas for ammo.
Here, I got it. I got to share this direct message I just got with you guys. They can't help themselves. It's in their comments.
Yeah, he's being funny, that guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm laughing.
You caught it? We're supposed to
laugh.
What globe?
My left toe would laugh if it could be bothered.
Dude, like, even though the counter's so super wrong, I must admit that just seeing that 2021 right there does, like, kind of instinctively bring a bit of, like, a exhale, you know? I was like, okay, 2020. Clown World 2020 edition.
Yeah, you have to exhale to breathe in again to carry on going, right?
Wait a minute, you got that wrong. 2021 edition.
Right, that's what I mean. It's like we just get to exhale after the 2020 edition, and now at least it's over. I will admit, even though I don't agree with the calendar, like, I'm cool to just kiss the nonsense over the past 12 months goodbye. My goodness.
Intermission, Act 3 begins in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to stop yet.
Hey, I always laugh when they.
Yeah, kind of bad mind.
Sounds like a McDonald's ordering menu.
Bam!
I'd like to have a large with to go, please. The hell?
Large. Is it T90?
Would you like to upgrade to a large for just $2.99?
A drink, large drink for 25 more cents.
Yeah, in fact, today we're just giving 99-cent cancer away. I don't know where to go with that specifically, but
I'll be back later, guys.
Take a Happy New Year.
Happy midwinter, bro. Because think about this, guys. If they know that the year doesn't really wrap up until the spring, where it begins, right? then that's how they're viewing all of this. So everyone's like, oh, 2020 is over. Is 2021 going to be crazy? Like, if it starts to get crazy, it would really, the way that they see it and more accurately. So just be getting real crazy right towards the end of this year, over the next 3 months, which would be considered the first quarter of 2021, but actually would be the final quarter of this year.
Yeah.
It's not 2021. It's actually 2020 version 2.
Oh no!
Too bad. Too bad. You guys thought you were getting away from 2020.
They just dropped the firmware update.
It's probably like 2200 or something.
All right. So Bungee Jumping Destroyer has joined our chat. Bungee Jumping, are you there?
Bro, I've been in here.
Oh, okay. So what do you think the shape of the Earth is, Bungee? Hello? My mic working?
Yes.
Yeah.
You there, Bungee? Hello?
Bro, I'm the same person. All I did was change my name. I'm just here to listen.
What do you mean?
The same person.
Same person from what? Comparable to what?
Is that black wine?
You guys ask me every day if I want to talk about something, and I always say the same thing. I'm just here to listen.
Well, you changed your name. How was supposed to know you're the same guy?
The same picture. I just told you I changed my name.
Well, I don't recognize it. So does anybody recognize it? Because I don't.
No, but I will just point out, I mean, just so you know, if you want to listen, here's something to listen to. You don't 100% do not, provably do not, verifiably do not live on this magic spinning cartoon ball brought to you predominantly by the Roman Catholic Church and Jesuit priests that say that there is a ball in emptiness that has water bending around it convexly on the exterior of this ball, adhering to it while it spins and revolves and goes like 11 total vectors, while there's gas formed around it, all encompassed in a vacuum. None of those things even can happen. They're just violations of natural law that came from a religious establishment.
It's what's happening right now. What's it? Look at the voice text. What's happening, brother?
Hell, now he knows. I give it to him in nursery rhyme form.
I'll just give him the listening role. I mean, if he just change his name and
let's just do that.
Whatnot.
Sounds good to me.
Yes.
You want to listen?
You guys asked me to say, change my name.
Ever wonder what space is? They say it's empty, that is vacant. Pressure adjacent. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Freaking Helio. Dude.
It's not even a has-been. It's a never was.
We got to make Glover pop-up books. We'll have to keep the multiple syllables to a minimum, though.
What, this message will self-destruct in 10 seconds?
How about Crypto Bear? He's VC verified. Crypto Bear, are you there? Crypto Bear, are you there?
That was anticlimactic.
Let's just join.
Crypto Bear, are you there? Crypto Bear, are you there?
Yeah. Let's just join let's join a voice chat and not speak. Let's do that. That's fun.
But he might be AFK, dude. You got to give this guy automatically. You got to give this dude the benefit of the doubt because he's got bear in his name.
I got freaking guns, dude.
Yeah, if he's
dude, you got to give this dude the benefit of the doubt by default, dude, until he proves you wrong because he's got a bear.
Oh. Mickey's reloaded since last night.
All right, well, don't shoot fellow bears.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take bears, elephants, dogs, cats, anything, man.
Dude, aim for the gammas, bro. Leave the bears alone.
That would be unbearable. Downright embarrassing.
Hit him down. He's at that.
I'll take the gammas out behind him. 2-for-1 special.
Man, bear with me, man.
He's gonna do it in Barrington, Kentucky, with the Berensteins. Riding a bareback horse, of course.
You got to watch out for the light bearer.
I haven't thought of that one before.
Yeah.
Now he made me follow my bear, but
I will remove you.
What is a bear? Like, why do people have that behind their name? What's that about?
Owen just called it, like one of his nicknames. Owen Benjamin has this big bear. It's just like the idea that
you're a little bear,
or within the community of the train of thought of like self-sustainability and family, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, but what connotation does bear have to do with it?
It's
wintering the storm.
Just that it was like his nickname, and so you say that it's like a community of thought is the idea. It's an identifier that you agree with the bear train of thought, quote unquote. I guess. I don't know. Everyone just has a bear name in his chat, man. They come up with a bear name.
Okay.
Yeah. Seems kind of weird, I guess, as I tell it to you.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm asking.
It's kind of cool though, because really, it's like if you know someone's a bear, you know their base. Like they know that the entire establishment you got to detach from, it's all stupid and nonsense. They are aware of the conversation about the Earth being flat. They know that the important thing is to actually have families, and that the system's trying to break the families, and that's what gives you power actually. And they don't want you to have families, and so. Also, like self-sustainability, like growing your own food, and the importance of these things right here, kind of like are the identifiers that you would say, like, oh yeah, I'm a bear, or I have a bear name, or whatever.
I have a question, Witsit. How come you don't have bear behind your name if that's what you think is ideal?
I don't know.
Witsit,
touche.
I didn't want to. Yeah.
Witsit,
Witsit gets it bear.
That sounds sweet.
It's like,
Witsit gets it. Oh. Fuck 99.
I'm testing the metal, man. That's what I'm doing. I know you don't need it. I know you don't need it.
I've had a bear name way back in the day. I had a bear name in some chat, but now like I have D Live and
I reckon it was Daddy Bear. Woo, Daddy Bear.
Are you saying that I can have Miggies at the end of people's names too? Is that cool?
Hey, it's an idea. I like it.
You need to work.
I want an army of Miggies.
Work on the sales pitch, man.
Yeah, you had a really good sales pitch, right? Does he have that kind of sales pitch?
I don't know. I got his back there.
Man, you do. Like, but the only thing you don't have is you're like the guy that says, the hair club for men, but I'm also what is it called? What is it? How's that saying go?
It's basically like I'm going door to door selling steaks, but I'm a vegan.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
Nah, dude, I'm cool with the bear thing, but like,
you endorse the product, but you're not behind it. 100.
Well, I just don't have a bear name yet. Like my name's already pretty long. I'm gonna put bear on it.
I don't know, man. That's what everybody. Look at Quintessential. That's pretty long, and he added bear to it. Oh shit!
Quintessential thinking, yeah.
Who changed his name?
You're funny, dude. Hey, dude, you gotta. I guess you have to.
Wait, he did it to himself.
Have you never seen Benjamin live streams?
Yeah, I didn't do it. No, I didn't do it.
He edited his core name.
Just because you said it, I had to do it for a minute at least.
Wait. So if you're quintessential Miggy, then what? The Miggy is not.
Not
quintessential.
Holy shit,
bro! You're superseding the original. Wow.
I can't take that out. I cannot take that from him. I'm changing it right now.
I've been dethroned, man. It seems.
No way. I can't even pull off your 3 points. No way.
But you know what? I think anybody that can do the 3 points will have to now add Miggy to the end of their name. I'm just kidding.
That would make me jello, Miggy.
Now it's copyrighted. Now it's copyright.
Hard pass. I guess I'll change them up. I'll just do them in a different order. Probably.
Yeah, I've done from back to front. All right, but you know what? It doesn't matter to me. I just think that what I was doing there was just giving people a tool. I don't want people to put Miggy at the end of their name. I mean, that's ridiculous. But why would
we got enough of them trying to come from the southern border, right?
Well, it's not his name though. Like a bear's an animal, It's just like the idea. It's like everyone's in a clan of bears,
like
and everyone has their bear name.
So is that like a cult? I'm kind of rubbing my chin.
Coming. I'm literally
rubbing my chin, man.
Have you ever listened to Owen Benjamin's live streams?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, he's I mean, the principles behind the idea is cool,
Bears Unite, that kind of thing.
Like the idea of Beartaria.
No.
Oh, yeah. Beartaria?
Is it? Whoa, where are we going with this, man?
It's in-group preference community, man. They promote their own business. They do all that. That's what we were talking about earlier. I think before Miggy arrived.
Yeah, it's the actual thing you ultimately want to do. They even have a Beartaria app now.
Holy smokes, dude! They really ran with that, huh?
Well, yeah, because it's like the idea that everyone working together, you promote other fellow, bears, I guess you will, their businesses and stuff. It's about not depending on the government. Everyone across the place, like having different farms and et cetera.
Yo, he really made that a thing, didn't he? That whole bear concept.
Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. Beartaria, which is of course a play on Tartaria.
Well, not only that, but people have to believe in the product, man, in order for it to become something.
Dude, what? Yeah, the idea
sounds a bit like
is that you gotta go grow your own food and make babies.
Well, the idea is to have a name attached to it, I think.
Oh yeah, branding wise, yeah, of course, yeah. But I mean, he's a comedian that used to be like in Hollywood, and that was he had a nickname for he has a bit of a historical advantage to the branding, I suppose.
I'm just questioning the whole bear thing. Why does it have to be? Because you are your own person, man. You could do whatever you want. As far as
but that is his thing. It's the bear thing. That's the bear thing.
It's kind of crazy.
That's not his only thing. It's not his only thing, but the bear thing is one of his things.
It seems like a popular thing.
Dude, Mickey, check this. Like when I'm in my live streams and I see people in the chat and they have a bear name, I'm like, oh, these people are cool. Like I don't have to worry about someone with a bear name coming in and like trolling, saying depraved and degenerate nonsense in the chat or anything. Like bears don't do that. Like they're just not.
Right.
What about Christians?
Filtration process.
You just gave them an idea. You just gave them an idea.
Say get out of my chat without a bear name. I'm just saying, like if I just see a random name, they could be a flat Earth Christian. I have no idea, right?
Well, it just means that they're familiar with Owen Benjamin's content, and they come in here and in here or in my live YouTube chat. If I see a bear name, I
don't automatically.
They're familiar. That means that they're stamping those principles. Like that means that person agrees with the core principles to create a bear name and then be all up in the chat and stuff when he streams. Just like they think that there's a natural order to things: God, man, woman, child, and that you should make babies and be self-sustainable and grow food. And as crazy as it is, that seems that the acknowledgement of those base things are almost confrontational nowadays. And so,
well,
it's kind of similar to the roles within here, right? You see someone with the roles, you kind of know what kind of their base ideas are, right?
Sure, yeah, exactly.
Well, everybody has
there's some question. There's some, I know, but that's kind of the general gist. So that there's some questions that you just don't need to go over with them because you can already tell, right?
Thank you. Yeah, that's what it is. It's like you don't have to talk to them about how. Actually, a stay-at-home wife's a good thing. Like they all already know that.
So we're defining that anybody that has the name Bear, we're not going to actually get into any discussions like pertaining to those topics with them.
Well, I'm saying you don't really. Have
you
to.
You can just make the 99.9 assured presumption that they kind of see sense for most of those things.
Yeah, it's basically with those.
And that's why I put it like that, because obviously you can't fully know that.
You gotta make people want to put Bear at the end of my name.
When I went to that Flat Earth meetup, like everyone there knows what's up with the Earth pretty much. There might be a couple people that don't. And when you're talking to them, you don't just like sit there and talk about the flat Earth the whole time. Like you talk about all kinds of other things that evolves into the understanding of the Earth, and then trying to figure out more parts about it, and then how to maneuver the system and how we're going to work together and be self-sustainable. And it's actually incredible. But like when everyone there knows about the Earth, you're not like going around like flat smacking and debating flat Earth, because you're around a whole bunch of flat earthers and everyone just knows that part of it. So they're like, it's a very productive engagement of people where they're like, talking about productive ways to attain self-sustainability. So it's kind of the same idea, right? Where it lets you jump a little bit ahead, knowing that there's a middle ground of agreement around the board for the most part.
I was gonna say, and not just bears, and not just like the tags in here or the tie, whatever they are, but it's any animal that somebody chooses that embody the characteristics of that animal slightly, or whatever they brand themselves as. Like, people really like to associate their name with things that tell a story about themselves in a way.
Miggy, yours could be the Wig Snatcher.
That would be
Miggy Bear.
Miggy Wiggy.
Wig Snatcher. Anyone who's like a 3-point master could be a Wig Snatcher.
Yo, man, that's good.
Jedi Wig Snatcher. Miggy Wig Snatcher.
Mommy, I win a Miggy Bear.
The bears. Yeah, the bears and the Wig Snatchers unite.
Yeah, Miggy Bear, the Wig Snatcher.
That'd be
the Snatcher of Wigs.
I like the sound of that.
The hamster squisher.
That would be another one. Or, well, not squisher, but maybe.
How many titles have you got?
Yeah, dude.
Snatcher of Wigs.
I have to make to support you, dude.
I am the Snatcher of Wigs.
Wait, I don't know if
I should change that to my name. Snatcher of Wigs.
So what's funny?
My wig foo is stronger than yours.
That is good, man. Wig foo.
If you sub on DLive, which by the way, if anyone wants to, feel free to go sub on DLive.
Already have?
Once it gets it. No, I'm in. So like it actually puts the tag above or in front of your name, which would be real cool if it put it at the end, or if that was an option when it comes to my thing, right? Because I have the suffix of gets it, so you could just put the gets it tag at the end of everyone's name that they have on YouTube. But it won't let me do it. It makes me put it in the front, so I couldn't really use it because it could, that would be pretty cool, right? We all get it. Everyone's getting it. You know what I mean? That would be cool, but you can't do it. It's kind of the same idea, right?
Right.
Only not like not an animal or anything.
I put that at the bottom of my name now. The Snatcher of Wigs. I like the sound of that.
Like,
one.
Are you gonna be mad if someone says Miggy gets it?
No,
of course not. It's like a compliment.
No, but if I put at the end of my name, Miggy gets it. But you could do that too, right? Have a whole bunch of gets it people.
That's what I'm saying. Everyone should just put gets it at the end of their name, and then.
Well, let's change Bear to gets it, man, because I think that's more apt, right?
Oh, barely gets it. That's pretty much. That's where I can.
No, that actually
barely gets it.
Could be.
You know what? Actually, gets it is a bit more. It's a bit more apt. What did you say? What's it?
Yeah.
Gets it is a bit more apt because if you put it at the gets it at the end of your name, then everybody who gets it, right? Because they all get the understanding.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So I think that would be. Let's get the Bears to change their name to Gets It. How about that?
Here it is. BEARLY. Barely gets it.
Yo, Wits it. Check mine out.
Thank you.
I love it, mate. I love it.
I'm just saying, man.
I
was gonna say that the barely gets it would be a good name for people on the fence, like the little tags,
Barely gets it.
Be right for the times. Is that what you said? I'm sorry, Jedi. Go ahead.
You're right.
Let me see if I can change my name to that and see how it looks.
You like that wig snatch I put on? Gift that up. The wig snatch.
That's a good wig snatch, but there's another good wig snatch. I got like 2 gifts of.
It's just something I pulled up on Discord.
I'm like salty. I think it'd be so cool if it could just be at the end. I'm gonna make sure it can't be, I guess, but
underscore gets it right with little G. Underscore gets it. Elisha got it. I think underscore gets it. I think it would go well over with any app.
You guys are gonna make me look up some gifts on Google and shit.
I almost feel like I don't want to do this YouTube membership thing.
Nah, don't do it. Lighthouse is so close, there's no need.
Don't do it. Yeah. For you, I don't think it's necessary. I think that if you set up your Patreon or a PayPal account,
Right, because otherwise you're going to give up like 30% for no reason.
Yeah. There's no reason to get members.
You're better up setting like a merch store up and the PayPal.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, how do you guys do that? That's what I was trying to do today. Elisha, do you know how to do that? I'm trying to figure out how to do that.
I could give you like the generalist, but basically just do OBS. Do you use OBS Streamlabs?
I do, but I have everything set up on OBS a little bit better. I think I like the flow of it. It's a bit more easier to use.
Right. Well, as long as you have the Streamlabs, you can set up a Streamlabs link for your PayPal, and then you can have the link in your live streams. So, and as long as you have that linked into your OBS Direct, then it will come up as a notification. But basically, basically, because I wouldn't be able to give you the full details because it's been a while. Just go on YouTube and do how to set up a PayPal Streamlabs link, and you'll get everything you need.
Dude, if I could do that on StreamYards, I'd be so happy. That way, if someone donates on there and pop up on the screen, they feel like, they for sure got it.
Well, I've tried that. I have an alert box. I have an alert box.
I'll go look for it.
Yeah, I have an alert box right now that if you subscribe to my channel, it'll pop up as an alert. And I have everything set up on the Streamlabs website, like on my account, but it doesn't pop up. When somebody newly subscribes to my channel, it doesn't. There should be the little
there is a bit of troubleshooting. The app, I mean, like I've said before, everything they update usually gets worse. It's just annoying, but yeah, you can figure it out. It just takes a while. Give me a second.
Because I have Streamlabs OBS and I use StreamYard. I don't ever even open up my OBS, but I think to integrate a thing like that would be cool. Maybe I should find a way to kind of use them both.
Well, I wanted a tip jar as well. I mean, but the alerts don't pop up either way. Like nothing. Well, if you subscribe to the channel, there should be an alert that pops up, and it doesn't do it. It only happens when I hit test. Like if I'm testing it on Streamlabs, it'll pop up on my OBS, and I can see it because I have two computers. But I'm using my account on Streamlabs, and when I do that, when I'm testing it, it'll show up on my OBS. But when somebody actually does it, it doesn't show the GIF. So I don't know what the problem is. What's a dealio?
Aurelio.
Okay, here's the question. When you have your OBS notifications, do you have it as a browser source?
I don't know. Let me see. Let me take a look. Yes.
It might be that you have to revert to the last update from the current update, if you know what I mean. Because every time OBS does an update, sometimes it's like hang-ups and glitches. So you might just have to go back to the previous version. Because even with me, I can't seem to get any of my art software to stream properly. That's I was supposed to be streaming this whole week with my new tablet, but it won't even stream the art software properly. It won't capture it.
No, it's not. It's everything's the way it's supposed to be. The link is exactly how the link's supposed to be on Streamlabs. But when I copy and paste it over to OBS, the original streaming software, then it doesn't post the people that subscribe. Like I want them to see them as soon as they subscribe. That little GIF should pop up. You know, like the one I told you. It shows like the Spartans going oh, and it.
Okay, here's one thing that you might have missed. Do you have that particular notification on top of all the scenes?
Oh,
because it could just be hiding it behind, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think
it's just an idea. I'm not saying it's the answer, but just check it out.
No, because when I click test, when I'm testing it out, I can see it. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to see it if I test it out.
I'm trying to think.
There must be a glitch from the connection from the maybe.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna look for you, but I think you're better off typing up your issue into just search bar and see if there's any forums or any videos that have come up with a similar issue. Because usually it's just a glitch from their end that you have to work around.
That's a good idea because I don't think Elisha knows what the fuck he's talking about.
Did I trigger you, Helio? What's up?
That was
because I mean, obviously, I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, he had the crosshairs right between the eyes, dude. Sniped you right out there.
"Quote unquote" New Year.
There was
happy fucking New Year or whatever.
There was nothing but his shoes and like a bit of smoke going up, right where he stood.
Helio saying that with a laugh, just him overlaid Scarface, just.
Say hello to my little friends.
Love you, Elijah, but you trigger me sometimes. So what?
Holy smokes, dude!
Got him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so obviously
that wig was thoroughly snatched. Clean snatched.
Whatever. I mean, I use OBS all the time, so that's what I'm saying. You're just guessing. I can tell you're guessing.
No, because I've had the same issue with the notifications.
But how often do you live stream?
It's been a while because I've been doing other stuff, but I know what I'm talking about.
Well, no, you don't. But it's okay.
Does anyone know when Lighthouse is hitting the market? Or
probably like February.
February. All right, cool.
But I mean, they're just ironing out all kinds of wrinkles, whatever.
Yeah, getting little bugs and everything together. Yeah, I mean, it looks cool, man. Definitely would like to, jump on and support it for real.
Oh, got some free template files. Dude, StreamYard's trying to charge like crazy amounts. They give you I didn't know that there's different types of layouts you can have. And they'll give you 2 for free if you sign up for an email. But to get the 3 other types, they're $49 each, or all 3 for $100. I'm like, my goodness, bro, you people are tripping.
Yeah, man's got to make a living though, right?
Yeah, StreamYard's super cool. I pay $25 a month to make streaming so easy. It's like,
is it really?
Yeah, it makes it so easy though. It's like, bro, I mean, you can get it for free, but I think it has a little logo or whatever, watermark, whatever.
Yeah, I don't like that watermark business. So is that like once you
watermark, man? Not the watermarks.
Once you purchase it, do you have to resubscribe again? Like, is it?
Yeah. It's $25 a month. Yeah.
A month. Okay.
Did you say water gas, Helio?
Yeah, water gas. Hey, how about that water gas?
But I make $25 a month on there. For me personally, it's like a no-brainer. I was paying. I took a 6-month break and was paying $25 a month. Totally forgot about it. Didn't even use it. But it's super convenient, man. Like, it's so easy to switch through all kinds of. If I can find a way to start overlaying, integrate some of this other stuff, or maybe get a screen that's popped up via OBS that I can share through the StreamYard, where it has notifications or something like that, then I'll be in there like swimwear.
Yeah, I was thinking like, why Helio? Why can't you do something where you can get like some kind of income coming in from what you do, man? You got a lot of subscribers. I mean, people would give to the cause, man.
I was getting income from YouTube with what I use on OBS, but YouTube said "fuck you" a couple months ago.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, is there any way you could do something outside of YouTube? Maybe PayPal or, I mean, there's other ways to give, right? So I'm just saying, dude.
I have it on my freaking Nightbot. I mean, nobody can. I mean, the PayPal link is in the description. Okay. On every video or whatever you guys.
I think the way people see it though is that they got to have it visual. If it's on screen and every now and again it'll pop up and say, "Hey, click or donate," or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, what
do you want me to do? Just jump in here every once in a while. Hey, if you're enjoying the stream, why don't you join why don't you just give me some fucking money?
Give me some dough. No, there's a button that you could have, like, kind of a widget that would pop up on your screen, like with a timer.
Because Google takes 30%, for the chat, the super chat.
Fucking brutal, ain't it? 30%.
Yeah, it is. But PayPal takes 3%. So if anyone wants to donate, if anyone wants to donate to my channel, freaking just click my PayPal link. It's in the description on every video. Just click it and donate to the cause here. So, I mean, I do make a lot of efforts here, and
Well, I know I was talking about like a widget that would pop up on your screen.
Yeah, I know
on the bottom.
Yeah,
on the bottom.
You can't click it. You can't click it on the.
No. It just directs.
Video.
It just directs them to it. It kind of announces like, "Hey,
my Nightbot friggin' puts a link in there." I mean, all day long. If people wanted to donate, they would do it. But that's okay. I mean, this is in my mind, it's a public service, but yeah, if anyone wants to donate to the cause, dude, it's please go ahead.
Helio, I think Midgie's just saying that this is like a kind of newer, slick, easier way to do it. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't really watch chats sometimes, or they're doing something else, and it doesn't, or they won't read the context that's, for the video itself. He's just saying that if there's a little widget that pops up in the corner of a video, it, directs people, they might say, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Because then it actually got their attention.
Yeah, I get that, because, and even on YouTube, most people just listen because there's not much to watch. And unless you're like, someone's like, I'm putting a link up there, during the chat, I'm putting a link in the live text, and then someone will look at it, and then they might look it up if they're interested or whatever. But a lot of people are interested. But yeah, as far as like donating to the channel, that's I would freaking love if people started donating to the channel through PayPal, because PayPal hardly charges anything.
I'll hook you up some here and there, bro. If anybody wants to help a brother out and click on that link, there's like just a couple options. If anyone's bored, y'all don't have to, but see which one of those y'all think is cool that maybe I should rock with.
Yo, Maggie, try clearing the cache for your browser source.
Clearing it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm watching that video that I sent you, and I think maybe that might be one of the things. Watch the whole video, but in the meantime.
So I have to go into my actual browser on because it's two separate computers, right? Would I have to go in the actual browser? I don't want to get too technical.
I think just on the OBS, right? So you click on this, whatever your scene is that runs the notification. You just do properties, clear cache. Should be an option.
I don't know, Whitson. I'm kind of just like a regular guy. That geometrics looks pretty slick, though.
Let me say
just
this.
Like a plain Jane, but it's cool.
No, well, I was going to say, like with the OBS, whether it's Streamlabs or the standard OBS software, I don't necessarily think it would like make a difference. As far as the streaming platform. And Miggy's like me. I mean, I'm a working man. I'm at work. I'm a 9-to-5er. I'm not sure what Miggy's job is, but when we're doing our 24-hour streams, and the efforts we do it, and I know Miggy puts a lot more effort as far as voice. I'm not as he's more focused and shit, whatever. I know how to do like shit in the background. I'm more of a producer than Miggy's more like active, like.
Yeah, a content creator. I like doing that, man. Like, to me, I think
I don't want to be out front. You know what I mean? I'm more of like in the background, so it's okay.
I want to connect. Though these are like professional, overlays.
They're not professional. I mean,
I'm talking about this link, like for the StreamYards. You have to pay for them, but they look like similar to professional quality overlays that are on like TV or.
Yeah, they're pretty slick, man. I like the geometrics one. You can actually change the colors. You can make it like gray or red and purple, all kind of shit, man. It's cool.
Let me click on the link.
So you see, it's got the starting soon. Be right back. Thank you. It has all these overlays, and you go to the next one, and that's how you can make the title overlays different. You integrate of course, the social media and stuff. But like if you're gonna have people on here and stuff, you can make them look legit when they're on camera. I don't know. Maybe
dude. I mean, you're right. I mean, you're taking it to the next step, man. That's pretty cool. I like that. It's real nice. It's real technical.
Yeah, I refreshed the page. I don't know if anybody wants to try and click subscribe and or if you're subscribed to my channel, unsubscribe and subscribe again. I want to see if the alert pops up. Should pop up now.
Can you post the link to your channel?
Yeah, 1 second.
I just did. Did anything happen?
It should pop up on the channel. 1 second.
Did anything happen?
Still not showing up.
Yeah.
I've been having trouble with that, man. Like, it's not putting the alert on there.
Oh, dude, sometimes I'll go live and I come on my other channel and the link doesn't come up in the notifications. I'm like, what the fuck? I just went live. What the? So, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not alone on that, Miggy. It's a constant issue. These guys don't know how to make software.
Well, it's connecting it to the streaming software. It's the problem I think I'm having. So,
hey, couple times this year, YouTube is freaking gone incognito for everybody across the world. A couple times, in 2020, freaking YouTube's just gone.
Yeah. By the way, guys, thanks for subbing to the channel.
Yeah.
Witsit really helped with that, putting my that video out that I had the 3 points. So that really helped a lot. I was at 460 when it first started. Now I'm at 528 right now. Thank everybody for subscribing.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, yeah, Miggy and I have been partners in this effort. With the partner live stream. Sometimes when there's a lot of people, we'll have to split the live streams, and we're oftentimes doing that. Last night, shit. I posted. Should I have them right here? Hold on. Here's what happened. Yeah, pull this up real quick. These are the numbers that the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord got.
Shut up.
It's pictures. Anyway, continue, guys. These are the numbers. No, you can laugh at me. It's all good. Here's the last 365 days. It's last year. Here's what. Hey,
pretty good.
I don't fucking care if you laugh at me.
Real quick, Mary Mom, do you have the?
You don't know what that you're talking about.
Do you see the donate?
I do know what I'm talking about. What the?
Shut up.
I'm just mimicking you from earlier,
years, bro.
Dude, shut up. Gets him every time, dude. Every time.
Anyway, but hey, check this out.
Happy midwinter, my dude.
Hey, within the next few months, we're gonna be at 500,000 views in a year. And shit.
Dad, do you ever shut up?
Because
he doesn't.
Because your mama. That's what.
Because your mama.
Damn, I need to interrupt him.
Because your mama.
Please get Helio to shut up, my God.
Yeah, mute me. I'm just fucking with you. Guys, go ahead.
I'm just.
Your mama got a good stand.
The picture I posted for you.
Edges. So someone said they thought the geometric one's cool. The geometric one is pretty cool. I'm stepping my game. I mean, people donated some money to my channel. I'm like, well, dude, the least I can do is invest some more money into it, right? I mean, I don't
know. 666,000 dislikes. What a coincidence.
Yeah, dude, you've been putting a lot of content out with it. I try to catch up as much as I can. I do like your, when you go live and stuff, but I don't get a chance to always catch them. But I think I'm behind a few videos, but I'll check them out. Always like, you know what I mean? Your breakdowns and stuff, they're always cool, man.
Yeah, they're real long, my streams. I was thinking about doing this thing. It's going to take a lot more freaking, time and stuff, but I have these things where I'll try and recap the stream and I'll go kind of fast, and then also I have other moments throughout it where I'll really break down a good point. If I would just chop those up and do a 5-minute recap video of each stream, I think that would be a real good thing to throw on there too. So if someone doesn't really want to sit down and listen to a whole live stream that's super long, right, they could just watch the 5-hour recap about that subject, it'd be uploaded the next day every time or something, the next morning.
That's a good idea, man. That's cool. I mean, whenever I do have time, I do enjoy to sit down and watch them, though. But like you said, you don't always have, 2 hours to just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Especially in today's generation, you know what I mean?
So can you use a donate button from PayPal, or does it have to be a different button, like subscribe? There's a button for subscribe, donate, smart subscribe.
What, do you mean on YouTube? Are you only streaming on YouTube? You can't have a direct link from PayPal on YouTube. It has to be a link in your description or on Nightbot.
Yeah. That's what I'm
I've even
saying.
tried to put a button in like the description and it won't work.
Yeah. So if you want to donate directly from YouTube, they're going to take 30%. No, that's just.
No,
I'm trying to hit 5,000, man. What's going on, man? Why is it taking so long to hit 5K, man?
No, I was talking about in the link of the description or Nightbot.
Well,
I tried it with Patreon. I haven't tried it with PayPal, bro, but I tried it with Patreon. You know, there's different encodings that will create just a button shortcut to it. And I put it in my description and it wouldn't work. It wouldn't accept it. Like the YouTube website rejected it.
So what has worked for you guys? Like, what are you guys using right now?
That's all I have, man. It's free.
I don't get any money from any. I mean, I've had some super chats when I was monetized before they took it off. I don't want people to give me super chats because Google gets 30% of that shit.
Well, check this out.
Send it on PayPal because they only take 3%.
Yeah, check this. If you know Alex from Conspiracy Castle, Miggy, I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he's got his stream set up, where he's actually got a website that you donate to his PayPal through this little side website, and once you donate it pops up on his screen using OBS. So I know he would know how to do it. Maybe that would be a whole website someone would have to open up. But like for me, you go to the description, there's a PayPal link or whatever. I just want to be able to give them recognition live if they do that.
Oh, so he's got a way to do it with PayPal so instead of having that instant gratification where people see their name pop up with like YouTube, or for their super chat, he's got it hooked up to where it does it with PayPal.
Yeah,
cool.
that's what I'm trying to do
too.
That's sick. Yeah, that's slick. Yeah.
Right, Miggy, do you have a PayPal link that you can use currently?
I do, but I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to get into PayPal so I can change it because it's got this old email.
I have one. Right, you guys want to send me money? I'll freaking post it right now.
So I'm trying to figure out where I can go to kind of like mess with that. Right. I'm trying to see where I can on PayPal.
I think you can actually generate. I think within PayPal, because I did this recently, you generate a thing. Now, obviously, it's going to give your information to whoever gives you money, and that's something you need to figure out. If you want to do that, set up a business account.
Set up as a business account, but it's not a business account necessarily. They'll give you a. I mean, if you look in my description, I mean, you can set up your own donation link, or you can have them. People click on it and they give you money, and PayPal will take 3% of it. 3% of the donation, and then it goes directly to your bank. Works. I mean, it's really simple.
Yeah. I'm logging in right now to make the donate. It's making your own donate button. But is donate the right avenue for what I'm trying to do, or would it be subscribe? Because there's like different donate buttons or different buttons that you could configure, right?
Well, you already have a PayPal account, right?
Yes.
You can make an association with the same exact PayPal account. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you might have to set it up kind of as a business account.
Oh.
Which is not a business, but I don't know, because I had a business before, and so it's been a long time ago. So I mean, it's really easy for me to pull that. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm not the best one to say, but I mean, I don't know, man. Let me maybe able to. I didn't know I was going to get into this right now, how to receive donations. Which, I mean, my YouTube account is, of course, was not a business. So I mean, it's like I wouldn't even make enough money off business. At least not at this point. You know who our biggest fan is, guys? It's Professor Phil. He loves us.
Loves to hate us.
He loves this. Both of our channels, Miggy. He loves us.
The Phil's an idiot.
Dude, he's in my chat all the time talking shit. I was talking shit back to him. I was just like, this is just a waste of time. I'm not talking douchebag. But, you know, I was really close to banning him earlier, and I think I'm about to ban his ass. Well, I'm looking at an old chat, but he types paragraphs. He like maxes out his characters, just trying to just. Yeah, I think I'm gonna ban him. I'm gonna ban him. He needs a break. He loves us so much that he needs a break. Professor Phil, don't funk up my chat anymore. You can only tolerate so much. Hopefully tonight I just banned him from a previous chat, but it definitely connects with this. Hopefully, you guys, Professor Phil wasn't abusing you guys with his nonsense tonight's chat.
No, Professor Phil wanted special laws and special reasons and this, that, and the other to come back in the chat. Obviously, no one's above any type of moderation within the server, and Professor Phil wanted to be above moderation, and that isn't happening. That's what it basically comes down to.
Well, I'm saying I saw him in the YouTube chat earlier tonight, and I almost banned him, and I was like, I'm not going to be the dick, but I'm the dick now.
Is he still calling people commies and talking about money and stuff?
Yeah, he's a total freaking retard.
He's fucking sick, yeah.
Anyway, so everyone listening on my channel on YouTube, he won't be in there for any time soon. I may unban him later, but he's gone. So you're safe from Professor Dickhead, Professor philosophizing nonsense bullshit.
Yo, Miggy, if you want, we can go in another room and I can maybe see if I can help you troubleshoot all the nonsense.
Yeah, it'd be great. I think I'd like that.
Oh, Jimmy Boy in the chat says censorship is ripe here. Yeah, I shouldn't watch. See, this is why when I come in here, I don't watch the YouTube chat, because the people that say that we censor people, they never come in here and open their microphone and talk to us. They just talk shit in the chat. So,
because they got
no kidding, right? If they think this is censorship, I wonder what they think about YouTube. And
I know, really, at any second, YouTube could shut my channel down. Won't even send me an email. Just be like, oh, channel deleted. They won't even freaking send me an email.
So I don't like this. Andre's supposedly a flat earther and a valued flat earther at that. But he hasn't proven that he's a valued flat earther. I mean, he's just been in here stirring up the pot, every single time we get into conversation. He doesn't back down. He doesn't respect the chat. He's always aggressive, moving forward, maybe passive aggressive, right? But he's still not letting go of a conversation when it needs to be dropped. There's a few issues with him that I think they are being addressed right now. That's why he was on hard mute. So he's now unmuted, but should he stir the pot again, I think that would be the final warning. A value tag needs to be removed, and or a flat earther, and just give him VC verified once again, because as far as being a flat earther in this community, he's not proving to be that. He's being somebody who's just, instigating chats and just stirring the pot.
Hold up, if I just ask questions about things that are related to religion, every single time anybody comes here and points that out, you just stop the conversation quick.
Yeah, just like now. So we're not going to have you come in here stirring the pot. That's just what I was saying. So I'm going to go ahead and remove your value tag because you're definitely not valued. You can keep the secret king. And as far as flat earther goes, you're getting that removed. Now you're getting VC verified. So you can still be in the chat with VC verified. So now if you're going to abuse that even further, you might find more consequences. So if I were you, you're walking a thin line. Just remain calm and listen to the chat. Participate when you can, and stop being passive aggressive.
Wait a minute, is this the same kid that was in here the other day under another name?
I don't know, but this guy here has been doing this for ever since I've noticed his name on here.
Well, I did give him the secret king roll. I don't just throw those out willy nilly.
Because there's 2 days ago, I was in here. It was me and Steve. And there was a kid in it sounds like him.
All right, you're saying, voice. I don't know what is your problem. I'm a moderator on this chat, Raduta. So what is your problem?
Cool, but just explain to me what's the problem.
I did explain to you. I did explain to you, Raduta.
I didn't bring up the subject identically. I was about to point out that you're banning people.
Yeah.
Holy shit! We got.
See, this is what's happening here. In the face of being
trolling, holy shit.
Yeah. In the face of being reprimanded, he's still being passive aggressive once again. So we're not going to deal with that, Raduta. I'm giving you a chance. I'm telling you, you're walking a thin line, buddy. Just chill out. Just chill out. Be in the chat. Listen to conversation.
And dude, let me tell you what. If you got Midgie, seriously, he's a good dude,
already
man.
had me rolling earlier, so
I didn't think I've ever seen him really ban anybody. So if you're doing something, you're really rubbing him the wrong way. You just need to check yourself for a little bit. That's all.
No, I just do not understand what's the problem with me. How am I passive aggressive?
Just take a breather, bro.
Just take a breather, man. That's it.
Do I sound like I'm screaming? Like I'm...
No, dude.
Not screaming. It's about listen.
Please, somebody point out what's the problem
he had
with
me
me.
on edge earlier. You guys heard it.
Yeah.
You already
brother, take a breather, as in just step back for a second, let it pass. Stop just trying to make.
Yeah, if you want to stay here, we it's okay. But don't be embarrassed. Do
you know what I mean by stirring the pot, Reddita? When you're stirring the pot, do you understand what I mean by that?
Questions.
Do you want me to explain what that means?
Yes, please.
All right. When you stir the pot. When people are having a conversation in here and moderators are saying, okay, let's drop it. Let's get back to flat earth. And you're like, well, I need you guys to explain.
Did we get back to flat earth?
Are you interrupting me, Raduta?
Did we get back to flat earth?
He's already doing it.
I told you.
Yeah.
I told you guys. This is what he does. He's actually overriding moderators in this chat right now. That's what I don't like. They're disrespectful to the moderation. I don't like that, man. This is just, it's in the future, what's going to happen is when we're trying to get a hold of this chat and he's in here, he's going to be rumpusing moderators when they're actually trying to reprimand other people.
Dude, I think he's young. I think it's his communication skills, man. He just needs some good role models, I think. I mean, if he can even make it that long. But you know what I mean? Man. To try to get him, because his communication skills are lacking. That's what it is.
Okay, now can I ask the question?
What would be your first question about Flat Earth? I see you have VC verified. So why did you find? How did you find your way here, and why would you want to talk to a room full of flat earthers? What is your purpose? State your purpose.
So I was looking on which YouTube channel and I got this link.
Well, you're addressing me. I just asked you a question.
Yes, and I'm answering to you how I got here. What's the problem? I'm just explaining to you the steps. Do you find anything problematic with that?
You were about to mention someone else.
Yes, because I got here using Witsit YouTube channel and his description.
Right, cool, Witsit's cool. All right, so what about Witsit brought you here, man? All right, cool. Witsit's flat earther.
No, you see, you're already biased on me. Like I was just pointing out something factually true, just answering your question, and you are passive aggressive.
All right, so no. Sorry, Helio. Let me jump in. All right.
All right, Jedi.
All right. So yeah, we get that you watch Witsit's, YouTube channel, and you hit the link and you came to this Discord server. How long have you been on this Discord server, mate?
About 5 days.
About 5 days. How long have you understood the Earth was level and stationary?
2 years or something.
How did you come to that understanding?
Well, first of all, I realized that everybody's lying to me when it comes to authority. So it's pretty easy to me to understand that it's already a hoax.
Okay. So, but with regards to the Earth itself, how did you come to that understanding? I understand that the lying bit, me too. I understood they were lying well before I played.
Yeah, I looked at them.
This too.
Sorry, I looked at the models of the globe Earth and the flat Earth, and it simply just made sense physically speaking. So I simply accepted the fact that most probably it's flat.
All right. So which part of the globe model?
It's flat.
Yes, most probably. Sorry. I might be wrong. Yeah. It might it might be flat as what I see. There's definitely lots of things I'm not aware of, but
right. Well, which part of the globe model really hit you? Said, "Hey, I think the globe model is completely there's a problem here." Which part of that?
Well, so if you draw vectors and you realize the linear movement and you try to make calculus, you realize it doesn't make any sense. It's spinning.
What movement?
I'm talking about the globe Earth model.
Hugo, to be fair, you gotta let him actually say what he's saying.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like you're really biased. Please.
I know. My bad. Go ahead.
It's not like I'm offended or anything. I'm somebody that doesn't care about my feelings. But I'm just trying to point out that you guys are not based on logic and ethics.
Stop. Hold tight. Sorry. Yeah. Right there. So I need to let Hilo get involved because, we were going logically. I was getting to understand your path here and how you'd come to this understanding. And we're kind of there at the moment. All right. But you're still, kind of unsure? Because you said, Hilo, please. You said you're kind of unsure. You might be wrong.
Let me clarify that. Most probably, when I say most probably it's flat, is that according to everything that I know and I can check it's flat. Doesn't mean that I'm absolutely objectively right because I didn't check absolutely everything. There might be things that will come up in the future that will point out it's different. Definitely not a sphere rotating in the universe, but there might be other stuff. That's what I'm saying.
Not a sphere rotating in the universe.
It's either it's a level stationary plane or it's what they say it is about the globe.
I don't think that's
in the middle. It's a modular conception, right? So we're kind of you are kind of in between, but we on this side are saying, hey, it's obvious. Level station.
Hold up, Helio. I'm not in between. I'm 100% against the globe model. It's 100% flawed.
Against the globe model doesn't mean that you're in stationary. Go ahead.
I really didn't
what
stop.
What do you mean?
I don't know how this is beneficial.
Okay. No, I didn't. I didn't stop him for what he may or may not think about what the Earth shape is. I stopped him for his lack of respect of the moderation in this Discord. Now, what you have to understand, Reduta, when moderators are speaking to say that we're going to change the topic, it is not up to you to keep continuing to talk about the topic that you want to talk about. Moderators are making sure the chat stays within the parameters of the Flat Earth, Globe Earth discussion.
Okay, cool.
What we were discussing had nothing to do with that. So you were warned and said other moderators were saying, let's get it back to Flat Earth. And you kept jumping in there wanting to bring your agenda about the topic you were bringing forth. And so I'm already telling you, it seems like whenever a moderator's speaking in here, you have lack of respect for the moderation. And that is why I'm onto you right now. I don't like when people think that they can just rumpus the chat when a moderator speaks. So that's why I'm saying the only reason why moderators do what they do is so that we can get it back to flat Earth. With that being said, I want you to understand that when moderators are speaking, that if you try to rumpus us, you're going to get dealt with, and I don't want that. Like, that's what I'm saying. It needs to be
all right. I completely understand that. Now I can say, and I'm sorry for that. What I'm pointing out, what I want to add is that, like, yesterday or 2 days ago, somebody pointed out, let's just stop the discussion about religion or whatever, and we still kept on going for like another half an hour. And I was retrospectively thinking, well, I guess it's not that bad if we just keep on a bit clarifying stuff.
Check this out, though. It's not about.
That's a demonstration of people not respecting moderating.
Right,
sorry,
now I see. I'm sorry. I get that. I'm sorry. I was based on retrospect. Now I get it. I'm sorry. I understand I'm wrong. But I also wanted to point out that you were saying we want to go back to flat Earth, and yet for the next hour we talked about cars, some people's YouTube channel, and nothing related. No, hold up. But this is objective.
Radudo, we can always go to another channel too, man. If it's something that they're trying to, because some things you got to keep in line too, that are just like real hot topics right now, and you can't keep going on about them because even Discord will kill their channels, right?
And I'll tell you,
got to be careful when live you stream sometimes about what people are talking about. So we got other channels we can go to talk about some of these other things, right? So if there's some issues, just jump down on another channel, take whoever you were talking with you, go on down there, finish the conversation.
I understand that. I completely understand that, but it was pointed out that we want to go back to flat Earth specifically, and we did not go back to flat Earth specifically. That's the only problem. I completely understand that I crossed the line and I should have stopped there, but I'm just pointing out that it was pointed out to me we have to go back to flat Earth, and we didn't.
Because you kept going on about that religious topic, dude. Do you understand what you're saying here? You're contradicting yourself. I understand, yet I was still rumpusing and trying to get back to my agenda.
Like he said,
you see what you're saying?
He said we, but he means me.
Yeah.
No, Miggy, I'm saying that for the next 15 minutes, we talked about a car, and then for the next 30 minutes, we talked about YouTube channels and how to
so
the money and
here's what you're doing.
1 second, please.
Go ahead.
1 second, please, Miggy.
Go ahead.
As a partial listener who's been listening for the last 20 minutes, this is extremely dull to listen to. So if you want to hash this out somewhere else, that'd be fantastic. I think we should just move on now. Just move on.
You know the reason he broke down.
No, I don't care about that. We're moving on.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we're moving on. Cool. So who would like to talk about literally anything else?
Let me have a scroll through the chat, see if I could help you out with people that I could shout out at least. So sound off if you've at least got a pair. So Whitsit, are you still there? Telex is in the house. Spiral of Love.
You got a pair.
Roger as well. Yeah. Good lad, well done. Rakia Life, good to see you, buddy. Obviously Andre's in the house. B-Mac, you've been sitting around for a while, man. Haven't heard you for a bit. Good to see you. Yeah, shout out to Rakia. Nasfa, Miggy's obviously in the house. Hey, what up, buddy? Happy New Year to you, my friend. Lunatic is in the house. I just jumped over.
Lunatic, you old.
Poor Lou.
We're going to continue that 2 days.
Maris. Yeah, we are.
It only gets worse.
You suffered enough. Lucky FE's in the house. Lemon Moto. Lewis, Lugnut, Joshua, myself, Jimbo, Stefan. Hi, you're right, buddy. How you doing? It is I, Hayden, Helio Skeptic, Jemsy, Effie, Batman's in the house, E.T., Mr. Savvy, Elbow Fork and Tuner.
Dude, Effie Batman's in there. Holy shit, Effie Batman. We got all the.
Yeah, lots of people. Crypto's in the house. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. It's going to keep scrolling up, so I'm going to keep doing that. Django, Demark, Cut the Shit, Crypto Bear, Cardigan Ray, Brad's in the house. Bit Dave, Antiquity, loads of other people. The rest are just live streams apart from Brad, Ryan, and yeah, that's it. I don't think there's anybody else that I don't recognise.
Speak up and see and tell us what you think 2021 is going to look like.
More of the same, man. More of the same.
Oh well, of course, but at the same time, is there any encouragement? I mean, it's kind of what's happened in 2020 is kind of like it kind of like blindsided us. But what do you think is going to happen in 2021?
The one thing I can say that's going to make 2021 a little bit better is at least it's not a fucking election year. But
yeah. I'll
we still might not even have a president by the end of 2021. So
so that's where you're wrong. We have election year this year. So
what's everybody doing over the other side of the room? Lou, you sound like you're over the other side of the room when you're talking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was my headset. I was wondering what was going on.
I want to throw a monkey wrench in there.
I'm not using my normal headset. I've got some earbuds in that I'm kind of moving around the house, like straightening up and stuff.
Oh, that sounds a little better though.
Anyway, I'm not sure why everyone thinks 2020 was so bad. The realization is that a lot of people woke up in 2020. All these negatives can be looked upon as negatives if you want to, but actually they're all positives. And when you look at the election, how we know it was fraudulent, look at all the flat Earth debate stuff that we know is growing. 2020 was a great year. 2021 is only going to be better. Everyone needs to keep their head up and keep doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, it's like a double-edged sword there, right? I mean, I think we all agree with that. I mean, there's always, there's that awakening moment. But I think a lot of people fear that, this trend, the way that they're trying to move toward this dystopian kind of worldview is what they fear the most, right?
If that's what they fear the most and they're not walking with God, then that's where you need to point them to. If you yourself aren't in that area, then I'm pointing you to not fear anything but God. I hate to bring it to the religious aspect, but every negative can be pointed to as a positive. These people are fearing the government, fearing COVID, fearing whatever, because they don't have the fear of God in their heart.
Well, that's you're talking about. I mean, a lot of people, well, including myself, I'm just, playing devil's advocate here. I agree with you, right? I agree that you got to find something to hang your hat on, whether it's God or something else. You have to have that foundation, because some people might not be, spiritually there or whatever. But whatever. So, like we were saying, but I'm just saying, for the most part, a lot of your 9 to 5 people who work every day, they come home from work, or maybe they're not even working because of this. They're going through this very turbulent time, something that they've never seen in their lifetime, right? Because I'm 43, I've never seen anything like this, and I can guarantee you, your grandparents probably have never seen anything like this, right? So they're going through shit that everything is everything's turned upside down, everything's on its head. You don't know where the shit's moving to, and the lies and propaganda that they're spewing out is just nonstop.
Right. Corgan, this is very, very confusing. The propaganda machine, it was functional at a certain point in the past 20 years, but the way that they're utilizing it now is very, very confusing
it is, man. Yeah.
For old people. I'm old, I guess. I'm 47, so but
we're the same generation.
People that are 20 years older than me, it's very confusing. They don't even know what the fuck to do with this.
Yeah, they don't, because they're from that generation that the news was quality news and it told a lot of the facts that you needed to. So there's a lot of confusion for them. I agree.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad. I see it happening to my mother, and she's like, "Oh, who was the chick from fucking Gilligan's Island died yesterday of COVID-19, and it's big news, really? And they're like, did she though?
She died with COVID-19, not of COVID-19. No one died. And
then I'm like, Mom.
It's insane too, man. If they can get this off the ground, imagine what else they can do. This is just the first. This is like the test run, And what else could be implemented that they could actually, different strategies that they could use alongside this? I mean, and it gets really crazy.
Dude,
I mean, just the thought of it.
Well, and that's the news. It comes out on their Facebook page, and all this. So and so died. This is like a popular figure back when they were, of age or whatever. And Gilligan's Island was a popular show, and this person. Oh, today this person died of COVID-19. Meanwhile, nobody died of the flu this year. But anyway, this person died of COVID-19, and
doesn't that make people kind of scratch their heads and go, "Well,
it should," but nobody died of the flu this year. They all died of COVID-19. So whatever the fuck that is. But anyway, I'm gonna,
no, we're just bullshitting, dude. That's all. We're just having some conversation. It's all good. No, I mean, and
I'm not supposed to talk about it because it's just so.
Yeah, we know it's a hot topic. Yeah.
Well, you haven't been here as much, Corio, but yeah, they're shutting YouTube channels down just for asking that question.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, man. I mean, it's like, but at the same time, and I feel for my family that just like watch the news and believe all that nonsense. I just can't I can't believe that this is the way the world is now.
Yeah, man. There's definitely crazy. And you know what, though? I mean, like somebody said, they don't mean to take it into a religious way, but everybody I wish could get to their own God, right? Or God, whatever. Because, man, that has helped me tremendously, leaps and bounds through this process. I think this process of what's going on has actually pushed me closer to the Creator than it ever has before. I mean, I used to stand this kind of agnostic ground a couple of years back, maybe 5-6 years ago. And ever since my awakening, I'd say I'd leaned closer and been pushed closer toward the Creator. And now that with this year it's done it, right? With everything that's happened this year, it's actually pushed me closer than ever before. So if anything, that is for me, I think that's a blessing, right? That's been a way for me to see through the lies, to actually get a foundation and a good footing in my belief system, and find people who are like-minded. And so there are some spots in it.
Carter, don't tell anyone I told you so, but this is the dawning of the age of Aquarius.
Yeah, the grand conjunction. Yeah. You know what, man? I mean, it's very possible that these kind of events could have been what they were talking about. I mean, this only happened.
Yeah, I mean, they were predicting it back in the 70s, but I mean, these are large freaking, conjunctions. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, it was 30 years ago, but it was.
I don't think any of them were quite as close as this one, right? Like this one was even more special because of the.
Well, yeah. Yeah, well, the Jupiter and Saturn conjunction. Yeah.
I got a question.
Pretty amazing. Yeah. What do you have? What's your question?
Everyone remembers the conjunction, right? But a few days, like every night after the conjunction, I didn't actually see it the night of, but I would see the two stars, Jupiter, Jupiter and Saturn, that were in the conjunction. I would see them like right next to each other again for like 3 nights after that. I don't know if anybody else saw that, but
very close. Yeah. It took a couple of months for them to actually form the conjunction.
Well, no, like they would be at the beginning of the night, they'd be next to each other, and by the end, like even a couple hours later, they would be not. Like I don't know what it was. It was just you were talking about it, made me think about it, and I've thought it's weird ever since.
Well, that is odd. So you're saying that you've seen them really close together. At one point, they looked like they were one star. The later one, or in the evening or in the morning, they looked like they were apart.
Right,
there was
not the same star, just like
sort of
right next to each other, like they're having a meeting or something.
Right. Is there any way that you could have been seeing another star that maybe you just didn't see before, or are you positive?
Maybe, and I don't know if it was those two necessarily. I just know I saw two stars that are not normally in that location in the sky, and not normally
I
that
wouldn't
bright
say
being
that,
right next
man.
to each other.
If you see Jupiter and Saturn, you know it's fucking Jupiter and Saturn. If
They were
everyone sees
really
it,
they were really bright. And they
don't make shit up. If you see Jupiter,
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to, you know. But
Well, it sucks for me. Like my shit was clouded out. Like 2 nights before, the night of, and the night after. So like a whole week we had nothing but dark, gloomy rain. It was totally washed out. So basically everything that I've seen was literally from one line, which kind of sucks, right? I can't help it. It's just the way the weather is, man. I got fucked here.
No, sure. I mean, yeah.
I did really want to try to see something, you know what I mean? But
I couldn't view the conjunction either, from where I am. But
you're at the East Coast, right? Well, I'm up a little bit farther. It's just where I'm at. Really weird.
No, I'm not on the East Coast. No, I'm mid South.
No, that's I mean, you can be on the East Coast and down
I'm
south.
in the freaking mountains, man. There's no
in Appalachian, yeah.
I'm not in the fucking Appalachians. Appalachians aren't even near the mid South. What the?
It runs all the way through south, dude.
Listen here.
It goes down to Atlanta and runs all the way up to.
There's Dennis Cash from Arkansas. By God.
I'm in the Ozarks.
Okay, well you're in the other mountains in the south. That's what it is. You're the other mountains in the south. Okay.
Kansas.
I'm not trying to give you a bunch of shit. I'm just like, I can tell you exactly where I was and why I couldn't see the conjunction. But either way,
Arkansas or Kansas? Which one?
Well, I'm northwestern Arkansas. I mean, there's a reason
I got my toothpick. Be careful your answer.
It's like Appalachians. That shit's way over there.
All I want to know is, are you south of the Mason-Dixon line, son?
Well, I mean, as far as where I'm at, I don't think the
that better be a yes.
Has anything? Well, I don't know about that. As far as the Ouachitas, I mean, northwestern Arkansas, I couldn't tell you necessarily. Mason-Dixon line has more to do with like the Southwest or Southeast.
The Mason-Dixon is right where I live. It's so across Maryland and Pennsylvania.
Mason-Dixon line goes all the way down to Texas from New York, son, and you are south of it. By God.
Are you fucking serious? You think that
I am serious?
Northwestern Arkansas was south of the Mason-Dixon line.
I posted a map.
All right, so but the Louisiana Purchase included Arkansas, so that was another thing, another part of it as well.
Kentucky's south of the Mason-Dixon line, son. Tennessee, you think Arkansas is not?
Kentucky. What, are you making shit up now, man?
No, do you know what the Mason-Dixon line is?
Is two dudes, yeah.
I know what the Mason-Dixon...
Okay, if you know...
Separate them damn Yankees from real Southern gentlemen.
Right, Mason and Dixon.
Yeah, this is like back in, what was it, 1600s, I think, or 1700s? They were...
It's a demarcation line. Dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's cool because where I'm at, you see some of the little white stones that they used and that are still. Yeah, we're all talking over each other. Sorry about that here.
No,
I came to rump his people. By God, thank you.
I'm the asshole. I'm the asshole.
I didn't call you an asshole.
Who's trying to be the?
I just said you're south of the damn Mason-Dixon line, son.
All right, let me look it up. Dixon.
That there'd be Jeremiah Dixon and Charles Mason.
Anyway,
I'm
the
sorry. Demarcation line for the U.S. states, forming the part of the Southern
I'm sorry for
Treaty.
Michael. Michael's he's a badass, man.
Mike's my man.
But if he's wrong about this, I'm gonna fucking gloat.
Well,
he's not wrong, dude. It goes on.
Listen, Yeah, it formed the borders for Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, Virginia. It was an 1863 survey.
Yeah. It goes all the way down, like you said, to Texas and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was due to disputes involving Maryland and Pennsylvania.
That's the big one, because Maryland would have had Philadelphia and all that waterfront and shit, and they were like, no. The Quakers, it was like little,
Right, so it just settled a border argument.
Yep, border disputes and shit, yep. And also different state powers, because Pennsylvania would have got fucked if they would have had that taken.
Do I believe that there's a southern redneck line? Hell no. But if I put a southern redneck line on it, you'd still be south of that, son.
Yeah,
I'm a Yankee, by God.
I know, I'm south of it.
Shut up.
Barely.
These here Yankees, we clearly define what is the southern border. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like people in Missouri, I would consider them as Southerners, but
that there's 100% redneck all the way, Missouri, by God.
I know, but yeah, I see the Mason-Dixon line now. But
Man,
my cousin
from
I live really close.
Why don't you stay up there where it gets real cold?
I'll tell you what.
My family's not from Michigan. We were Indiana survivalists, and before that, it was Waco and all the way back to the Ridge. We've been kicked out of multiple states.
I grew up in Northeast. I moved to Arkansas when I was 10 years old. I came from Northeastern.
My heritage goes all the way back to the Ridge, bro.
I know where you come from, Michael. I grew up in Northeastern Ohio, Warren, Ohio, the shittiest freaking biker town in Ohio.
Oh my God.
And so, and my mother, after my father died, she moved us down to Arkansas, where her dad was, he worked for the Air Force, and so Little Rock Air Force Base and Jacksonville, Arkansas, Central Arkansas. That's where we lived. That's where I grew up, in Central Arkansas. And
hell yeah,
that's what's up. So
you're from Ohio, though. So I don't know.
I was born in Ohio.
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Helio, check your DMs, man.
Ohio's a big ass state, though, man.
Yeah, Ohio's decent size. Yeah.
Yeah, when I head south, it takes the longest to cross that state.
Ohio's a shithole. I guess
my dad's from Ohio.
Ohio's a shithole.
Ohio?
Parts of it, dude, but I got good friends in Ohio.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just like it's like anywhere else, man. I'm from Baltimore. I mean, that's a shithole. I mean, Ohio, but Cleveland is pretty shitty too. I've been to Cleveland, so.
Well,
I get my listen.
Where I was born is kind of.
I say I get my ability to do that Southern thing from movies, but the truth is, it's from family reunions in the South. I always making fun of my family down there in the South. You know what I mean?
Everybody that I grew up with in Warren, Ohio, like they don't live there anymore. They'll all tell you it was a shithole. So that's why we don't live there anymore.
I went to Baltimore for a job. I got into that town, was 5 minutes there. I got back in my car and left and never went back.
Really, dude? It might have been what part of Baltimore were you in? You probably a good reason for it.
Baltimore,
because some parts in that look like Beirut, dude. Some parts in Baltimore look like literally like Beirut. Seriously, they're all fucking because they're row homes. They're all fucking boarded up, burnt down, all that shit.
It didn't take 5 minutes. I was out of there. 5 minutes, just no way.
Dude, believe it or not, though, man, it's a weird. You would think, and I mean, the demographic of Baltimore is like overwhelmingly, I guess you would say the minority, but I'd say it's probably about 85 to 90% black. But there's like these little small communities which would be mixed or white communities. There's a couple nice places in there, but
that's what I was
you
gonna
have to
say.
be really careful.
That's racist.
I'm surprised. Listen, I'm surprised you didn't get a clue driving in, bro. You actually made it there. That surprises me.
Dude,
I'm from Michigan.
I thought it can't get
I'm from Warren, Ohio, which is a total shithole.
I can't stand most of
Little
the East
Rock,
Coast states.
Arkansas. I grew up in Little Rock, Arkansas, so I mean, it's like it's not, but I fucking love it. I love Arkansas. So what the fuck you got there? I mean, it's like,
yeah, dude, I've gotten out of the city by now too. I mean, who wouldn't want to get the fuck out of them, right? This shit's ridiculous, man. I've been out of there I've been gone now for about 4 years, and I don't miss it at all. I don't fucking miss it at all.
Yeah, certain parts of Detroit, Pontiac, Kalamazoo, they look like Little Saigon, but I just stay away from there. I still love my state.
Yeah, exactly. And it's nobody's fault but the fucking leadership of those areas that have let that shit happen there.
Yeah, there's
and
no
they've
bad
done it
area.
Intentionally, man. You know what I mean? It's not even right. It's not because it's necessary. They've let that shit happen.
In part, it's the citizens of the area that let it get out of hand and bring it out of hand.
It's a little bit of everything, right? It's everything.
I spent a lot of time in downtown Little Rock, and there's a lot of good things about Little Rock, and there's a lot of bad things about Little Rock. So
yeah, that's Michigan. Yeah,
I had a blast. I mean,
the water sucks here. You guys think it's just Flint, but
fuck Detroit. I mean,
all the water in Michigan's tainted. Shit.
Well, Little Rock.
Yeah, what is the deal with that? Why is that? What is that like? What do you think that's for? Just a bad little.
Old water systems. Even if you got new copper water systems in your area, they're fed by lead mains.
Yeah, Detroit.
That's funny you brought that up though, because I do plumbing and heating in Baltimore, man. I mean, Baltimore and Philly have some of the oldest sewer and water systems there are on the East Coast, along with New York.
The problem is when the water goes slightly acidic when you have lead piping. Under alkaline condition, the lead stays where it is.
Yeah, we all know lead taints your water, bro. That's the point. That's the point.
There was
the infrastructure is still based on lead feeds.
That got to go.
That's the problem.
That got to go.
Yeah, they changed. Yeah. That's what a big thing in the 80s and going into the 90s were changing a lot of that lead shit over. I mean, Christ, even in the early 2000s, we were still taking fucking lead water pipes out of people's homes.
You refine all the water to save water, and then you pump it through a lead fucking system. That doesn't.
I tell you one thing, they fluoride the fuck out of the water here too. They fluoride the fuck.
Yeah,
out of
and that fluoride interacts with lead too. Jimbo could probably talk on that all day.
Yeah, the trade is called plumbing because plumbus, it's from lead. A lot of the piping was made from lead and things were done with lead because it was easy to melt and work with and job was done.
Yeah.
But people didn't know the poison property of it.
Dude, my dad used easy, yeah.
My dad used to buy lead pipe from people when they replaced it because we make our own shot, reload our own bullets, so lead is valuable.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I take old batteries, pull them apart, take the little cells and melt them down. You got all the lead you want.
A lot of people don't know lead doubled in value 4 years ago. And do you know why that is?
Really?
Every nation in the world started stockpiling ammunition 5 years ago, and they bought it all out. So
and not just that. Transporting it across borders is near impossible. Even lead figurines for Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah,
the ones.
Well, here's the thing.
To clear.
Here's the thing.
Do you remember them, Jimbo? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
To the junkyard and get $35 for a 20-year-old battery. Lead jumped. It doubled in price and then it tripled in price.
Hey, Michael,
Crazy.
should I stop listening to these apocalyptical novels and shit at work?
No, hell no.
Because these precious metals, years later, they're like, ooh, hey, in the apocalyptical fictional books, they're like, hey, the ancients used to be able to fly, and they had these,
Bro, you know the apocalypse comes. I say I'll give free lead for vaccine, but the truth is, I won't be shooting lead.
I'm not going to stop.
I'd rather have copper wire to run to a little generator and mortar in a stream than gold.
I won't be shooting lead rounds. I'll be shooting aluminum and copper because I'll be doubling and tripling the speed of my weapon. I'll be penetrating shit.
You're gonna get more penetration, of course, with the copper and aluminum, right?
Yeah, with Teflon maybe, but with aluminum, you're not going to get it.
I'll be shooting .5s with a 12 gauge.
But I mean, you're going to have to build.
Per second will penetrate armor.
You're going to have to build the rounds yourself, and then you're going to.
I already do that.
That's not a big deal, man. Building making rounds is easy.
Spray with Teflon and you get through armor.
Whatever.
I already reload my own rounds. I have some guns that you can't buy ammunition for, so you have to make your own. Like I got a 32 short. It's a pistol. It shoots 32 short rounds, but they don't sell them.
Yeah, so you can buy all kinds of gunpowders, smokeless, black, old, flintlock powders, everything. You can order it up and buy it.
Oh, yeah. Dude, I got all that in the garage. You can only store it for so long, though, or you end up with nitroglycerin bombs.
Short term meaning like 5 to 10 years.
When I need black powder, I make my own. That's all there is to it.
Well, it's not that hard.
I'm not saying fiction.
Yo, Barrowmod, do you use Teflon to tip your rounds?
Teflon coating.
Yeah, because not everyone's going to be a zombie retard. Some of them are going to come packing.
Yeah. We use that trick for some of our race motors. We soak the pistons, the aluminum pistons in Teflon.
So, Elisha, you're saying that the Teflon tips kill the zombie retards?
No, what I'm saying is, not everyone's going to be a retard. So, with some of them, you're going to have to coat your rounds in Teflon to get through the armor they bring, right?
Yeah.
I think Teflon was banned.
Most people think Teflon makes your bullets stronger. It doesn't. It makes them slippery, so they slip through the pores of a material.
Yes, sir. Don't ask me.
It's like T-file pans. It was a no-stick coating for.
Have you seen that new armor called Dragon Scale?
Retards are
yeah, Teflon's not banned. I can still buy that. You can buy it by the gallon.
Have you heard of that new armor called Dragon Scale?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that a Teflon derivative or is this something different? Because I don't know if that's Teflon or not.
Well, Teflon's not about strength, bro.
I understand that, but I mean, is that made out of Teflon or is it something different? Like, because I mean,
no, it's
scales, right? It just slides off.
Teflon's like a repellent.
Okay.
Slippery surface.
No, Dragon Scale. It's Teflon. It's a Teflon weave.
It's Teflon weave.
With
So it's
carbon. Teflon and carbon fiber weave.
So it just slides off the scales and shit. That's what the idea. Like it hits and kind of like, gotcha.
Yeah, it can't get a direct hit on any portion of the weave because it slides to the left or the right, or up or down. Yeah.
That's what I thought it was, but I wasn't positive because I've never really looked into it that much to see if it was or not.
It's more about absorption and dispersion.
Like you said, it's slippery. Like it hits at funny angles. It makes it ricochet off and fly.
Impact reduction.
Yeah,
it's about impact reduction.
Shit's still gonna hurt, motherfucker.
Impact reduction.
Still gonna hurt you. You're probably gonna fall, and you'll be out of breath. I mean, you'll be incapacitated if you get hit with a round.
I mean, you get hit with a round, you still put like a
fucking know it. Here's the thing: if you get a direct impact from a normal armor with a 30 caliber above, it's going to knock your window. But with the newer Teflon coating, it's not a direct impact; it slides, so there's not a complete transfer of energy.
It's direct. Yeah, it's spread. It is like spreads out. You're not taking it all and absorbing it in one spot. Yeah,
that's what I mean by impact reduction. There's no specific point of impact.
Okay.
That's slick, though, man. I mean, that's something that you could still be moving in, too, because a lot of times you get hit.
So how much one of these going to run me?
Yeah. Well, and
they're $3,500.
DIY your own.
Michael, have you ever tried it out yourself?
$3,500.
$3,500.
Have I ever shot my armor? No, I haven't shot my armor, but do I own it? Yeah.
All right, well, try it out, man.
Look, let me tell you what.
I want to shoot you and see if it works.
Man,
I don't.
How triggered are you today, Skeptic?
Why would you want to do that? Though? Because I mean, you're still taking a chance of
firing shots everywhere.
I just want to see if his armor works.
No, I'm just saying you're going to take the chance of fucking degrading your armor at the same time. The more you
if I'm wearing armor when you test it.
Just playing. I'm just kidding, guys.
I shoot back. Especially if I'm wearing.
Yeah, if you're set up, if you got that armor on, you're shooting back. Yeah, you damn right.
No, yeah, that's pretty badass, man. I have some good armor, but I'm really just fucking with you.
3,500.
I'll be shooting for open, like.
Yeah, it's a nice little chunk of change for real.
Yeah, good armor costs $3,000 to $4,000.
Right. Well, I mean, you know, what do you? Yeah. I mean,
Well,
dude, these guys, they, you know.
Armor. I mean, you wouldn't want some trash. You know, hopefully this would not be called into use too often. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Fuck the old school Kevlar. I got it.
Half-inch armor.
I'll take Kevlar though.
Plate is always the best, but do you want to carry that weight around?
That plate, yeah, that plate. I mean, because you're gonna have. I mean, that's a chest plate anyway. You're throwing that in, and I mean, that's what's gonna make you sore. You get hit in that fucking chest plate, boom, with a heavy caliber. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you saying that the other armor's you're not gonna feel it?
No, you ain't gonna feel it the same way though. It's gonna be distributed a little bit more, just the way that it is, man.
I'm just gonna take my chances, and if I get shot and killed, then it's supposed to be.
All right, so
energy's gonna transfer.
You're gonna feel like Tyrannosaurus Rex kiss you in the chest, or Bigfoot kiss you.
A 22 long has the impact of an 80-pound sledgehammer, and that's a caliber.
Are you fucking serious?
It's a 22,
all you have to actually do is Neo it and pause the bullet right before it hits you.
You know, you can get a cheap one. Listen, Austin, you can get a cheap one of those vests for around $300. But
your head down, and look sternly at the bullets.
The $300 is gonna pull me through for real, or no?
Here's the thing, man. I'm not gonna be able to return fire or still fight.
And you broke up at the beginning. Return fire, still fight. What was
if you're carrying
armor is meant for small caliber stuff.
You might still be alive, but you're not going to be able to react.
Bro, I can shoot back shot. Listen, I can shoot back shot. You can shoot me in the shoulder. I'm still going to kill you.
And I'm sure there's high velocity stuff and armor piercing that'll get through even any bodysuit.
Yeah, it's just it's precautionary. Like if you're using 9mm, if you go anything like you said, if you're getting a high, any kind of high caliber rifle.
Jokes on you guys when I get this super awesome magnetic armor that just like is an invisible force field of energy that protects.
Electrostatic.
Hey Austin, have you ever seen that video that came out like maybe 10 years ago? It looks like a dude. It's in Iraq, and he looks like a fucking chameleon.
Idiots text me.
What's it? Doesn't your iPhone already do that?
I just got.
Yeah, you just press a button and it just.
I need to make a service announcement. The next person that DMs me some dumb crap, I don't care what you're in. I don't care what role you're at. I'm banning you. My DMs aren't for that dumb shit.
Hey, the best way to handle that is just not even look. So that's the way I do it most of the time.
If you can't post it out in the open for everybody, why would you think I individually want it?
Oh shit! I got a message from Lou. I must be in trouble, man. He barely messaged me. He's like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm just kind of trying to get you to put the brakes on a little bit, man.
Are those carbon fiber?
Every time I get
are those carbon fiber brakes or asbestos?
I knew it. So,
are those 10-inch or 4-inch? Do we need to replace the pads? Are they worn out?
Let's see if you remember this joke that we talked about earlier, right? So Did you hear about the mathematician that was terrified of negative numbers?
No. What about him?
He would stop at nothing to avoid them. Dang, I was supposed to let Hugh answer that. I forgot. I just
we would have been here all day.
Yeah, Hugh, you're not gonna remember any of these jokes we talked about earlier?
There aren't any nerds in here. They don't laugh at nerd jokes.
That was a pretty awesome joke. I'm sorry.
That was all right. It was cool. It is a lot. It might have went over a lot of people's head, but I mean, it feels like that's cool.
You have to crack the dildo on the bow and arrow joke, or these guys won't get it. Like that arrow, bro.
I thought it was pretty good. I'm stealing it.
Yeah, I got like
Are
a
you
few
trying to
kind of
eat?
stupid ones that are like that. Like, I was wondering if Helio remembers any of them, bro. What's the best thing about Switzerland?
Shit.
I don't know, but the flag is a big plus.
That's so moist.
You didn't even give me a chance.
That's just like
Oh, Helio. Okay, you ready? Let me think. You're gonna answer the next one. Helio, you got to remember this one, dude. Why is it impossible for scientists to trust atoms?
Let's see. Something about protons and neutrons.
Oh my god. Not at all. Because they make up everything.
That's what I said. I mean, protons and neutrons make up everything.
Why can't
Did he just try and finesse that like he knew it?
Yeah. Because they make up everything. Helio, you forgot all of them?
Well,
he really did just try and say, yeah, I came through the front door. Meanwhile, he's at the back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
What's he talking about, Willis?
Where are Helio? You got to remember some of them. Where are average things manufactured? Just like average things. Where are they manufactured?
Where are average things being?
Yeah, it's like average things.
At home?
The Satisfactory.
Oh, that's pretty close. Satisfactory. Yeah, that's
Man, the train has gone off the tracks and it's going down the hill.
These are the only ones I remember. I can't remember.
I my mind moves linear, so it doesn't get backward. So I mean, it's like my mind moves it.
Are you sure it's moving at all?
I mean, as far as memory goes, for me, it's kind of it's just kind of the way it works. I mean, you can make fun of me, but I mean, I'm a kind of a different person than most people. So
why do nurses use red pens at work?
Red pens at work because they want people to die.
No, in case they need to draw blood.
Okay. What did the buffalo say when his son left for college?
I don't want to know.
Did you say bye, son?
Yeah.
I got it. He rumpushed you.
Bro, the puns are great today.
I mean, the puns are useful in life, man.
Hey,
they are.
I'm used to being made fun of, so whatever. But you can move on, and
you can leave me alone.
Why is it impossible to explain puns to a kleptomaniac?
Puns to a maniac. That's a good riddle.
Because they take everything literally.
Oh yeah, that was one earlier. God damn it! See, I remember it. I remember it now, but no. God dang.
Hey, I got a redneck joke for you.
What? Shoot.
It's a fireman joke. It's a redneck joke. A field. of corn. Duh. Did I just robot that entire joke or what?
Yeah. Try again.
The entire thing you were roboting. Yeah.
That's some redneck in that.
Here.
You might have to type it.
That's what happens when you steal your internet and you don't pay for it.
Oh no, that's what you city folks do with Wendy's. So what has ears but cannot hear on a farm?
Corn.
A cornfield. Yeah. Ears, plural.
How do poets say hello? Hey, haven't we metaphor?
Let's say it fair. I think Wits is Googling this shit.
Hey, this is where I got all of them. Hey, haven't we metaphor, dude? Come on. Okay, that one's pretty cheesy.
Y'all want to hear the latest dumbest argument I heard?
Yep.
No.
I don't blame you.
No means yes. Go ahead.
I feel dumber just from hearing it, but the actual... Hold on a sec. Shit.
It's a lot of background noise. Hopefully...
Rompus by his own kind.
Helio, last time and I'll stop picking on you. So, how many times can you subtract 10 from 100?
That
10.
That must be a trick question. So if it's a real,
only once, because the next time you'd be subtracting 10 from 90.
why did you give me the answer? You're an asshole.
That's even funnier.
You didn't give me a chance to give you the answer. I mean, it was like not even 5 seconds. You fucking.
Come on, you're dealing with Witzer here. You got to operate at higher speeds.
Yeah, I was gonna fall asleep.
I probably would have figured it out, maybe.
We need a timer. Every time we do it.
That's funny.
Oh, I think I've said this one in here quite a few times, but why did Simba's dad die?
Because he fell.
He needed the Mufasa.
Oh, I was gonna say he couldn't stop lying.
No, actually, I mean, if that was historically accurate, his brother friggin' killed him. I mean,
He just kept lying because of pride, and he needed to Mufasa.
Yeah, I mean, his brother had the opportunity to save him, and he was just like, "Fuck you." Go down.
Yeah, he's a secret king. Perfect example.
Oh yeah.
Like literal example, he was like
speak.
Yep, exactly.
Lose the love and respect.
Scar was the ultimate secret king, man. He was such a piece of shit, bro. Hid behind the hyenas, even though he was a lion. A fucking total secret king.
Okay, I slowed down the psychos that I live with. Do you want to hear the argument that what was that dude? Kumu virus. He asked Nathan if he knew the unit that's used to express entropy, as if that would somehow keep gas on a ball.
I'm glad I didn't understand a word you just said.
Oh, can you hear me?
Where do you find a cow? Where do you find a cow with no legs? Right where you left
on your plate.
Well,
right where you left it.
Can entropy exist? I mean, can the second law exist without the first law?
Oh man!
Oh, somebody doesn't want to talk about it.
Helio, check it out. Secret King. Look at he's just pissed that Mufasa, that Simba is just chilling being the man, or Mufasa.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Look at Scar just pissed him off because he's got a family and he's got Logos and just not a psychopath.
Hey.
Oh, I mean, it's his brother. I mean, do you think Mufasa didn't care about Scar? I mean, come on, man.
No, I'm just saying that Scar was just a secret king. Look how mad he is. Just that Mufasa's like happy. I'm just saying we were talking about it, and I actually made a stream with that thumbnail. Look, perfect example of a secret king.
You made a video about that.
As soon as Mufasa turns around and looks at him, he's gonna smile and be like, "What's up, bro?" You know? And he's gonna try to convince everyone that he's right.
Yeah, but you think Mufasa didn't know how? But Mufasa was actually kind of vulnerable because of his care for his brother, so he kind of was like,
"Wait, what?"
I'm aware of how this fucker is, but he didn't realize how evil this fucking bastard.
Well, nobility can come paired with vulnerability, but I guess good thing there's God.
Well, everything kind of works itself out eventually, but yeah. Hey, guess who ended up dying? It was both of them.
Yeah, only one had nobility. Even though, let's be honest, probably some super gravel to this.
One was noble, and their heart was in it, and he loved his brother, but Scar was a total piece of shit in the movie, but whatever. Yeah, it was a really good movie. Lion King is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, dude, super gravel though.
No, of course. Oh, all of them are. I mean, isn't everything that comes out of Hollywood gravel? But whatever. It's good stories. But they kind of like lend credence to the evil side, a little more credence to the evil side than should be allowed. As far as like what happens in reality, So I think, I mean, and I know a lot of people give me shit about like watching a lot of fiction and shit, but so I'm kind of I'm not torn between the evil and good. It's just, dude, when you read fiction, there's the fucking book would be boring if everything is like, because that's not life. But whatever.
Have you read the Left Behind series? It'll be really good for the Rapture coming soon. And it's like 10, 12 volumes. It's pretty long.
Do you think that's even remotely accurate to what you think is going to happen?
I kind of think it'll be like that. People left behind fighting for their lives against the Antichrist, making a tribulation force of saints to try to fight against the evil.
Where's everybody going to be in the rapture, bro?
Well, I'm quite familiar with that series, but yeah.
Where are you being raptured to? Let's go through this doctrinal argument, seeing how we can't avoid them in the damn law.
They'll be up there waiting for the round 2.
Just floating up there? Where's up there?
Wait,
is the scripture specific about up there?
Heaven?
Well, the word rapture just means swept away. It doesn't mean up there. And heaven? Why are you going to heaven? Heaven's coming to earth. There'll be a new heaven and a new earth. Where does the scripture say you're going to heaven?
Well, the doctrine says that basically God...
I didn't ask about doctrine.
Yeah. Go ahead, Mike. You got this, bro.
Yeah, I'm tired of doctrinal arguments.
I was gonna say that the doctrine is Masonic in origin. So
I want a compilation of different scriptures. You'd have to bring together all the scriptures that say basically the Christians that believe.
Doctrine's your interpretation of those. A doctrine is a compilation of indications of scripture. You know how many doctrines add to and take away from just to make their point? Can't believe you even said that. Doctrinal belief is a belief through interpretation. It's not an actual literal reading of any scripture. It's your belief based on your reading. And when you adhere to a doctrine, you adhere to somebody else's belief of interpretation.
It tries to give the whole Bible context because you can take one quote out of context, but the rest of the Bible illustrates it, and so it tries to.
When you take them out of chronological order and apply the end to the beginning and the beginning to the end, you're trying to give specificity.
Well, people ask, like, survey, what is the biblical meaning of doctrine? I don't know if this is accurate, but it says here, sounds like what Mike just said, meaning teaching, instruction is a codification of beliefs or a body of teachings or instructions taught, principles or positions as the essence of teachings in a given branch of knowledge or in a belief system.
Thank you.
Well, the doctrine is that the Christians that believe in Jesus will be raptured out while God deals with the rest of the body.
That's just one raptural doctrine. We can go to 8 different doctrines on rapture.
The rapture is not even in the Bible.
Yeah, it doesn't actually say that.
Yeah, and the rapture is the cause of the multiple different doctrines.
Exactly.
Happy New Year's, by the way.
You want to argue about a 4,000-year-old argument that nobody's won yet?
The harpazo is
to secure
the term that's used to defend the rapture.
faith in your belief. I'll take that as a yes.
Oh, what if Trump's the Antichrist? And all the people that believe that there is no.
Where does the soul of man go when one dies?
Was Messiah? Hold up. Was Messiah anti-doctrinal? Did he warn us about doctrines?
Yes, and I'm just going to say what objectively is a potential problem here, or that leaves you vulnerable, is if you expect to think that that you're just raptured before the tribulation. Well, by deduction, you could be deceived into not even realizing you actually are.
Yeah, people get so prideful in their doctrine, they think it's their right to dictate somebody else's immortal soul. I know what's best for your immortal soul because I'm full of pride with my doctrine. Pride comes before the fall.
You just look at the defense for the doctrine from the scripture. They talk about
That's what you do.
Of tabernacles.
I make my own discernment because I'm motivated by the Holy Spirit to say what's right and what's wrong.
With the Feast of Trumpets.
Just like the scripture
the
says.
believers would be gathered up and those that didn't believe in Jesus would be left behind to, be dealt with. Their disbelief.
That's what your doctrine says.
All right, so
dude, I'm telling one thing.
Let me ask Lemon something. So you think at a certain point in the near future or distant future that there's a portion of the population
back.
Hold on. I mean, this is what I used to believe as well. A certain portion of the population is just going to disappear.
Yep.
Dude, that's what the rapture is for lazy Christians, because the real deal is if something happens, I'm going to be on this earth fighting. I'm going to be a soldier for Christ. I'm going to be fighting this shit while I'm right here, right now, in the midst of it. That's the way I look at it. Rapture is just a lazy way for Christians to say, I can get away with it and just not have to deal with it.
Let's go one at a time. I asked Lemonbird. So at one point in time, there's going to be a large portion of the population that believe in Jesus. They're just going to disappear.
Yeah, I think there's the only difference is pre-trib or post-trib rapture. I think even the other critics just say that it happens later.
No, I'm not talking about the pre-trib, post-trib rapture. So, well, I mean, obviously that's pre-trib rapture thing, but. So, is anyone else? So,
I hate to say it this way, but if anybody and Christians start disappearing, it's not going to be because of Christ. It's going to be because of the people that we're fighting against are getting rid of you. So you better be a soldier in Christ to stand up and fight up against that shit. And now and right here, because if not, man, you're just you're doomed.
Well, I mean,
amen, brother.
If all of a sudden a large majority of the population just vanish. That could be an issue for the world, right? I mean, what if a pilot's flying a commercial airplane? I mean, the plane's just gonna
go down. Babies are going to be raptured out of the womb. You'll be working with somebody. They'll disappear. Getting married to somebody.
What are you on about? You do realize you have no scriptural backing for anything you're talking about.
It's a bunch of scriptures taken together, which look kind of rapture.
Yeah. The same scriptures that tell you that you can do all sorts of nonsense against the will of the Father. Yeah. taking them out of context.
The same.
Or thinking that you go to heaven when you die when the scriptures say no such thing. Nah, bruv, you can't be twisting scriptures. Can't be twisting scriptures. You're gonna get nowhere but destruction.
That goes both ways. We just look at the scriptural basis for it and just go from there.
Dress is like,
no, you literally do it in eisegesis. You're putting your own ideas on top of the scriptures, then getting out. The same way we accuse and rightfully so these guys who go with the preconception of I presuppose bull, blah blah blah. I get out the mathematics. Of course, I'm going to get a bull back. The same logic is what you're applying.
Scripture. We go to the Holy Spirit of God and let the Scripture defend Scripture.
And it's
folly.
Did you say it's funny or frilly or what?
I said it's folly. To do eisegesis.
Folly. Well, yeah, to do eisegesis. Yeah, exactly. Right, Elisha? Was that Elisha that said that?
Yes, sir.
Eisegesis, which is
imposing onto the text instead of taking from the text.
Yeah. And whatever Lemon was saying, that's why I kind of like said that, because I knew he thought that was true, but I don't think that's true. He said that. Because I want not intentionally to trigger Lemon Bird, because I know. I mean, I used to believe the same thing, like I said earlier.
Well, either way, most people, Christians believe some sort of, gathering up is going to happen.
I know, but do you think that's a good thing when they're ignorant? I mean, most Christians believe the Earth is a fucking globe, bro.
Yeah, that's why you go to the scriptures, and it talks about how God said to Job, "It's pressed out like clay under the seal that's flat." You just, go to the scriptures, what God said. So we're just gonna have to go to the Holy Spirit.
I mean, Lemon, look, man, I guess it's just you look, if that's what you want to believe in, man, that's what you believe. I just don't see it that way. I mean, you're a true flat earther, man. You've been here a long time. You preach a lot of truth. If that's what you believe, you can't force anybody to see it differently. Hopefully, maybe you look at it and see it differently later on or something, or think about it. Maybe you can ask God to clarify for you. I can't say that because, I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I am, but I don't think there's a rapture. That's all I'm saying. I think that what's going to happen, we need to stand up to be God's soldiers now, and we need to prepare ourselves right now. And if anything's going to happen, if there's going to be a rapture, it's going to be caused by the people we're going against, man.
Amen.
Because I thought that the main split was whether the rapture happens before or after the tribulation, not whether the rapture would occur, period. I thought that was the main bone of contention. Are we saying that the rapture is not going to occur at all?
It's not going to be the Hollywood version of Rapture, though.
Mic check.
Well, I mean, simply put, the word rapture's not in the scriptures, so what are you going to do with that one?
So, which roughly translates to rapture based off of their language.
Roughly is not what we're talking about. Specificity.
Well, let's break it down.
What room are you in?
Hold on. Let's break it down. What does it mean? And I mean, because I don't know exactly what it means. What is it in the Bible, and what does it say exactly?
Harpazo is like a sudden taking away, that sort of thing.
A taken away. Okay. That could mean a lot of different things. It doesn't necessarily mean,
Could it be a paradigm shift?
Well, if there's like a resurrection and there's the people alive and then there's the resurrection, right? I mean, there's a timeline of events that happen, and what happens is Yeshua comes back, basically waging war, and then there's a new heaven and earth. There's a singular judgment day, a singular resurrection day. The idea that there is some pre-tribulation like disappearance of millions of people, that isn't actually what it says. So it's something that was inserted with interpretive texts, even really predominantly in the last century or so.
Okay, so it's the doctrine thing, yeah, okay.
Yeah. In fact, It seems odd though, because what Yeshua himself says is basically antithetical to that. It's like we're instructed to persevere till the end, and of course, like in Matthew, he says, talking about the end days, like if it were possible, deception will be so great that if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived. It's in.
Wikipedia says the word "azo," which means to snatch away, to seize, which is used to defend a doctrine where Christians will be snatched up in the air, that sort of thing.
It says that the days will be shortened for the elect's sake because no flesh would survive. So this is what Yeshua himself said when asked about the end, right, in Matthew. So all I know is with that knowing right there, and we're supposed to persevere to the end, and then like what does the end time prophecy say, right? Like Christians will be persecuted. And we're even told that there'll be different groups, right? Like captured, killed,
Right. Yeah.
escaped to wilderness. And so we're actually instructed on what to do in the end. And one thing I do know is it is not in any way laid out in scripture at all. It's just doctrine of men, interpretive Bibles, really about people that don't even like Yeshua, if you want to track it back to the Schofield Bible. But the point is there's a huge advantage that they could get, say, if someone was trying to trick you with that, because if you think there's nothing going on right now could ever be like the tribulation, I shouldn't be on lookout for like the son of perdition or the Antichrist, because he can't be here because I won't be here, and a bunch of people will be gone. So then you could actually, unbeknownst to you, just be, say, supporting the Antichrist, right? Or in the tribulation. And then when things start to get real crazy, you know, it's been the tribulation the whole time, and they weren't expecting it, didn't think. So therefore, they got deceived with the tribulation deception itself, which is, it's the greatest deception ever. So
right. I mean, yeah. It's beautifully said. I mean, can't say anything else about it. That's exactly how I think of it,
Yeah. So for me, like, for example, like I'm super skeptical of Donald Trump. I would be super skeptical of any person in power when the whole world shuts down and they're flirting with the idea that you have to have some type of marker or identifier to buy and sell. And they've been doing it for a while via checking your temperature, scanning your forehead, making you wear a mask. Now they're talking about this Operation Warp Speed vaccines. Trump is spearheading Operation Warp Speed. The person in power is actually taking credit for this new type of technological advancement, like 5 to 7 or 9 months ish, for the different types of vaccines they've manufactured, all of a sudden new kinds. And it's just weird. And so, like, at the least, believers should be reading the prophecies and praying for discernment, and making sure they can really see what's going on and step back, and not get lured into this false sense of security that nothing happening right now could be any of the end time prophecies, because they wouldn't be here. Just because my preacher said so, based on a doctrine he was taught at a ministry school that adopted the interpretation of the Schofield Bible in the early 1900s, as did most of them in the United States. So he literally went to school to be a preacher, right? And so that I'm not in any way ever staking my worldview on the doctrine of men. Men are so fallible, it's laughable. And it seems like when Yeshua was asked himself, he was like, he told you what's up, and he said the deception will be so great that if it were possible, even the very elect would be deceived, and that the day shall be shortened for the elect's sake, because no flesh would survive. And to think that you can take out of that we won't be here as believers is, I just don't see it.
Amen, brother. I mean, this is the thing with this thing with Trump, man. And people need to realize, I know a lot of people look up at Trump and a lot of people think he's great. Look, man, these people are two sides of one coin. It's just, it's just a reverse. They're all in this shit together. They've been doing this for fucking centuries. They know exactly what they're doing. They know how to pull the strings of the people, and they know what they're doing. And Trump is a real charismatic dude. And at least you should keep an eye on him, because, man, if anything, I know there's to talk about whether or not if there's an Antichrist or who he might be and all this. Dude, if anybody, he is a big player that could be somebody to look at. I mean, I watched a video that you had done maybe a couple weeks ago with it, and you were talking about it. You made a lot of really good points in that. I think
and it could tie into Flat Earth right here, right? Like Flat Earth is so useful in these times because, if somehow you need to know that Trump isn't, you need additional information to know Trump isn't actually just on your team and some hero. Like the dude actually he started Space Force, saying that we had to militarize space. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, he's just doing that because he's trying to actually out NASA, or something. What? Like, no, dude, he started Space Force. Underneath him, the whole world has experienced a year unlike any other year that any of us can recall, of just total.
Yo, but notice that he didn't call it Outer Space Force.
Hey,
dude, he militarizing space.
Austin,
space is just up, down, left, right.
Lewis.
Maybe about a week ago, I know you were talking in here about your reasoning for why Trump could be the Antichrist, and I agree with a lot of that. Did you happen to make a video about that on your channel or no?
Yeah, I have one that says, "Is Trump the Antichrist?" When I first found out about it, I can link it.
Yeah, it's pretty decent, dude. Check it out. There's some cool stuff in there.
Well, I'm only asking because just yesterday at work, the kid that I've been training and shit, like he started asking me all kinds of questions about like biblical stuff and the Antichrist, and I'm like, look, I'm the wrong guy to talk to. I even told him yesterday. I was like, he's in the server. I was like, you should talk to Witsit. But I'll just take this video and link it to him.
Cool. Yeah, that's when I first really I had just started really looking into it. It's wild that I still compiled quite a bit of stuff in there, and I even say in the video I don't want to just overload it. It's that much. It's actually that insane. But I want to do it more. I actually want to make a presentation with PowerPoint with the information and go through it on a live stream at one point, just to break down what the coincidences compiled would have to be, because it's only two options for me. It's happening right in front of us. It really is happening, or they are trolling us to the T of the script.
What's it? Live only stream.
Yeah.
I have years back, man, I knew there was something up with Trump. I knew that there was something when they started putting a correlation with this the writer from the 1800s, where they were talking about the last president, and it was like a 3-part novel where they talked about Baron Trump being the king of this castle in Russia. It was insane, right? It's totally insane. And Tesla was tied into it. I was like, wait a minute, this is just so bizarre and so crazy that there's got to be more to it. And the more you looked into it, you were like, yeah, these are real books. These were published. This is real deal. I knew even then. I was like, man, there's something big to come.
It just is, yeah. We live in a crazy time, man. I mean, it puts me in this position where I gotta make these claims that I think are clearly the most logically founded, that people just find to be preposterous, I guess. Whereas in any train of thought along that way is that dude, Trump must retain power. So that's kind of how I see it from a macro. I can see so many. I've already the whole time my prediction has been along that path, but not this. This snuck in past me, and then I started reading, and I realized that's what it says happens actually in the prophecies is everyone's deceived, and it sneaks in. They're deceived, dude. It's not it's people have this Hollywood version of some dude that comes out breathing fire with a cattle brander of fire that stamps on your wrist as you stand in line, and it's that's not what it says. It even says in Revelation that the merchants were great men on the earth, and for by thy sorceries were all the nations deceived. And of course, sorceries, the word is pharmakia, which is where we get the word pharmacy from. So
yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Pharmakia, man. I don't know, man. It's just sometimes, man, it makes your head want to explode. And you're right. It feels like, you're in the Twilight Zone. You're really what the fuck is going on, right? But I mean, it's logical. It makes sense when you're looking at this shit and it's all laid out. It's you just can't deny it.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, it just they could just be troll. If there's someone else that would ultimately actually be him, then it would be that this is like, I guess you could say a warm up lap or something to that effect, and like this masterful troll attempts or whatever.
I mean, he is a.
I don't know, but it would be stupid to just think that was the most likely thing, right? That would be so incredibly naive and just ignorant, really. Because regardless of what you think about the script or prophecy itself, right? It's just that's what that's we should still know what's going on. We should still be aware of the sequential events and what they're trying to do with their little grabble plants. I mean, it just should be we should be agreeing on that across the board. You know?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Trump is like you said, it ain't like there's going to be someone stamping here or nothing. This dude is a real charismatic guy. People love him or hate him. And either way you can look at it, you can say, well, hate, don't worry. But listen, that propels his persona and his image even farther. That goes to show you just how much of a influence, a charismatic person he is, that he has such love and hate on both sides of the aisle. And if anybody's going to be the Antichrist, I think they're going to have that.
And you can hate something and worship it, like being
exactly
obsessed with it.
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening now. You have the people who love him and worship him, and the people who hate him and worship him. I mean, they're literally hating him.
I will say though, dude, Elon Musk is like is eerie how much he does certain things too. Like
he
Elon
is crazy.
Musk is wild, dude. Yeah, wild. So I don't really know. I don't know exactly.
Oh my god,
the son
dude!
Of perdition, man. But this is the time where, at the least, just being responsible on a minimal level, we should like kind of keep an eye on that idea, whether or not you believe it's legit, right? Like if they're trying to propose some figure to help unify a world order, right? We should keep an eye on that.
You damn right, yeah. Hey, check this out. I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but my girl actually told me something about Elon Musk that I didn't know about. She was looking into something. I can't remember. It was some kind of music artist name. I can't think of her name right now. I have to ask her when she gets up. And she came forward with like all these text messages and shit that Elon Musk's wife and him were actually sending her. They invited her over to her house, like for some kind of musical thing. But when she got there, it turned out to be like some kind of cultic orgy with like aliens and shit that they wanted her to fucking take place in. Like they wanted to have like some kind of alien sex shit going on, like some kind of ritualistic shit with her. And she was like, "Fuck you all, I'm out of here." And she got out. And she's talked about it. Have you ever heard of this?
No.
No, I'll get the information from her, dude.
Doesn't surprise me though, because his wife or girlfriend, whatever, she's weird. Have you ever seen?
Yeah, hold on one sec.
Look what this dude tweeted like just the other day.
And obviously, vague term using weird, but it's all you need to say. Music industry and weird, you get the picture.
December 30th, 2020. Production is hard. Prototypes are easy. Building 1,000 starships to create a self-sustaining city on Mars is our mission.
Wow.
It's just like that dude is, and he wants to put a legit chip in your brain. And first, the location of it was like supposed to be behind your ear, kind of, and they've moved it up into your head. It's just a little wild, dude. Putting in the pigs, comparing the ones who have it, don't have it. Now the thing is, right? He's pitching this idea that like an AI robot is going to do the surgery and put the Neuralink in your head. But the way I see it, it's going to be something way more convenient or there's going to be two versions. Like the chip in your head is going to be the more advanced version, maybe. But what you get stamped on your wrist real conveniently is just helps you. It just enters you into the new system of exchange and transaction. That's ultimately what it will be. It would just be a system of transaction, right, and surveillance.
Okay, I got the name, dude. Her name's Azalea Banks, right? She said, and my girl said this is like a year or two old, a couple years old, and she's basically, they're suing her and everything, dude. She's actually trying to say that they went out as far as to say that they were actually trying to kill her. I mean, because I mean they're trying to make her stop saying this shit that she was talking about. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. Let me try to find a good link to the story, though.
So anyway, this dude wants like self-driving car revolution and self-driving cars all over the place, all basically dependent upon a certain type of energy source where it charges. That would be massive, massive amounts of control right there, to be integrated into the cryptocurrency infrastructure. So, of course, the reason that they wouldn't want you to know that they're close to that. Well, we don't know that Elon or Trump specifically is like in the mainstream narrative. You wouldn't put together that this is all connected, right? So you wouldn't connect either of those figures to the cryptocurrency change that's very obviously happening right in front of everyone as they drain the dollar and stomp on it to replace it. And that's how you would have it. So they both fit that part
There's
of
not
it.
much left to drain.
Yeah, dude, it's wild. I wonder I bet they. I just don't know, but just expect, of course, like the inevitable correction, if you will. And they're not ignorant to it.
Yeah, with that in mind, I'm curious. What's it in your researching? What have you come up with in terms of food and growing your own food and stuff?
I haven't put it into use, unfortunately, but yeah, so not nearly as much as I would if I did it on hands-on. But I
What do
would
you
say I'll really even learn just
What
certain
do you want to
things.
know about it?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I want to
Well,
actually do it, so I
I'll,
don't know what I'd ask.
what do you want to know about it? Because like I live in the country. I have been trying to be not a farmer, but practicing growing of food and all that for years now.
Yeah, I don't know. I would say one thing I've just constantly heard is something about magnetically aligning water. Yeah, supposedly magnetically aligning water makes the production of the vegetation production great or something. I don't know.
That might be like an advanced technique or something, because just something small, dude. Get like a small garden of things that you could use if it's not a lot, if it's just you and maybe one or two other people. And you could have like a nice little garden, of different vegetables and fruits or something. And
Well, you can do something simple like using like 2-liter bottles and water and certain types of little pebbles in the bottom, and it'll swirl and magnetically align the water. You could set something up that would feed the source to, even if you had a huge vineyard or something, it wouldn't matter where, as long
Really?
as you had the source that was, you had it aligned, then you could water all the, and of course I've heard that even just like, it sounds maybe crazy to people, but like the vibration or mood of the people of how you water your plants and stuff like that is super.
Oh no, that's 100%. That is 100%, and it also makes a difference if you like when the moon cycle. Like some plants do better when the moon is full when you plant them. Actually, I think it's the above ground plants do better when the moon is full, and the below ground plants do better when the moon is not, when the moon is like gone, basically.
yeah, there's a lot of knowledge in like those farmer almanacs and stuff like you mentioned, like when to plant and things like that. That's a big deal too. Absolutely. And Mike, Mike's a farm boy. He knows a lot about it, man.
What he's talking about right now is exactly why we use the Farmer's Almanac, lunar cycles, for planting and produce production, yield, and crop. The years are dictated by the seasons. The seasons are dictated by the growth and production of fruit. That's all dictated by the lunar cycles. That's why Enochian calendar, in my opinion, would be more accurate. I don't think the year has the same amount of days every year. That's all there is to it.
Witzer, I know you're going on like a little trip, so you're not going to be able to grow stuff too easily. But what you could do is do sprouts, because you just need mason jars, like you said, good water, line it or whatever, and you can still have freshness on your trip.
Well, you can grow herbs and a lot of stuff right there in the Winnebago. You could grow a tomato. I got tomato plants in my front room right now, bro.
Yeah, just some ideas for the road, depending on how much space you have, you could also do like those week-long, what are they called again? Microgreens? Look that up. You'll probably find it pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I know what
Well,
a
I just know
microgreen
that
is.
flat earthers are pretty based, and so many of them have like, more natural diets. So
You can grow
we're gonna be
certain
getting hooked up
herbs
on
right in your kitchen, like chives,
the keeping the clean water. I do.
hanging fodder.
Well, when it comes to growing food for me, my overall plan really is I signed the lease just out of I had to. Like this whole shut down the world air is going to kill you thing just popped off where I lived right around when I had to get out within 30 days. Anyway, signed it coincidentally like on my birthday, April 14th. So my lease ends here. We're leaving. I don't know how long I'm going to be gone or
Your
whatever.
birthday's April 14th?
Yeah. And so
Mine's the 16th.
yeah, I remember it was close. With the
My
tax day right
daughter's
between us.
yeah, my youngest daughter's is the 10th.
It's my mom, so yeah. I think we've had this coming. Not that my birth month, but yeah. So what was it? I don't remember.
You were talking about your lease.
Sorry, bro.
Oh yeah. So like for me, it would be a different location than where I'm here right now, right? And so that has to end anyway. So really, I'm just taking a leap of faith in the sense of really regarding a lot and just kind of dipping out, maintaining the bills that are here. I'm tied to Tilton, and then just Anyway,
You know the
so
most
I'm gonna move on to growing food after that. Ideally, I'm not.
You know the most productive agricultural thing could be a potato box. You can make that in a basement. You can put it in your backyard in the
Yeah,
city.
man. They grow on their own in the cupboard.
Yeah, they do. Well, you know what? We store potatoes all year long, and when they start to grow, we put them in a certain pile, and they go back in the field the next year. That's how you get a double potato, or a dual spud, or a triple spud.
Yeah, and they have like about 100-day cycle, right?
Yeah. So that's what you're trying to retard when you store them. You're trying to not give them an environment to grow in again, because they'll just start growing another potato plant. The spud isn't the plant.
Also wanted to mention having like if you have a farm, having animals like chickens or goats or cows.
Compost.
We have chickens and cows. Yeah, compost. And doing a compost pile, even just taking your wet compost and going and getting bags of leaves that you see on people in front of people's houses. Anyway.
Yeah, I got 230 acres, dude. We clear out. We'll take the leaves right out of the forest. We take the deadfalls. If the wood's already rotted, it can go in the compost pile too. You
have
chip
chickens?
it. I have chickens, goats, hogs, roosters.
Chickens make for good tillage
Horses.
to the compost. They can make it into like black gold within no time.
Horses, cows. Well, it depends. You want
eggs from them.
You want a good mixture, so you don't want too much feces that's high in nitrate. So you don't want your nitrate levels too high, and chicken feces is high in nitrate. So if you're using feces already that is high in nitrate, you don't want too much nitrate. That's how you end up with your compost pile on fire. You can get spontaneous combustion.
I was just thinking the way this one guy I've seen does it. He feeds all the scrap and all the waste to the chickens, and then after so long, they pick
Or
it,
the hog,
they till it, and then like maybe I don't know, a few months down the line or every year, he's got like a wonderful stuff, and the amount of particulates of feces is like one in 10,000.
Yeah, I don't try to feed my chickens a bunch of junk. I eat the chickens. I actually have cricket traps and grasshopper traps. We'll feed them a natural diet.
Yeah. He basically anything he doesn't eat from his garden because he's like completely holistic.
Anything that's decomposing that'll go in a state of decomposition that can go in the compost pile. That's why it's compost. Decomposition.
Yeah, if you're in, Witsit, sorry, I should have mentioned that. If you're interested, look up Back to Eden gardening or the documentary, then you'll get what I'm on about.
It's like if you live in the city, a good thing for nitrate because you can't get chicken poop is coffee grounds. A lot of people eggshells. A lot of people don't know that.
What's the coffee ground thing again? I can't remember that because I just
it gives you nitrate. Gives you nitrate. Nitrate helps them grow quicker.
Okay, like fuel.
I was gonna say I had roses blooming all winter because of coffee grounds.
Yep. Nitrate is good for the flower garden. Definitely.
So I have a flower garden that it's a large garden. It started, my dad made it my grandfather made it for my grandmother around a lilac bush because, we have a dairy farm. And my grandma would sit in the dining room and read books with the window open. She got tired of smelling the cows. So he planted lilac trees. We bought lilac trees. They did. They put them up and he built a garden around it. And he's tended the soil so long. And then he passed it to my dad. My dad tended the soil in the same way. And I myself and my brothers, even my brother will come out here. He doesn't live on the farm, but he'll come out here and just do stuff that needs to be done just because he grew up doing it. So he'll tend the garden too. And the soil content is the most important. But if you have a good flower bed with good content, you can get perennials to go all year long. Just depends on what you pick,
Also look up food foresting or permaculture. It's basically how to homestead. I mean, you probably know, Mike, but I'm just saying, any of the other people.
Oh yeah, I forage. You don't need seeds. You can go into the forest, take your crops from the forest, and start your own mushroom fields. From field cabbage, you can have your own cabbage field. There's lots of stuff you can find in the forest that you can replant in an agricultural setting. And have healthier food too. That's one thing I forage. Field cabbage has more nutrient and more holistic chemicals in it than the cabbage we actually grow in agriculture. So the cabbage that we do grow is like just bland vegetation. Really, it's lacking in nutrient and proteins and all that. But here's field cabbage you can get where there's an abandoned house in the city. You can have a healthy medicinal purpose field cabbage that's more healthier for you than you have on a farm. Farm cabbage. So field cabbage has stuff in it that it reduces swelling. It helps defend against arthritis. If you ate this all your life, it'd be harder for you to get arthritis. So there's healthier foods in the forest.
What I had said was food foresting. It's where you plant a main tree and you plant the respective bushes and undergrowth like forest floor.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
That was all.
Well, yeah, if you want a field, like my example is, say you want morels, you have to first build an environment that a morel will exist in. Then you go out and forage them, then you spread the spores. Are you with me? Because they're in a forest environment. They don't grow good in a cornfield. So you're talking about landscaping, basically, for forest. Yeah. So they used to do this.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, they used to manicure the entire forest around. They'd come in and cut back so much to build their log cabin, and then they'd start holistic crops right inside the forest, and they'd manicure the forest to maintain that. Because you talk about a compost pile, you can find a compost pile in nature. It's the floor of the forest. It's full of leaves and dead animals, fruit that nobody ate, walnuts, chestnuts, acorns. This is all compost. We live on a big compost pile. Wherever things are dying and going through the cycles of rebirth, death, growth, spread, flowering, leaving, leaves falling, produce falling, beneath that is a compost pile. That's all there is to it. If an animal dies in the forest, that's compost. It's feeding the trees. People say plants don't eat meat. Yes, they do. If a damn deer dies in the forest by a tree, do you think the tree doesn't eat anything that comes from the deer? If you do, you're wrong. We can find skeletons in the middle of a trunk of a tree because it literally rooted and sprouted in a dead carcass. So they just don't know how the ecosystem works. Plants eat meat. There's nutrient and heavy metal in there that are essential to flowering, growth, vegetation, the 4 processes of vegetative life, sprouting, vegetation, pre-flower, and produce. Each one takes a different, nutrient, like calcium, nitrate, phosphorus. It's all chemical. It's all chemical. That's why they were chemists, trying to figure out the origins of life, because life is chemistry.
Hey, Mike, do you have any ideas on how to protect food in the forest, low-cost ways, from rodents and deer, hog?
You mean other than hanging it from a high position in a tree? So underground, you can build underground cellars, but then because you got ground level rodents, you have to manufacture a way for them to not get in. But most people hang food supplies from a tree. That's tried and true. Or cut a tree off and build a platform on the top of the tree, and that's where you keep your food products. If, say, you were homesteading and you need to store food every day while you're building your homestead, that would be the normal way to do it. You'd top a tree and build a platform on top of that, 20 to 30 foot in the air, and that'll keep the highest amount of rodents out. You'll still have bugs and stuff like that to worry about, but that's less of a worry than attracting predatory animals to your food supply. Then it depends on what you're trying not to get them to eat. Like if it's a deer, coyote urine. If you don't want the deer to eat your crops, you put coyote urine around it.
Or a good fence.
No, coyotes. A good fence doesn't keep out nature. If you listen, good fences don't do animals. I got a fence around the horse runway, but damn it, I have to repair it nonstop.
Right. Well,
you know how high a deer can jump? Michigan whitetail, they'll leap a 30-foot fence to get your corn.
Oh, for real? Okay, so you just kind of shoot them a few times, get them to learn the lesson.
No, that's why you're on a homestead. A dog has a place, part of the family.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Dogs and cats, and then for the underground ones, like the moles, you're just gonna have to trap. It's gonna be a maintenance job one way or another. Right? You can't just sit back and let it do its thing.
Groundhogs, moles, and woodchucks, the farmer's foe. When you figure out a way to 100% get rid of them, you let me know.
Right, but it gives you something to do, something to kill, satisfy that desire or that need in a man to kill something.
You don't have to kill them.
I was gonna.
I suppose you could trap and release, right?
I don't think killing is done by most farmers out of need, out of a need to fulfill something. It's necessity.
Right. Yeah.
I was just gonna bring it back to chickens on the farmstead for bugs. They take care of bugs like crazy. Like we don't have bug problems.
They do. Yes. Nope. You just let them wander through the garden.
Yeah, because if you're feeding them well enough, they know not to eat the crops, right?
Oh well, they're not. They're
mostly.
They'd rather have the bugs than the crop. Oh boy knows what he's doing. But yeah, a chicken would rather have a grasshopper or a cricket than a fucking tomato or a green pepper. I mean, I'm not saying they won't eat this shit on occasion. They will, but they would rather have that nice juicy bug crawling around. They literally, dude, drop a bucket full of crickets in a chicken house and watch it go crazy.
Right, that's the whole reason why they pick at the ground, right? To try and get to the worms and all the grubs.
Yep, worms, grubs, bugs. They love that shit.
Yeah, they're carrions. I had a ham in there and they tore it up.
Oh yeah, you can feed them a cigarette, bro. Don't drop. I went in there smoking a hooter and dropped the hooter and watched it get ate while it was still burning. They'll eat. They'll eat anything, dude. Chickens are. A mess of starving chickens might eat a living man if they had to.
Good thing they don't have opposable thumbs, huh?
Yeah. Like
I had to
I'm
get
dropping.
right in and put them in a coop or a run and electrify it. I was having Bobcat snatch mine.
Oh yeah. Coyotes are the biggest problem here, but the big cats are moving in. We're spotting them here in Michigan a lot more.
What's
Big
the best
and
kind
small.
of dog for that? Like the general main, like protection.
For coyotes, yeah, coonhound. Coonhound is the most vicious, eating, hunting dog. They know how to kill and eat anything. Get you a big blue tick, they'll hunt shit. They hound it, and it keeps them away from your property because they know they're being hounded. The minute they spread their scent around, they know if he really wants what he smells.
Beautiful dog, man.
A blue tick, if he really wants to eat what he smells, he won't give up. You know, a week later he'll be eating it. You know. I know that'd be one hell of a
dog.
Yeah, that'd be one hell of a chicken dinner, wouldn't it? That's a big ass chicken. I want that drumstick. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, for the coyotes here, I got labs and bull terriers, so I don't have problems. But I mean, like he said, if big cats and stuff come in, I might start looking at a couple of them.
Is this the one you mean?
Yeah, that's
a wonderful looking creature.
That's a good example of them. Yeah, they're loving, caring dogs too. They'll hunt an animal forever, come in covered with blood. You can bathe them off, and they'll sit right down and play with the baby. Never harm it. They're good dogs.
Whoever raised that one. How do you define the word for when they make the different subspecies?
Breeding? Selective
yeah,
breeding?
whoever bred this breed, props to them, because that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I think they're good looking dogs. But I love the look of an old hound dog. They just got that hound dog look to them. And big ears. I like mine.
Yeah, my wish would be to have one for every child. So 12 plus hounds. They're just walking in pairs with their little one.
Yeah, each one of my children has a bull terrier. Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Because I got my youngest daughter, so you know nowadays you might worry about a meth head or something on your property, and your kid might walk up on people who are just camping on your property. They can get away with cooking out there. Because I live by a prison, and it's a restricted airspace. So there's a lot of people that try to do illegal shit on our property. But like when I send my 16-year out, when she was 12, she walked up on a camp of people who were there cooking meth and pretty crazy. But she wasn't worried at all because she left, and then my dog follows. Well, anyway, she was followed by two Staffordshire Bull Terriers, so I had to worry about the people, not my daughter.
Right. You're like, sugar, I gotta get there before they finish them off.
Yeah, and these dogs listen to that little girl better than they do me. I can tell them no, and they'll be like, but I want to kick his ass, Dad, because they know I'll let them get away with it. But when she says no, they listen. They hover around her.
Part of my reasoning for it is so that I can kind of let them roam in the land as children, climb trees, that kind of mess in the creek, and know that if something happens, the dog will alert me or the dog will protect, or you know what I mean? So that I don't have to constantly be like watching everything the child's doing, just let them have a bit of freedom and fun.
Yeah, the Grand River flows through my property and it moves pretty swiftly. And my daughter fell in it once when she was 12. And my dog was Staffordshire Bull Terrier mixed with Labrador. She loves to swim. She swims this creek all the time. So when my daughter went in, I wasn't there. I got told about it later. When my daughter fell in the river, the dog was right behind her, dragged her right out of it. So
Yeah, that's wonderful.
And after that, I put down rules that you don't. It was already my rule to stay away from the river unless you were with me. But then now she sees why, so now it gets fouled. You know what I mean? I don't go to the river unless by myself. I know to stay away from the river, so I'll go there, go fishing. But I prefer to have somebody with me because the Grand River moves pretty swiftly, and the undercurrent can kill a grown man quickly.
Oh yeah, I remember my father telling me about undercurrents. He almost tied with one some waterfall place that he went to. That was a crazy story. I heard that. I was like, bro, how you not shook?
Yeah, you get that with controlled water flows, and that's the Grand River is dammed up in so many places. And during the spring when it's high, these places are feeding it at a consistent rate, so it definitely has an undercurrent. It'll drag you right under.
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned a lot about water and that from all my swimming.
A dog has an absolute place on a homestead or a farm in those environments because they protect your children not only from wildlife but from other dangers.
Yeah, and the other side of it is for the children, it gives them something to learn and to look after and to have responsibility over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my daughter wants to be a veteran. Yep. So, yeah. A veterinarian, not veteran.
Right. Yeah.
My oldest daughter is a veteran, but my youngest daughter wants to be a veterinarian. She likes taking care of animals. But we raise coons. We found deer with broken legs. Called the vet. Took care of the deer. The fawn, let it go. That fawn still hangs out too. As a doe, it'll come up. Sometimes we'll just be out back, look over, and here's a deer, 2 or 3 deer standing right next to us, and we can spot our fawn. A lot of times she does it. Well, a lot of times when I'm busheling apples, I'll look over there and she'll be right next to me eating from my bushel. I'm like, yeah. It is cool because she's like, no, I'm telling you, we can eat, man. He don't care. And she'll come up and eat right from my bucket, and that makes the rest of the damn herd brave. And I'll look up and be in the middle of a herd of deer while I'm busheling apples, and I just keep working. I don't let it affect me. Like, whatever, eat what you want.
I actually have a question for you about like rescuing deer and that, because I remember running into that once, and because I didn't have the resources or anything back then. So you called over here they called the RSPCA, I think, and basically they came, one quick analysis, and they said, yeah, the thing's gonna die because it's too weak and its ribs are showing, and they just dead it straight away. But for me, I was a bit suspect of that, but I didn't know better or have any arguments to go with. But I'm just curious, what would your assessment be, and how do you actually make that judgment?
My assessment, I don't call the DNR because they make those based on population statistics for the area, and whether or not it's worth it. Like if you're in a highly populated area, they're not going to want to mess with your deer. They're just going to be like, let it die. And that's up to you, But for them, they'll be like, there's so many deer in this area, it doesn't really matter. Just let nature take its course. Well, I'm part of nature, so if I tend the deer till it's healthy and it can leave on its own, then that's part of nature, in my opinion. I don't really care about the statistics.
Yeah, in future, I'd do it on my own and I wouldn't call. But back then, I didn't have much choice, right? It wasn't my place either.
It's all in you.
It wasn't my land in that. But I'm curious about specific.
Listen, can you go to sleep knowing there's an animal out there with a broken leg that just can't get to the food supply, so it's going to die before it heals? Can you go to bed knowing that?
No, yeah, obviously not. I would do something. But my point was, with this particular example, we got it to eat a little bit, right? But it was I don't know, it was super weak. I just don't know enough about deer specifically.
Was it hurt?
it looked, because when it was kind of walking, because it was like lying down and then it walked a little bit and then lied down again, it looked like it was limping, but I don't know enough about the anatomy to know.
Yeah, pain.
And I'm just trying to look back and see if what they said was accurate, really, because they were saying that because you could see the ribs, it was too weak and it had no chance. But
I thought you meant like it was skinny.
Yeah,
deep down, I didn't really believe that, but I didn't really have much choice at the time.
I thought you meant like you hit it or something.
What?
No. It came into our garden. Yeah. It just in the morning it just wandered in the garden, or we found it in the garden. So I don't know how it got there.
It was probably looking for food.
Yeah, but it only ate a little bit of what we gave it, and then well. But next time I'll know better, and I'll call you Battle. Because I'm sure if I had my own land, I could fix a leg, or at least call someone who knows how to fix a leg.
I didn't do I stilted the leg, but I called a veterinarian. I got a veterinarian that works for me, on the payroll for the cattle, all the shots you're required to get for the horses. So I just called her. She's a little liberal, save the animals. Like I've got a horse stall that I can house 23 horses. And I only had 3 because my daughter said, well, these people down the road can't afford their horses. They're just starving in the field. So I took them. And then the veterinarian's like, oh, well, if you want to save horses, you got 20 more stalls. I know a bunch of people. And so, but I let her, like she said, once she had so many, she could get a grant and start her own horse rescue. So I just let her use that to establish it. And so I don't get charged for veterinarian work on my horses, though, because she's got 20 of them out here, actually more. She saves horses, so I get my horses taken care of for free. And on the most part, she even supplies all the food, what I don't grow, like I'll grow alfalfa. So I'll grow certain things, wheats, barleys, you can grow that stuff. But she gets a grant, She has a grant for Michigan because a lot of people lost their ability to pay for their stuff. They worked for the big 3 industry, and when the automotive industry took a crap, a lot of people lost their ability to maintain their livestock. So the state enacted some grants where these people could save their own livestock just by turning their place into a rescue, but you had to have a certain amount of them. Yeah, so she gets a grant now. She's a good kid, man. She's trying to buy actually that piece of property that I showed where I told people for $500,000 they could live in my area. She's trying to buy that. I think I'm gonna help her. I like her. She just if she wasn't so young, I'd hit on her, but I'd rather have a woman my age. Close to it. Well, she just
and maybe one who isn't spinning on a globe, yeah.
Well, she deserves a man that could share her entire life with her. She's 28.
Sounds like she's like 16. How old is she?
28. I'm 48.
Bruh, 28's old for a woman. Everyone's gonna pipe up now.
Well, I'm not saying she's not of a proper age. I'm saying I wouldn't and then leave her alone for 20, 30 years of her life because I died long before her because I was older than her. That's my reason.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Who knows, man? You'll probably be able to live to like 120, then she'll die before you.
I don't know, but she's a good kid, and I just want to help her with what. In my opinion, she's still a child. No offense, but she's lived a sheltered life. She's kind of a spoiled brat. Her dad's cool. She brings her dad over, and he's like the old school veteran, veterinarian and veteran. I like him, Doc Versky. But he's more like me. You know, he don't have time to sugarcoat shit for you. He just tells you like it is. You either accept it or you don't. He don't get out much. He gets brought out here though, man, because he gets along with me. She brought him out here once after a doctor's appointment, and he didn't want to leave. Me, you know, shit, he's just like a grandpa or an older uncle, so I don't mind company. I don't mind company, especially good company. Guy's got a lot to talk about, you know. He was a veteran, a veterinarian. He had a long, productive life. A successful man. Got a lot of knowledge. First time I ever helped a heifer with a breech calf, he was there. And he was just laughing at me, dude, but it's kind of nasty. I mean, I didn't want my cow to die, you know, so you're literally arm deep in a cow, you know, trying to get deeper. So
yeah, I've seen the movies.
Yeah, so you got to make sure that it's a breech baby. You know what breech is. If they don't come out,
they come out the wrong way, right?
Yeah, and that can kill the mom and the calf, and you know, so it's just kind of disgusting. That's all. You know, it's just.
Does it smell disgusting, or does it just feel disgusting?
It's all that, bro.
Yeah.
Have you ever been around when they tag the calves?
Yeah.
I was helping tag some calves, and oh boy wasn't paying attention. They wasn't able to drive the mom off far away enough. And when they tagged that calf, that cow come running and grabbed the whole fucked him up. Sorry about cussing. Fucked him up.
He got an ass whooping. What you do to my calf, bitch?
Yeah, and she knows.
So how do they tag them exactly?
With a staple gun?
Is it through the ear?
In the ear. Yeah.
Oh, so they scream and then the mom goes mental, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a smart thing to have the mom around when you're tagging them.
I would have thought by now they would have developed new systems that don't require piercing the skin.
What, you want them to microchip the cows?
Well,
I remember seeing one thing where it's like a tag that can kind of expand as they grow, so it will stay on, but it won't physically harm the cattle.
Oh, you mean like a sticker?
I can't remember what it is. Some kind of bracelet or something.
Like a funny sticker. Like
Well, we thought we had the moms separated, you know, and she doubled back on the guys because they don't use horses no more to wrangle cows. They use damn four-wheelers.
Right.
And four-wheelers ain't as maneuverable sometimes as a horse is in some situation. And that cow doubled back on them quick.
Yeah, the horse, you can get off the horse and leave it there and it'll still... that thing's not running no more. It's not making no noise. Oh, later.
No, you're good.
Oh, yeah, I've had them mess my quad up, dude, because we use them to wrangle them and force them in. So when you're not paying attention, I've had cows go over and sit on it. It's like, yeah, here, I'll break this for you. Climb over it.
For an animal you can hunt with the hammer, they are some strong motherfuckers. I mean, it grabbed him by his shoulder on his shirt and threw him over a fence, and then run around the other side of the fence and did it again.
Yeah. Hey, that's the funny thing about cattle.
Did you get that on camera?
Listen, you wouldn't think a heifer or a female cow is fast, or even a cow, but they actually are. They can jump fences and shit. You really get them motivated, man. They'll go all sports athlete on you.
Yeah, it was fast, man. Like we just by the second throw, you know, we were stepping in to stop her, but like she got two good throws fast.
Dude, my cow's like my dog. And I got this one heifer's young. She's loving the hell out of the dog, and I'm playing with him outside the runway, the enclosure, and I kicked him. I didn't kick him hard. I was just picking on him. She jumped over the fence, run me over, cracked 3 ribs. I was like, damn. all right, we're just playing. But I mean, I had to catch my breath before I could do any damn thing. But like she literally loved that dog like it's their calf. This dog will go in and lay down in the middle of the herd, and they all just start licking him. They love him, but he chases the coyotes off. Coyotes come in and start chasing the cows around and get them all stressed out. And
Can a coyote even kill a cow?
Can
a coyote even kill a cow?
Well, a pack of them, if it's a young enough, they can. They can give them a heart attack too.
Well, it's their kids, because that coyotes can take down a calf easy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what gets them stressed out and causes them to, stampede and shit because they're trying to protect, They're like, oh shit, my babies,
Yep. And that dog, dude, you can't do anything on the farm. He smells a coyote from a mile away in the summer. I got the windows open. He just goes up there and sticks his nose to the window. And if he smells something, he wants out, and I let him out. So he's their Superman. I kicked him just joking around, and she got mad as hell. Even my bull likes him, dude. He can get in the cage with the bull, and the bull's just like, yeah, that's my little buddy. That's not normal. The lab tries to go in there, and the bull's like, I'll stomp the shit out of you.
I got a similarly related story. It was a Clydesdale, horse, but like the horse loved its owner and his dog, but hated kids. Absolutely hated kids, and I was like 6. And like they told me to stay out of the barn. They had a blinder on him. They even had him backwards in his stall because they knew I was coming over. But that sumbitch could smell me. He kicked the fucking stall door off, and I fucking took off, man. He was intent on killing me. But
yeah, some kid tormented him somewhere in his life.
Yeah, I think it was his owner's boy when he was younger, was mean to it.
Yeah, probably. I don't put up with that. If you work on my farm and you're mean to the animals, you gotta go. These are my animals. I don't play that.
Yeah, there ain't no sense in torturing them. That's crazy.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. They rely on us for safety, food, all that. That's why most of the guys that work for me are Mexican. I got a couple Polish guys, but that's why they like working here. Some of them even live out here. I've had them, bring out double wide trailers and live here for the summer. Like Arturo, he kept renting houses and losing houses, and I was like, dude, why don't you just put a damn trailer out there and live out here with your family and save your money and then buy a house, I'll even come in and help you remodel it. You can buy one of them tax repos. And he was like, but I'd have to use your power. I'm like, dude, I'm offering, So he lived here for a summer and then bought a tax repo. And we roofed it and sided it and shit. Week, 10 days. He's a good guy, though, but they like the way I am about my animals. They feel the same way. So they literally know if somebody comes out here and it works for me and they're mean to the animals, my employees know they could pretty much whoop their ass if they want. And I'm not going to say nothing now. If the guy calls the law, that's up to him, But if you whoop somebody's ass for being mean to my horse, well, you get a bonus. I'll pay you bail. Shit.
You get the bonus and the bond, huh?
Right, yeah. Hell yeah. I love my horses, man. Just like my dogs, I try to rescue them, most of them. And the thoroughbreds, I breed thoroughbreds, but I try to rescue dogs too. I don't. They put down Staffordshires or Bull Terriers here in Michigan, so they're not supposed to, but they still do it. They try to keep them off where no one can see them, so nobody will adopt them, and then they can say, "Well, we exhausted the amount of time. We got to put it down." So I try to save animals.
That's such bullcrap, you know. It's like you don't hate a chainsaw because it can cut down a tree, you know. Well, this dog ain't gonna be mean unless somebody's trained it to be.
Man, that's a good analogy. I like that.
Yeah, it's the person that made that poor dog mean, because you know, they didn't know what. That's wrong.
Yep, and I don't save them to torture. I got horses. Dude, I got horses here. We're not even going to ride. They're just out to pasture. They're just here for the end, enjoy the end of their life. They're just here to die. This is their last home, you know?
Yeah, I rescued a pit from a dog fighting circuit, and I tell you what, she was hard to get her trust, but once I got her trust, man, she protected my whole family from everything.
I bet.
You know, because she was vicious.
Like, Dad, there's a bird in the yard. Let me out. I got to kill that bird. He might hurt my kid.
Yeah, she would. When my oldest daughter was born, she would lay like at the little swing for her to go to sleep in. She wouldn't move from there until we moved her. Everywhere that she went with the baby everywhere. It was like a nanny.
Yeah, when my first son was born, I had a dog like that. We brought that baby home. She was a lab red-nosed mix. That was my Sassy. And she was just like, whoa, we got a baby, you know? And we hadn't bred her. We didn't let her have pups, so that was her baby, you know? I got 2 stairways. My son used to run up one and run to the back of the house and down the other. And she used to get up there and block him. Because he always looked like he was about to fall. The dog would just block the kid. Yeah, it made her nervous, so she'd just sit up there and yipe and yipe and yipe till I come get him. And I thought it was funny, like the dog is more nervous than me, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. Well, my pit was like she would fucking just have an anxiety over anything, you know? Like,
yeah, she did not like that motherfucker none of the kids. She didn't like any of the kids using the stairs at all. And I think that's because the stairs scared her, you know, made her nervous. She didn't like using it too. Yeah. I miss that dog.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, my ex though, whenever, you know, we were never married, so I didn't have any rights to my daughter. But when she left me and took my baby, she took the dog. Yeah, she took the dog too, and she had it put down. Just to fucking hurt me. She had to put down. And that dog loved my daughter.
That is fucked up.
Not trying to make fun of you, but have you ever heard that if you play a country song backwards, you get your house, your wife, your dog, and your car back?
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. And hey, you forgot my bail money, motherfucker. I'm gonna need that back too. And the gas money in my truck to go get it, you know.
Cheers, bro.
you know.
Oh yeah, earlier on Oakley's show, you know that Akumu virus guy? Anybody ever heard him talk?
Yeah.
He was trying to say that the measurement of the units of entropy can keep gas from expanding into a vacuum.
Joules.
Yeah.
Was it joules over Kelvin?
Entropy is like the behavior of gas seeking
It is.
seeking the lower pressure. So why the fuck would it acts as a barrier.
Yeah, it used to be a different thing, but yeah, it's joules over kelvins now.
Well, yeah, like I was wondering, what in his argument is he trying to imagine the sun doesn't exist?
Oh, he's just recreating. He's just repeating his theory. So I posted a thing about that. Colossus, it was a CI unit from the get-go, but they converted it over to joules. But it's just a theory. It's part of molecular theory. It's just,
yeah, it's just an expression of energy, like.
Yeah, unit of measurement never contained anything in my belief, my understanding.
And then he slipped in system within that, like somehow there's a closed system, without actually saying it.
People these days.
Yeah.
Mass delusion out there.
Well, hey, what's people's favorite kind of tape these days?
Masking tape.
Oh, all right. That's all I got. That's all I got.
I prefer Gorilla Tape, but hey, other NASCAR, we gave up on that duct tape and that my old rod. We do that
Gorilla Tape, yo.
Gorilla shit now. It's got that Gorilla grip. Yeah, it'll hold that there fender on for an entire fucking race, by God.
Whole bunch of Gorilla products. They got Gorilla Glue, Gorilla Tape.
I know.
Super.
Yeah, they're monkeying around, man. It drives me bananas. Come on.
You can keep a house together with all that shit.
See, duct tape or Gorilla Tape has a light side and a dark side, and it's like the force. It holds the universe together or something.
Make a really good.
Not that I believe in all that, but
make a really good lunar module now, bro.
Yeah, that's my old sassy. I'm on the third generation of her pups right now. I still got her bloodline.
Super badass.
She was
I think
my
your generational
dog.
farm. I was just saying, I think your generational farm is really amazing. We don't have anything like that in my family.
Yeah, I wish all families were like that. Then people would have, more respect and love for their family. That brown and white dog. See, my dog had pups about the time I had the baby. So she just wanted to suck the baby into the litter, like the baby's mine. But the brown and white boy, he grew up with my oldest son, and he was my son's, and then my daughter's. He's like, man, I got all kinds of kids. But he literally, he was a big baby if you challenge the kids. Like I never heard him once growl, man. And some guy came around that a delivery man. I bought a crate motor, and I had a crate motor delivered to the farm, and that for some reason that dog just didn't fucking like him around his kid. Like my daughter was out there, like, what do you got? And the dog just couldn't stand him. He wanted to chase him back to his truck, and I'd never seen him like that. I was like, what the hell? And I trust him. Literally, I trust her. If the dog don't like you, I don't like you.
Hey, I got a story about my pet. She, like my daughter, she picked up a butcher's knife when she was younger and had her grandmother backed up in the corner with the butcher's knife. And instead of grandmother just taking the knife away, I had to walk in there and take the knife away and smack her hands. When I smacked her hands, the pit went insane on me.
Yeah.
Like, she wasn't biting me, but she actually was going to.
She didn't like that shit.
No, she didn't. It's like she was cussing me out or something.
She's like, did you just smack my kid? I ought to bite the shit out of you.
Kind of like, don't try that again, huh?
Yeah, you can see right there. Look, my daughter. That dog loved my daughter. She put them glasses on. Hey, she put them glasses on that hat on that motherfucker, and he walked around the house tippy toeing, trying not. I came home from work, and that's my work hat and my glasses for doing asphalt. And that dog walked through the house because his girl put that shit on, trying his hardest, tippy toeing, not to let the shit fall off. It was funny as hell. She dressed them all up. Like I'd get them. I do Mardi Gras, right? Come home with a bunch of beads because I mean I buy a box of beads. I mean, where else in the world can you see boobies for beads all day long? Beads are cheap. I'll buy 2 cases. But I would come home with some of them, and give them to my daughter, and she put them all over the dogs, and they just sit. That's what she tell them. We got to put your bling bling.
Hey, since we're talking about animals, we got to bring up this because it about turned me back to the globe. Did y'all know QE was a cat person?
Really? Yes. Yeah, that hard ass motherfucker got a kitty he be talking nice to in the background sometimes. I do too, though.
Yeah, no, I've had some good cats. Some real good cats. I've had some shithead cats too, but I've some real good ones.
We got a dairy farm, and I get free cats all day long. People think, oh yeah, farmers love cats. They always just wake up and there'll be a new cat family here. It's like, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, we do love cats, but I think I got enough already. That one there, Sassy, she didn't like getting dressed up. You can see the look. She's like, what are you doing, Dad? Take this hat off. Do you see this crap? Your daughter did this shit to me, Dad. Damn it. I was sleeping, and I woke up to this thing on my head, Dad. Yeah, she put every choker chain in the house on that dog. That dog, she would get frustrated. You could see it in her face, but she wouldn't do nothing. She'd just lay there and take it. That one's a Labrador Staffordshire mix, Golden Lab and Red Nose mix. Probably smartest, best temperamented dog I ever had.
Has there been a Glober come in yet and claim that dark matter is containing the air?
I've debated that once or twice.
I was going to say Nick the Chick's in here.
Nick the Chick.
Everything to say that it's simply, instead of simply saying it's contained. Oh, it's contained by this unforeseen, unquantified. It's contained by something other than containment.
Yeah, just the things they list other than containment.
Johnny Chick stuff.
And Nape is in here. So, again.
Evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Morning.
Top of the morning to you. Actually, it's morning here.
Here. $10.19 to be precise.
12:20 to be precise.
1:20.
11:20.
There's the 11. We needed the 11.
You know, these time zones, we should just say forget them all. We're not going to obey them anymore.
Lacey, did you say you're 11:20?
Yep, 11:20. Mountain time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say on the time zone bit, it's not like they have you seen Globebuster's time zone? Like I think he did a circumnavigation stream and they talked a lot about the time zones on there. And up in Alaska and Russia, you lose like 25 hours at one point. Insane.
That was a strange one. That's a very good one. Everyone should go watch that about the time zones.
It was good.
It's with a world-known international like sailor, this like professional sailor, right?
It's a little hard to understand, yeah, but bear with it. It's a good stream.
Kids agree.
That'll blow your mind, actually.
Don't blow minds, I blow balloons.
Yep. What they've done is you know how they gerrymander? You heard about that? And how they gerrymandered the lines for county lines, things like that. They would like gerrymander, move the lines around. So that's what they've done with all the time zones. They're gerrymandered. They go in these weird, odd directions. That's counterintuitive. Because our shit don't work on a freaking flat Earth. That's we're on a flat, stationary Earth, yo. Let's get with the program. Don't be the last one on your block. It's a new year and it's a new age. So like freaking people, wake up. Wake up. There is no more time left. Imperative that you
wake
up.
Yeah, every time they say if the earth is flat, blah, 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 dumb shit. It's not an if statement anymore. You know, we debunked the geometry. It's flat.
Yep, this is the year of bye-bye ball. No more. No more ball. Gotta put your toys away sometime.
Well, no matter how you look at it, whether people are waking up, which is very hard a little bit to believe because you look at society and it's like, wow, damn, you guys are really asleep. Or since this whole ghost crap, everybody's been at home more. And I mean, Helio had like what, double the amount of views this year than he did last year of 2019. So either way, it's something's getting out there, the information, you know, because people are coming to the server more.
Yeah. And sorry about that. But yeah, and I guess I'm thinking about like, because they're not gonna just lay down and die, right? They're gonna have to employ some kind of tactics. So back then it was a whole bunch of obfuscation, affirmative consequent fallacies, all types of logical fallacies everywhere, right? So now they don't show us the calculator that shows us how much curvature is getting in front of buildings. They don't do that anymore. Like, have you guys noticed that? Like, oh, this much curvature is missing due to this, based on this formula with the radius that's 3,959 miles, right? And so instead of that, they just completely went away from trying to show curvature. So what else are they going to jump ship from?
Or gerrymandering. That's what.
I hope they don't ship from it all. Like, I just want them to go, you know what? Fuck, we were wrong. Doubtful. Did you guys have a good, New Year and everything? I know I stopped in over here for a second to see what was up around midnight, and it was quiet. I'm like, is everybody sleeping on the server? Or what's happening? Yeah.
I went to bed early.
Well, a lot of people can't be with their loved ones that they want to be with, their family and stuff like that. So for them, it's like, what's the point? It's another day. I'm going to go to bed early. Yeah.
Catch up on some relaxation.
When they dropped the ball in New York, did they just have a bunch of TVs set up everywhere, like with little
mannequin bodies underneath them, like people.
That's funny.
Yeah, no kidding, right?
I don't know because I didn't watch it. You know, and I have no idea what's happened. Was there any of that going down this year? Anybody know?
Yeah, there was a live stream from New York City.
Okay.
I saw it, but I looked at it for maybe like 30 seconds.
I know we just don't care about that stuff anymore. That's interesting though because was there a bunch of people? Because usually it's packed. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Are we talking about like the ball dropping and all of that?
Yeah, stuff in New York and everything that happens. Yeah.
Well, I'm in a hotel very close to where the ball drops, and it's funny because there aren't a lot of people. Like usually you don't pay anything to see the tree, right? But you have to make a reservation just to look at it for like a good couple of seconds, take a picture with it and move on, right? Like so that was empty, the ball drop was like pretty empty. Like
wow.
What's interesting about that is just a month before when they claimed Biden was the winner, right? There was so many people out there celebrating. So many people.
Yeah,
Like
that's
it was like New York was back the way it was for a night. It's like, oh, that's just like you came out to jerk the jerk off. But when it comes to this holiday that, okay, call it what you want, pagan holiday, whatever. It's a holiday that people bring in with their family, and no one's willing to do that. But you're willing to go out and praise a politician for getting another politician simply for, and this is if you believe it, because I think it's all a sham, right? But if you believe, I know he didn't win. Fuck that. But if you believe that there's a winner and loser, okay, there's a person who wins and a person who loses. That's not really up to you. Like that's up to the feeling of the nation, or at least it should be anyway. Like, and that's a collective thing. Like, but for people to just go out there and pumping their fists and riding their cars and fucking saturating the streets where no one can even walk. But when it comes to Christmas and all these other family holidays, no one's out there. Like, that's very telling to me.
We're very lucky, not just but we're very lucky that they're even allowing us to do that. And I shouldn't say that, but from what they're already doing to the UK people and stuff, we're lucky that we can still hang out and go to these little functions on those holidays. But the fact that we're not even doing it and we can, don't even have to have people telling us don't.
I thought it was hilarious that they closed down churches, but their stores stay open.
Yeah, none of it makes any sense, and it never will.
But they always ask, like, why would they lie, right? Well,
why would they lie?
Because it's stuff like this, like stuff that's like obvious and true and in your face, something that you should know, and then they warp it, or they warp how you think about it. Like, no, what you're thinking is wrong. You're in the minority. It's actually okay. Black is white, up is down, curved is level. Like, all this backward shit. Like, once you accept those things that are like just observable truths, and you have someone believe the opposite of their reality, you can tell them anything.
Probably gonna go outside. Is it supposed to rain more?
Is it?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
You're hot, Mikan.
I thought there's
essentially
like they had the clouds with the sun peeking behind it.
The sun came out earlier.
I thought it was kind of supposed to clear up.
Quintessential.
Hang 'em up in here.
There we go. Interesting conversation.
It's okay. I was just seeing the sun will come out tomorrow.
Funny. So is it sunny out there, Stacy?
No, it's kind of gloomy and cold. I mean, now that you just said that, though, no joke, and I'm saying no, I just saw the sun kind of appear in the window. But it's a little chilly. It's not like Indiana, though. It's warmer than that.
Yeah, it's about as cold as it gets here right now. It's been the coldest nights.
It gets weird. Since I live in the mountains, I wake up some mornings and it's freezing, and the winds are crazy in the mountain. Like, it just whips around you. Unbelievably.
Yeah, up in the Canadian Bayou, we got what you call snow.
I miss snow, though. It is fun.
It is fun. I like the winter air. It's just nice. It's like I like going outside and breathing it. It's refreshing.
Actually, the cold air is really, really good for you to breathe, like as deep as you can.
That's how
Taking
I feel.
cold baths is really good for you, like cold therapy. You should look it up.
Fuck that. That's where I draw the line.
That's what I do.
I'll go outside, but bro, I'm gonna put on a jacket.
Better in the cool air riding. I ride my bike everywhere now. So I had to invest in a really good windbreaker though. And once I did that, I'm like, damn, I'm like not cold at all. You know, that's cool.
I hate jogging.
Sunday, I'm gonna tell you something that's gonna change your life, because it's gonna ruin your life, and then you're gonna think, well, there's no solution, right? So, motorcycle gloves, I don't know what the hell those things do, because my bike only goes 25, 30, and my hands are fucking freezing, right? No matter how thick the gloves are. Check this out. I got me. You ever see the delivery guys with those like mitts over their handlebars?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's like big ass mitts, and then it goes over the part that you hold, and the brakes and everything.
Right.
And just type it in Amazon. Bike mitts, and you don't even have to wear gloves with them. Like it breaks the wind so well. I mean, so far so good for me. I can't work without them.
I need to do that because I'm actually considering taking some long rides. So
Have you experienced your fingers like getting cold?
Well, I would say like when I went riding last night, the air temperature was probably like low 60s, 61, 62. So the wind chill probably gets down to maybe 50.
Oh, you're good up until like about 40 degrees.
Yeah, it never gets that cold here unless I went higher elevation. I could possibly get into areas.
Y'all talk about some weak ass weather.
Right. I'm from Indiana and he's from New York and stuff. We're like, it gets fucking cold.
No, it's true. I'm just saying, like
40 degrees.
I'm just saying that the wind starts to affect your fingers riding at that speed at 40 degrees. Like that, that's where it starts.
But it just depends, because like up here, it just depends on how cold you have to. Once you get used to it, it just like up here where I am, man. you pray for a day where it's 30. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm used to it. You know?
I'm telling you that cold therapy, like cold does really good for the human body. When
it does.
You obviously wear a jacket, but the cold baths or showers, the cold air you breathe, like walking barefoot, especially eating the right foods to get your metabolism going. That's what I was thinking about with you with the whole cold hands. Maybe it's your metabolism or circulation.
I wondered about my circulation because I don't remember my hands getting that cold that fast. It could be
a lot of blood flow that goes they go to the hands.
Well, I mean your extremities. That's not a.
I have a lot of tattoos, and if you get your hand tattooed, it just doesn't heal well, no matter what you do, because of blood flow.
Your skin, yeah, your fingers. I mean,
Yeah.
that has nothing to do with your
Those
rules.
guys, they're going to be colder all the time.
Some people's fingers just don't do it. You know, so like mine get cold like immediately almost, but my circulation is fine. It just depends on your extremities. Because like some guys just have fat fingers,
Exactly.
and it never bothers them. Like the dude I work with, bro, he never wears gloves. I'm like, what the fuck? This nigga never wears gloves.
I don't get that shit at all. You're right too, because my fingers aren't that fat. Like they feel to me they're kind of bony, and there might be some truth to that.
I was gonna say the right sleep pattern. Also, going to bed before like 10 o'clock will allow you to release your leptins from 12 to 2. It's the only the night that you can release them. If you miss it, then they won't be released, and it has a major part to do with your circulation, your healing, like stuff. It all ties together. I gotta go do something.
You know why I can kind of roll with that? Like, because no matter what time I go to sleep, I tend to have really, really vivid dreams around 4 to 6 p.m. I mean, 6 a.m. 4 to 6 a.m. for me, those are where the dreams are wild. Whether I slept all night, whether I haven't slept at all, if I go to sleep around that time, really weird dreams.
And the way you test your circulation in your fingers, right, dude? It's capillary refill, right? So you just squeeze your nail and squeeze your nail at the tip. You squeeze your fingertip, and if it comes back within a second, 1 to 3 seconds, you're fine. You know what I'm saying? Like old people is one of them niggas that have like problems with circulation. Their skin just looks blue. You know, so
Yeah. I'm checking now, and I'm like, okay, it's going back.
Don't worry too much. You get on your head, Elijah, because you can start taking heart problems. It's not, because my hands get cold too. I have very, very small, hands. They're big, but they're skinny and thin, so they get cold really quickly. And if your hands are cold, your feet are cold, your head are cold, your whole body starts getting cold. So just if you can get that under control, you'll be fine. I promise you, it's probably, I don't want to promise you because I'm not a doctor, but it's probably not your circulation.
No, it's not, dude. Because like I'm telling you, because I worked when I first came up here, I was in the oil field, dude. So I was outside in like 15 below with a 30-mile-per-hour wind, and I couldn't help it. There's nothing you can do about your fingers and your feet. Like no other part of my body would get cold. It was just those parts. No matter how much clothes I put on, it didn't matter. It's like I lost the fingers. I lost the feeling in my fingers for like a month. Like I couldn't feel them, but it comes back. You know what I'm saying? But dude, it sucks.
Try some heated gloves. I've never used them though.
Yeah, they don't. No, you can't use them in oil field because it could spark gas or whatever.
Yeah. Sorry, I just meant in general for people with cold hands, but I've never used them. But yeah, that makes sense.
Don't they have the new things that like the heat packs too that go inside the gloves or on top of them or something thick?
Dude, I had like 8 in my shoes. I had my whole foot surrounded by shoes.
Yeah, they don't work at all.
It might last like an hour or two, but you're on the site for like 15 hours. So
yeah, that's not gonna work.
You have to rotate them out, and you got to take off all those layers. It was a nightmare, dude. But I survived.
But you know what? They got electric heating gloves now, like battery powered.
Yeah, but like I said, I couldn't use them in the field.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because I had a pair, but I just couldn't use them.
It's B.
You gotta prevent it rather than just treat the symptoms.
There's like 3 or 4 years ago, I was walking through somewhere. It may have been in like a Lowe's or something. I know that sounds crazy, but there was this nice ass sweatshirt. It was actually really nicely made too. But it had like you couldn't feel the battery pack or nothing, but it was literally made for you to stay warm all the time, and it heats you. I've heard they're amazing. And if you keep your chest warm, your whole body's going to stay more warm too. But they were like almost $80, $100 or something like that for one hoodie. But I was like, damn, sweet. Yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying to say like the blood, they want to keep your blood that's coming out of your heart. If you increase the heat in that area, it will keep the rest warm. But it works to a certain degree. Like if you wear a scarf, it helps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course, yep.
The only part of my body that doesn't get cold is my legs, but I have like a shitload of hair on my legs, so I can wear whatever pants I want. I'm good. But my chest, head, feet, hands.
I like that. Because you guys get a bunch of hair in your legs, so maybe I shouldn't shave my legs.
Insulate it, yeah. Insulation, baby.
My wife doesn't shave her.
Yeah, when I'm kind of like that fraud, right? Like listening to you guys who are from like, you know, the lower Midwest or in the South talking about cold at 50, 60 degrees. Like,
I know.
okay, that doesn't make any damn sense what you're talking about. Like, but no, it really does. Just acclimating to the environment, exposing yourself to it, your body adjusts pretty quick. Like this kid that I'm training at work, you know, this is his first winter working through, and in fall, you know, it'd be like, 40, 50, 60 degrees in the morning, and he's like shivering and wearing these thick winter gloves. I'm like, he can't grab a pencil or take a measurement for me. I'm like, take those fucking things off. He's like, it's cold. but now it's, you know, already like it's much colder now, and he was just telling me the other day, like, he's like, you know, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Like, I'm not even really cold. Like, yeah, you know, you just get used to it.
Yep. And the more you keep moving, though, that's the thing too. And he's cold in the beginning, right? So your body's like, oh, you don't want to be there. But once he's getting the flow and getting to the job, and you're moving around, take some of those clothes off, start getting busy, and then you'll heat up, and you won't be thinking about that cold anymore.
Jogging? I mean, I was doing the jogging.
I don't wear a coat because there's just winter coats that do too thick and cumbersome and restricting. Like, so I wear just many layers. You know, I'll have like a t-shirt over like a long underwear thing if it's really cold out, and then I might throw on like a turtleneck, and then I'll have a hoodie over that, maybe 2 hoodies. Just keep on layering it on like that, and then you can easily take it off or put it on as you need it.
You can get like a down jacket and layer that, and it's like super.
No, well, yeah, but not that down jackets aren't great for construction.
No, they're not though.
But and gloves,
wool is the best material.
I have some. Yes, I have a wool flannel that I'll throw over the top. Also,
wool or merino.
Unless you're allergic.
Well, sure, but if it's over the top of other layers, it's not.
They have synthetic wool.
True.
I don't want synthetic wool.
It's my wife. It's not the wool necessarily. It's the feeling. She just can't. It's super. It makes her itch. Like synthetic and otherwise.
What about like merino wool?
Like wool is the best natural insulator. It retains 70% of its insulating properties even when it's soaking wet.
It's really good at dampening fires. If you ever have the need, get that stuff wet, and it just never ever burns.
But yeah, gloves also, like, I have a thin pair of gloves that I'll put on in the morning for moving around like equipment that might have a layer of snow on it, and, you know, moving around like aluminum planks and stuff like that. That metal's really cold to the touch, but otherwise, like when I'm working, cutting, whatever, like, no, my fingers are out. Can't work with gloves.
You know, it is funny you say that, Lou, though, because like people in Maine, when they hear 45 degrees, 50, they're out in a t-shirt. They're like, oh, it's summer now.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, but see, going into fall, you hit that your first, 45-degree days, and people are like, oh man, it's so cold. Like,
people start barbecuing. Barbecue starts. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, but come springtime, that 45 degrees, all of a sudden everybody's out wearing basketball shorts and t-shirts. They're like, they're gonna drive around with their windows down. They're driving.
Yep.
It's silly, but yeah, it happens.
It's really funny when people from, say, like Florida come up here, like it'll be like 45, 50, 60 degrees. And like they're wearing down jackets and everybody else is still wearing t-shirts. And like, they can't understand it.
That was me when I was in Maine when I first went. I was there during the springtime, and it was so extremely cold, freezing out there. And all of a sudden, as soon as it hit 40 degrees, everybody was out with their t-shirts and shorts on. And I'm sitting here with my big ass hoodie, and I'm still freezing, going, "What are y'all doing? This is crazy."
Yeah, 40 degrees is warm, pretty much. Unless you ride a bike or a motorcycle, then you might need it. But I never get cold anywhere other than my hands, anyways. So Like I can go out
That's good.
25-degree weather with a scarf. If I have a good scarf and a hat and some gloves, I'm fine. I could wear a t-shirt.
Oh wow.
And what Stacy, what you were saying also about like keeping your core warm, like that really does go a long way. Actually, like your body is going to, um, it's about the blood flow, like you guys were saying. It's going to try to keep your organs, which are in the core, and protect them first. Make sure that they keep warm. So you get less circulation out to the further extremities, and then so if you keep your core warm, then you'll get more blood flow out to those extremities, and you'll do a lot better.
That's right. So a nice good coat, a nice couple layers, and you know what I mean, in your chest, no matter how cold it is, and will keep you the best during the winter. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's cold outside, I go jogging if I'm outside and I'm walking.
Yeah.
You can jog for me. You know, I'm getting lazy and old. I don't feel like
I
jogging
hate
anywhere.
jogging, but in the winter it's so refreshing.
I hate running. I just eat right.
Before Flat Earth, right? Like the biggest topic would be, which way would be the worst to die? You know, for whatever reason that popped up in my head because I haven't had one of those conversations of, I wouldn't want to die by fire. I wouldn't want to drown. I just thought about it, and I'm like, damn, to freeze to death is probably one of the worst deaths there is.
No, it's probably
and you're
the
probably
best.
starving.
That I was gonna say starving. That would be pretty bad.
Freezing would be relatively painless and quick when you think about it.
How? You're shivering up until you pass out or whatever.
I mean, you've seen Hostel? That would be a way worse way to die.
Sure.
Well, when you're hungry, you can live a very, very long time without food. And that's the problem. If you have water and you're starving, that pain that you're going to go through and your organs shutting down and everything over time is going to be the most painful. For me, I feel like, and that's prolonged. When you're out in the cold, you're going to your body's going to start shutting down too, but you're going to start losing oxygen and you're going to eventually pass out because how cold it is. But with starving to death, you're going to have a long time of pain. Man, I'm not trying to get gross, but think of those kids you see on the shows from Africa and everything and what their body looks like. Can you imagine how long it would take your body to do that and the pain that you go through in your organs and everything and muscle deterioration? I've experienced it. It is horrific.
I'm sorry you went through that. That's horrible.
Well, anybody can go through muscle deterioration if you start not getting enough of the stuff you need in your body and your vitamins and all that, and your muscles will literally deteriorate. And then you have to build them back up again. And both ways are painful. You lose them, it's painful, and then try to go back and get, exercise and build them up. It's not fun.
Now all of a sudden getting shot.
Doesn't seem so bad.
Yeah. Depends on where you get shot at and what though.
Perspective.
If you get shot with something small and then they leave you there to bleed out, that's gonna suck.
That's the next death I've heard is the worst too, like bleeding out, because how your body shuts down by bleeding to death, and how your organs go and the last thing that happens and all that. So if you look up like bleeding to death and bleeding out, I think that is supposed to be by science or whatever the most painful.
I don't know if it's super painful, but what about hypoxia?
I'm trying to eat some breakfast here, actually.
He's like, come on.
Oh, speaking of another death.
Sorry.
Death by overeating.
Johnny, your volume's about 2. Sorry, y'all.
Oh, sorry about that.
Could you imagine choking on Cheerios? Got to wait for them
Not to
bitches
change
to get
y'all's
soggy.
pleasant subject of death, but y'all know there's still people in 2021 that think they live on a spinning oblate paroid zipping through nothing.
Oh, astonishing. Is that bad?
Or these
Sonny's volume is a chick.
No, I had no idea, Hank. Pray tell.
Check, mic check.
That's better.
That's a lot better.
Did you know there's a place in the world that people actually put on stuff on their face, like, you know, like socks and underwear, and they walk around and they jog them around them? Crazy place, man.
Crazy people.
I just passed one on the road wearing that face diaper while they're driving.
With the windows up too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they're a whole year in. Whatever we thought was crazy from jump, like they're inside the inside of the conception. You know what I mean? Like they're really far gone. Because now they're talking about how people are getting sick, and once you get touched with COVID, you just never the same. You just keep getting sick. I had someone post that somebody they knew got pneumonia 5 times. Like, maybe that motherfucker is just sick, and he's clinking sick anyway.
So Elijah, let's call that the Russian doll effect. Like a Russian doll. Yeah. You never get to that. Hey, Elijah, I wanted to ask you, what do you use like for rain gear? Do you like wear some kind of rain gear?
I mean, for the most part, I don't work in the rain, but when I do, I just have a little poncho on.
You might say that, a big poncho or something.
No, I think I'm going to need a rain suit, because if I'm out raining and it starts pouring, that's the worst if you can't get somewhere.
Rain suits are cool, but you'll sweat a lot and you'll get wet anyway.
Yeah, that's partly true.
Go with some rain pants and a poncho. Forget the top.
Or just, I have a raincoat, but I could use my windbreaker too. Just wondered.
So is there anybody new on here who's getting quiz?
Sorry, Dan.
Sorry, I referenced the live.
No, yeah, we should be talking about Flat Earth. Are there any globe earthers out there who find us to be ridiculous? Want to share your
I say one on the list.
Talking in the chat.
I say one on the list that might be a glober. Riggs, you have control of your mic. You think you live on a spinning ball? Riggs, are you there?
Riggs. Yeah, I mean, we already kind of went to
live, Okay. We can help you with that.
I just want to know, like, what you guys think, because you're fucking crazy.
Well, maybe we'd like to go into how what you actually think you know is actually a belief system. It's called the 3-point takedown.
Yeah, but I believe in the science, so.
But why would they lie?
Okay, I see what you're doing. Okay, science.
I mean, we all have belief systems, right? But, like,
Why are you
we've already
treating science
gone.
like a religion?
Science
because every belief is a religion. Like,
Yeah, but there's nothing religious about science.
I believe the scientists. There's so many people.
So many.
Like, I've seen footage from space.
How do you verify that footage to be real?
Because there's a fucking lot of it. Are you insane?
CGI, and you think that's cool? Like, that's your argument? Like, you watch a lot of fucking Disney too.
No, I don't. I'm not a fucking child.
There's a lot of
Apparently you are, though. Because you're acting like one, son.
Interesting.
I don't know, guys. Riggs convinced me. I'm going back to the globe.
I'm pretty sure Riggs loves Disney.
You fucking love Disney, girl.
I think this is like the next. I think this is the next stage in Flat Earth. We're gonna have to like play Glovers and just do a parody on the whole thing because it is hilarious.
I'm just here for entertainment. I don't really want to talk.
Don't worry, I am too.
He's watching Aladdin right now.
Only here for the entertainment.
I'm just playing a video game.
Sorry to pick on you, Riggs. Good job playing Glover, though.
Yeah, good job. You actually fucking tilted me.
You gave all of the tactics all in one go. I'm eating a croissant right now. I'm using the bathroom. My mic is broken.
I hope it comes out all right.
We know you're using the bathroom. We can hear the reverb.
Briggs. My last name is Briggs.
What?
Briggs meet Briggs.
What?
What?
That's good.
I'm utilizing the bathroom as a hot box.
What a smart man.
Mind you, here's the trick, right? Yo, I fooled my own mom with this, right? Because she's, don't you fucking smoke in my house. Coming over here for the weekend, I'm smoking. No. Don't go against your mom's or your parents' wishes. But this is what I did, right? So all you do is you put a little towel down. No, everybody knows that trick. No, that's not it. That's just to slow down the entropy, right? But then what you do is turn on the hot water and let it get steamy. Gone.
You guys, my brother wants to ask questions about the globe Earth model.
Go ahead.
What?
Pardon?
Ask your question. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay, he will talk from a microphone.
That's the best place to talk from the microphone.
Okay, not good. Hi.
Hello, welcome to 24/7 server. What can we do for you?
Thanks.
Flat Earth server.
Before you ask your question, is your brother a flat earther?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. He brought you here. Welcome.
Thank you. So to be fair, I don't believe in the flat Earth model because I've done my own calculations, and I find the circumference of the Earth. I find its diameter. I find the distance of the moon from the Earth with my own calculations and doing my own stuff. So I heard you guys say don't trust the NASA, don't trust anyone. Just do your own calculations, and I've done mine, and I find the Earth is a sphere. It's not flat.
Where did you get the actual measurement of curvature? Can you tell us what the method was used to make the actual direct measurement of the curvature?
Yes, sure. So I did not use Eratosthenes measures because
that's not a direct measurement.
Sorry?
That's not a measurement at all, actually.
I said I did not use. I did not use.
Wait.
Sonny said he didn't.
Eratosthenes presupposed the sphere before he went outside.
Yes, I said I did not use his work.
Okay, so we need a direct measurement of curvature from any time in history and the method that was used. Just put that in the text chat, would you?
Okay, wait, let me take a picture.
No, we need an actual direct measurement. You know, when people do science, they actually make measurements and they have data to back up to validate the claim. So we need a validating claim or a validating citation of a scientific measurement, an actual direct measurement that was taken of the curvature.
Yes, sure. Can I go on? Sure. I'll explain to you how I did. Okay.
I don't need an explanation. We need the actual data. Put it in the voice text for this live stream. You could drop that data.
Like a picture?
We're going to need a hypothesis, actually, and the control variables, independent and dependent control variables of the experiment that proves the curvature.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's a science experiment, right?
Yes, I know. But what do you mean, like independent?
No, we need an actual measurement in reality of the drop over distance of the so-called sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So you need to show us how that was measured. A direct measurement, not hearsay, not correlatory information.
Yes, sure. I did my own calculus based on the flat Earth.
We're not talking about a calculation. We need an actual measurement. Direct measurement.
Okay, then I based my calculations on the.
No, we're not talking about calculation.
Wait,
We're talking
can
about.
I talk for more than 10 seconds before you interrupt?
Because you need to give us a direct measurement.
Yes, I am giving it. I am giving it to you.
No,
Can you wait?
Just let him speak. Come on.
Let me speak.
Sonny, bro, please. It's hilarious, but please take a break. Let him say what he's going to say.
Rick, stop it.
So basically, I did my calculations based on the height of the Mont Blanc. You know the Mont Blanc in France. You know it, right?
Okay,
You heard
continue.
of it. So it's
we don't care about the place. The measurements. You took your
yes. So the measurement.
observation
Listen,
from a height map.
the measurement of the Mont Blanc is like around 5 kilometers height.
What was the method used? What was the method used to make the measurement? Thank you.
Of the Mont Blanc? I don't know, bro. Google it.
No, of the curvature. Bro. You're the one that
Google it. Or you can do it with.
He's still
just Google
trying
it,
to tell him.
or you can do it with anything. Basically, just Google it.
He's basically saying his observation point himself, I guess, is a specific elevation height at this particular
it's
place.
been done. Wait, the Mont Blanc height has been done.
No.
Before 5G towers.
That's not in contention, right? I'm not contending that. Okay, just taking your word for it for now. There's something out there I can Google how tall is this building? Boom, there it is. That's what they say. Whatever. And you're saying that you're at a specific elevation based on knowing those how tall this building is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, continue, please.
Okay, so the Mont Blanc is 5 kilometers high. So from the Mont Blanc, because there's testimonies, testing have been done. From the Mont Blanc, you can't see further away from 250 kilometers. And this is based on the flat Earth. It's not me who says it. It's not me who just takes for account that the globe, the Earth is a sphere. It's just that you can't see further away from 250 kilometers, whether you're using, I don't know, zoom or camera or by eyesight. So taking these two measurements into account, it's then you do a rapid calculus with trigonometry, and you deduct the diameter of the Earth. It's very simple calculus.
So you're presupposing the diameter of Earth.
Yes, because it can't be the other way around. I've told you my calculus at the beginning. Listen, at the beginning I told you it's based on the flat Earth, because there is a difference. My calculus is based on the flat Earth, but what I find, whether you call it or not,
OPEX,
whatever you call it or not.
Slow down a little bit. Can you stop speaking for just a second? Okay, so OPEX, whatever you're saying, that method that was used, we want you to put that data, like a link or some information, into the live stream voice text. Drop that link in here so we can look at it. We need to see the data of the measurement. So whatever method you're talking about right now, you need to put that information in the voice text.
Can I take a picture?
If that's what you think is the data of the actual measurement, okay.
It's on Google. I mean, should I take a picture of it? It's on Google.
What?
Anyone can find it.
Wait, what's on
my picture? So your data is coming from Google.
You're going to show me a cartoon?
Sorry?
I don't want to watch any Disney shit, bro.
No, it's not Disney. What do you mean?
All right, show it. Just
put it in the voice text.
Can I ask somebody a question here if that's correct or not? Because I'm trying to find the information. He stated that at 155 miles, technology couldn't see further than that. I don't think that's correct, but is that correct?
That's what I heard.
Let's put it in the curve calculator.
Yeah.
Actually, the Antarctic Fisherman's Guide, it notates that people see mountain ridges over 300 miles away from their ship, and it wildly miscalculates their expectation for arrival. So 300 miles from, you know, the hull of a ship. I mean, that's that's what, like 20 something miles of
Exactly.
curvatures.
Yeah. And he said 250 kilometers. I did look that up. It's like 155 miles. So I'm trying to convert that correctly. But I was pretty sure that was not a correct statement. I didn't want to avoid that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I said 250 kilometers. So it's about that.
OPEX, where did you get that information that that's all we can see? With technology, you said too. So.
So just to be clear, he said 5-meter height. Okay, so we're looking at something that's 5 meters high, the observer's height, at 250 kilometers away. The horizon
Right.
distance is only 7.9 kilometers away, and the hidden height is 4,595 meters. So that's 12,000 feet approximately.
I said 5 kilometers, not 5 meters.
5 kilometers distance?
5 kilometers height.
What are you on that's 5 kilometers high?
Mont Blanc, in France. Mountain.
Yeah, but where did you get this statement that you can only see 200, 50 kilometers or whatever?
On forums. From
So a forum told you other people talking on forums is where you got that information. That's not actually.
Well, these people basically don't have any interest to life to anyone.
Well, I'm asking what science says. I'm not on what you got that information from. I'm not even saying that science is even saying give it correct information. But why are you claiming something that's being able to be done or not done if you don't have proof of that?
Because these people have been on the Mont Blanc. They have seen the distance from where you can see.
No offense, hon. There's a lot of forums out there that lie all the time.
So
and I bet a lot of people in here can name those forums for you. So I would not trust forums with your information from them.
Can you tell me how many meters is in your 5 kilometers height? I don't do meters. So how many meters are in 5 kilometers? You're saying you're 5 kilometers.
5,000. 5,000 meters.
And how far is the distance of the object you're looking at?
Well, in the forum, they said it's around 250 kilometers. The max you can see. And they also say in France there are cities where you can that are 300 kilometers away from the Mont Blanc, but you can see the Mont Blanc from these cities because of the light refraction. Sometimes you can, sometimes you cannot.
No refraction. I have infrared of Mount Canahu at 250 kilometers. It should be under 2 miles of curvature. There's no refraction. It's in infrared.
I say from the Mont Blanc. From the Mont Blanc, you can see maximum. The people on the forum said they can see max at 250 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm going by an actual photograph in infrared of 250 kilometers. Okay, in infrared, there's no refraction, and you can see all the way across the water to the breakwater, to the harbor, back to the town, up, back behind it, going upward as you go further, the foothills of the mountain, all the way to the mountain, to the top of the very highest peak at 250 kilometers. It's not a ball.
I didn't understand a word what you said. For real. It's not like I didn't listen, but I don't understand what you said.
Okay, Mount Canahu. I will put the observation of the infrared photograph of Mount Canahu at 250 kilometers away in infrared.
Oh yeah, that one is famous.
Mic check.
Okay, yeah, hold on. I'm getting that information now. So yes, Mount Canahu is famous. One of the things it's famous for is the longest distance photograph on Earth. It totally debunks your sphere.
No, I'm not talking about that mount. I'm talking about something else. Mokanigo is something else. I'm not talking about that.
Well, I'm talking about it.
Ultimately, what you're saying, I don't know if you're saying this, but you're saying what it sounds like to me is, okay, well, here's a situation in which I'm seeing at a specific distance. If the earth were flat, I would be able to see much further.
No,
therefore,
no, I'm saying something else.
So what are you saying exactly?
I'm saying that based on the height of the mountain and based on the distance from where you can see, the maximum distance from where you can see from this mountain, you can calculate the distance basically from your the top of your mountain and the bottom of the earth, whether it is round, beer shaped, squared. It's
Are you in the voice text?
What are you on about? Squared.
Are you in the voice? Is this gentleman? Are you in the voice text for this live stream? It says
is it live stream?
hashtag.
Is it live stream voice text?
Yes, go in there so you can see what I just put in there at 11 minutes after the hour.
Wait, it's in miles.
Yeah, just, that's not very hard to calculate. So the mountains are 255 miles away. The observer's height is 9,824 feet. There should be a 12,800 foot mountain of water between the viewer and the mountains in France. In fact, the mountains pictured is only 5,700 feet tall. Its top should be a mile below that mountain of water, which should be the geometric curve of the Earth's geometric horizon. It's flat.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I'm not talking about that.
Well, it's flat, so you have no measurement. So unless you provided something in that voice text channel we just told you about,
I don't have permission to attach
that measurement. No, we need to see a measurement.
I don't have permission to attach files.
You're going by what something happened in some kind of forum. That's what you're basing your information is. That's secondary information, secondhand.
No, that's first information. That's people who went there. How can you tell?
So did you do it? You didn't do it yourself, though. You didn't do it, right?
Did you guys made all the calculations on the photos you sent me?
Did you do it yourself or not?
Did you do all your calculations on your photos you sent me? Did you do it yourself?
Well, that's a fair rebuttal, but like, he needs to post pictures so that we can see what he's seeing at the least, right?
Put your information in there. Otherwise, you could concede that you just believe that these people did.
But he doesn't have the permission to do it.
As the same, you just believe the people who posted the memes. You didn't do it yourself. You trust them.
I'm trying to. We still haven't.
Why should you have the right to trust these people, and I should have the right to trust my people?
We still haven't reached the conclusion to your point, and I haven't seen the information yet. So, let's just give you the. Send the picture to me, Elijah for Truth, and I'll post it for you.
Okay, what's your nickname?
Elijah for Truth.
He's all the way down at the bottom.
Okay, wait, I'll take pictures first.
Should we get ready to shut the server down? Everybody get ready to clean your desk up.
Sonny, Elijah, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Roger.
Happy New Year. Because I mean, ultimately, just for shits and giggles, like I want to hear him say his point. You know, because obviously we will have a rebuttal, as there has to be curvature when you're making observations or game's over. So I still want to hear his point, though.
Should have took him directly into the 3 points. That was my mistake. Because
you kind of did, son. I mean, you started out with the first point, and that's where you're at.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, we'll just wait and see what he's going to put in here.
Happy New Year from Kentucky to everybody.
Happy New Year. Back out to
2021, we still got people think they live on a spinning ball. So,
well, Happy New Year from Texas, everybody.
Happy Texas New Year to you from California.
You say California?
All the way from Belgium.
Hey, Stacey, good to hear you.
Yeah, Belgium, like the country in Europe.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
That right now.
Yumi.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yumi Extenchi.
Yeah, it's a nickname.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Were you born there? Your accent is like super clear.
Yeah, I'm born and raised Belgium. Like when I'm not as awkward as unsure how to speak, my accent is like gone. I don't have an accent at all. When I'm awkward and shy, my English gets really broken up. So yeah.
You sound like you speak perfect English to me, actually.
That's what I was saying. Like, what? You're from Belgium? What?
Yeah, but I did like this exam at the English embassy. And it says that I'm as good as a native English speaker, so as good as someone who was born that speaks English and whatever, and words.
Top of the morning to ya.
If you want, I can go into a full British accent as well.
Yeah.
You don't speak English, you speak Southern.
Dutch folks always have this weird accent, right?
Mm-hmm.
You speak fluently. Chapeau.
Not always, dude.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I have a.
What happened to that?
I don't really have that Dutch accent at all. Like when I was in the States, they didn't even believe I was a foreigner.
What? You're Dutch?
Still, I can hear it. I can hear it.
Are you
from who is that? That's Dutch.
Yeah, I'm Dutch too. But I had like bilingual education in school, and then I lived in Florida for a while. I had a girlfriend there, so yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. There you go, bro. All right.
That story. Because I had a boyfriend from England, so I kept going to England like twice a year and such. So
when the world was more free.
Yeah, but I haven't
Back
gone
in the day.
Like I'm not together with him anymore, and I haven't gone in like 3 years because I had a really big accident like 2 years ago. So been stuck at home ever since.
Wow. Sorry to hear that.
He didn't come to you? Not worth your time then.
Nah, he's not. Because when I told him I had an accident, he just went like, karma's a bitch.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and you want to know the fun part about that? I lost my leg in that accident, so yeah.
Oh my god. What
Fun.
what a jerk.
I mean, you get to hear that from someone who said that he wants to spend the rest of his life with you, and he goes like that. That's like not okay.
Elijah, it's sending. The photos are sending.
What a jackass.
Can't wait to see this proof of curvature.
Ready to shut the server down? Y'all ready?
No, it doesn't prove curvature. It just proves the
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, it's for a measurement of curvature, man. Come on, man.
First of all,
There's a serious
wait a minute.
problem.
First of all, time out. No, Sonny. No, Sonny, stop. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
First and foremost, because I'm under the influence and I have the wherewithal to first say that I'm sorry for what happened to you. As far as the accident and what happened after, I feel for you. I'm sorry for that. That was terrible. You know, I don't want to just go over that and start talking about flat Earth like we're robots and shit.
No, it's fine. This is the Flat Earth channel. This has to be about Flat Earth, so.
Sorry too.
Right. Much respect. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so you know that what you sent me is like not what I expected, right?
No, I didn't know. What did you expect?
Hold on. I'm gonna post them in a second here, and I'm just gonna ask everyone else if it's what they've expected. You know. Give me a second here.
Wait for it. Wait. Just
so guys,
What will it
these
be?
are photos, right?
So
this is what I had in mind, right?
I don't understand, right? We ask you, is this what he said?
Yes.
It's okay.
Okay.
What, bro? Come on.
So okay, and this is how you proved curvature, OPEX.
This is how I prove the diameter of the Earth, whether it is a square, whether it is a sphere, whether any shape it has. But
Where
this
did
is
you
how I
get these
prove-
measurements
this is-
from? Did you just draw a circle and apply some math to it?
No. You can, if you can notice. Wait, maybe the next send the next photos. Cause on the next photos, I've done the calculations based on the on a flat Earth, not on a sphere.
Yeah. So what did you assume? Did you assume the radius?
No, I assumed the Earth was flat.
Where did you get the measurements? Those numbers in there? Where did you get those from?
So the only numbers I got is the
hold on.
height
Yeah, I'm
of-
seeing an R. So he's assuming a radius. Yeah. He's assuming a radius. Whoop whoop.
Yeah, the radius is right in there.
Yeah.
Elijah, can you send the other pictures? I mean, can you send the other pictures?
I sent the latest. I don't have anything extra. I sent the latest.
So, okay,
Don't you
so
have-
that
don't you
was
have 5 photos?
That is not an actual measurement, bro. Sorry to tell you. That is a
Don't you
calculation.
have 5
on a piece of
photos?
paper.
No,
It's
the circle.
presupposed-
Forget
Yep.
about the circle. Hey, Elijah,
Yep.
can you have the 5 other photos? Can you send 3 other?
Yeah,
I mean,
I have.
Send
Dude,
them.
OPEX,
five.
you said
I
you said
hold
you were
on,
calculating.
Hold on. I sent a screenshot of 2 of the latest ones, right? And
No, you sent
I
the
also
2 first.
no, I didn't.
Yes, you sent the 2 first photos. Can you send the 3 remaining?
Dude, you said you were trying to calculate the diameter, but I see you assumed the radius value. So you could have saved yourself a lot of time and just doubled the radius value. But
still want to know where the actual data came from. Where did those numbers come from? Where I want to know how that measurement was made. You got the data from somewhere. Those numbers. Where was that? That we need a direct measurement, verification.
Direct measurement.
I've posted
The direct measurement I can
everything.
give you is
Everything
the
you
only
have is there. So, what were you saying?
the direct measurement I used is
This is a piece of paper.
The Mont Blanc height, and then the distance from where you can the maximum distance you can see when you're at the top of the Mont Blanc.
Sir, this is a piece of paper.
So what?
This isn't a direct measurement.
The
But
numbers
continue.
I used are direct measurements.
Where did you get the measurements? What method was used to make the measurements?
Well, the Mont Blanc height is measured.
No, the method that you use to get the measurement.
Bro, it's like the Everest height. It's like your house height.
No, I don't know. I want to know how you got the direct measurement data to put into your calculations. How'd you get, what method did you use to make the measurement?
I used only 2 measurements. The first one is.
I want to know how you made the measurements, not how you used them.
Bro, it's on Google. What do you mean how I got them? It's on
Just
Google.
tell us what method was used. You're the one making the claim.
Yes, I'm telling you, the method I used is basically you have Mont Blanc height.
Put the method in the voice text.
Can I talk for more than 10 seconds?
Just put
let
the
him
method in.
hold on. I'm still trying to figure out what it is. So you have the Mont Blanc height, right? And
So
then
you have Mont Blanc height, and you
And
have
then-
the distance from where the maximum distance you can see when you're at the top of the Mont Blanc. Okay. And so from
how
these-
did you
from
get the
these two
maximum
values-
distance? No,
Sorry?
how did you get the maximum distance? By what marker?
From testimonies from people on forums, multiple people on forums.
not testimonies. How do you mean the maximum distance? Like of what? What landmarker? Of what? For them to determine that that's the maximum distance.
I'd guess that's
What are we working?
You can't see further with how do you call it in English? Wait. Gotta find the word in English.
Yeah, telescope or binoculars or high-powered zoom camera. What is it?
It's like a landmark. Can you say landmark or a reference point?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you do know that the atmos conditions can make you see further or closer, right? So saying that testimonies prove that you can see X distance is meaningless. Because
Yeah, sure. I agree with you on a point.
Okay, so you didn't prove
Wait,
anything.
I
You
didn't
made
finish-
a lot of
I didn't
assumptions.
finish my sentence. I didn't finish my sentence. I said I agree with you on the point that yes, we can see further away or not, depending on the atmospheric conditions. Now,
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I didn't
there has
finish.
to be
Now
yeah,
there
has
are
to be a
multiple
geometric.
people. They
But
are
the-
multiple
but-
people that
yeah,
say they are seeing at the same distance. It's not just one person. It's
What
multiple people
is this? This give us the reference point that you mentioned. Like what is it
250
at least?
kilometers. That's my
No,
reference.
what is it? Mont Blanc is one. What is the other place? Right?
I guess the reference point from these people are
No, you're
landmarks,
just you're
are the
just
horizon.
telling
I don't
me
know.
you're
It's like,
just telling me no, you're lying. You're just telling me
Why am I
a
lying?
reference point. These normal everyday people who don't give a fuck about flat earth or the conversation thereof have said, "Hey, there's this reference point. What is
Yes,
this
because-
place?
because they don't give a fuck.
Give me a place. Like how
Yeah,
I
sure.
can Google this mountain,
Because
right?
you can trust these
Give me-
people because they don't
Listen,
have
I
any
don't
interest.
trust. What is that? Sounds like zealotry. You put your trust in people that are on a forum.
It's
called blind faith, I think.
You put your trust in people making memes. That's
Bro,
the same point.
Listen, listen. Maybe
I've done
maybe
my
I
own
could
observation.
rephrase it. I think there's a language barrier or something going on. So what he's asking you for. So you say you have these people that you trust, that they made an observation, that they saw something 250 kilometers away. What is that thing that they were looking at?
It's either the horizon, either a reference point. A reference point can be a city, it can be a mountain, it can be anything. So for example,
you
if
don't
you
know.
if you know
You don't know. Just
from
say
the
you
Mont
don't
Blanc,
know.
you know Geneva. Listen, if from the
Right.
Mont Blanc, you know you
Sonny,
can't see.
get back into the 3 points. Let's move it along. He doesn't know.
What do you mean? I don't know. I'm explaining it to you right now.
No,
No,
you
I don't need an
You said you don't
explanation. I
know. You were
asked you.
literally saying it was the horizon. It could have
Yes,
been the city. It
I
could have
am
been this. It could have been
explaining it
that.
to you.
You don't
I am
know, dude.
explaining. Can I stop being interrupted for 10 seconds, please?
No, you're not explaining anything
Yes,
because
I am.
we've already
I am telling
extracted
you,
what.
these people.
Okay, hold on for a second. Give me a second. I hate my phone and all these stupid pop-ups. Makes me a shit mod, right? Okay. You don't know. You don't have a second reference point.
How'd you know?
Because I asked you for it and you didn't give me anything.
Because I am telling it to you, but you interrupt me every 10 seconds.
You're not telling me.
No,
you're not telling me anything. You basically said it could be the horizon. It could be some reference point. That means you do not know.
Yes, because these people didn't tell what reference point they used, but these.
So then you do not know.
Whatever reference point they used, they couldn't see further than 250 kilometers away.
Whatever
Whether you like it or not.
Whatever reference point they used, you saying that is basically telling me that you do not know. Oh, whatever it was, you don't know. If you're not going to be intellectually honest here, you might have to stay on mute for a while, my friend.
Trusting these people.
We need to know. Hold on. We need to know what it is that they saw, so that we can determine how they measured the distance to it.
It's the horizon or a reference point.
No. You said it could be a reference point. So it could be another mountain. It could be a building. It could be just the horizon. You've given us all those for an answer. But if it's the horizon changes based off of your atmospheric conditions.
Oh.
It's not an actual location. It's an apparent location. So that one's out the window. That one means that you've proven nothing automatically.
You have multiple people
if you've got a mountain,
years
if you've
apart,
got another mountain,
seeing
or
the same
you've got
thing.
a city or a building, then we can try to measure to that building or to that mountain, something physical. Okay? But if you can't answer like any one of those, like it could just be any of those things, then you're making no point at all, and we're gonna have to just end this conversation.
Mention cities or reference point. Any part, like they didn't mention them.
You haven't named a city. You haven't named a mountain.
What?
Oh, Pex, can you not understand that they're not denying that anything that you're providing them, right? No one's trying to deny that. What they're trying to say is, if you're going to claim that this is what they're saying, then we need to know the evidence that goes with their stuff and their claims behind it, right? So I'm not just going to believe somebody says, hey, you can only see 3 miles. Okay, where's your stuff and your information claiming that I can only see 3 miles? So if you're going to claim, and it's people, then we need to know what they're seeing and their observations. We need to know every single data point to verify that. If not, we don't know. And then we can't just believe these people because they state it. I could say stuff in forums too. Doesn't make it real. So for it to be real and match reality, we need those points. We need those reference things. If we don't have them, it's an I don't know.
I agree with you on the point that these people don't mention it. They don't mention precise point, but you have several people years apart at the same place seeing. They can't. All these people can't see further.
Seeing what? Seeing what? Seeing what? Seeing what?
Seeing either the horizon or
The
either
horizon doesn't count. What else?
Okay, seeing reference points. Now,
like what?
They don't mention precisely what are the reference points.
So then you have nothing, right?
Yes, they have reference points.
No,
you
don't
have nothing. All you have is their word. That's it. All you have
Yes.
is
So
their word.
what? Why is it a problem?
It is a problem
Because
you
hold
may
on,
trust
can I
them,
have
but
a
we
go with
may
this?
not.
So you can't trust anyone, as long as it doesn't go.
No,
your
Sarlo.
way.
That's a good red herring. That's an amazing red herring, cool story. But that's not what you came in here saying, young man. Whatever your name is, because I don't want to refer to you by a term. Give me your name so I can carry on talking.
Nathan.
Pick a name, any name, because you're not OPEX. You're the guy. You're the guy's brother, right?
Nate.
Right, Nate. You came in here saying that you yourself, Nate, had done a calculation. What you have done is you've demonstrated categorically that you have done no such thing. So move on with something that you've tangibly done for yourself, because we have got nowhere. You refuse to accept that everything you're bringing up has no value whatsoever, right? So try again, bring something else, otherwise we're going nowhere.
Okay, OPEX, if you've done this yourself, can you give us your reference points, your information then? What have you done? Can you give that to us then?
Exactly. When I said you, Nate, I meant you, Nate, physically, not you, Nate, on Google. I meant you, Nate, physically. All you did is do some scribble on paper and look at a forum. That's nothing. It's meaningless. If you come to me on the street like that, I'm going to laugh at you in the face and walk on.
Okay, so we're going to
check this out. Hold on. Wait a minute. Because I didn't hold you to that much of a rigid standard, right? All I asked was for you to provide a photo of this observation. You didn't have one. You're now telling us that other people have them, but you're not telling us what they have, what they're shooting at, what photo are they what is the thing that they're taking a photo of and saying, hey, that's this distance. You're not giving us anything to work with, whereas we would show you something. We would tell you where the observer was. We would tell you the height of the observer. We would tell you the distance to certain landmarks. And then we would move on to tell you that the horizon is much further than the geometry dictates. But we haven't gotten there yet. You have actually given us nothing, whereas we wouldn't leave you hanging in the wind like that.
And can I ask a question real quick to Elijah or anyone who knows what's kind of more going on since I left? Since the conversation about not being able to see more than that distance, right? Is this what we're trying to calculate still and understand? Is that what the claim is and that we're going over? Or is it, what is it? Because how can you verify that that's as far as you can see?
Well, we still don't know, because guess what? Even if he says we could only see this far, I still don't know his point.
And that's what I mean. Like, say 10 people went out there and did the same observation and they saw the same thing, and that's the farthest that they could see with the technology they had at that area. But who's to say you can't go to another area, do the same kind of test, and even see further? So how does this even prove anything?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to get to him, but it doesn't seem the Nate understands or wants to listen to what we're saying. What he's provided us is absolutely nothing, especially with the words that he came in the first place, where he'd actually done something for himself. He hasn't actually done that.
Somebody just black swan this guy and get it over with. Go ahead, son.
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree.
all right,
Needs to be streamlined.
All right, so Nate, what we're going to do here is to make any observation, you need 2 points. One person is observing, that's 1 point or location. What they're observing is another location. Those are the reference points, right? So
And
if
they
you
did
can't,
that.
okay, so if you can't tell me what the first location is, the data about where that is and then the second location of what they were looking at, then we're going to move on. So provide what location they were looking from and what they were
I
looking
don't have it. They don't mention it. That's what
good.
I'm telling you.
Okay, good. That's fine. We're just going to move on then. You could not provide it, so that's fine. We're going to move to the second point. So I just want to have a conversation with you, Nate. Okay, how's that? I just want to get to know how much you know about the globe Earth itself, okay? And there's no right or wrong answers here. So we're just going to have a conversation to kind of get an idea of where you are and what knowledge you have yourself of the globe Earth, okay?
If you want to.
Okay, so I'm just going to go to the second point. The second point is axial rotation, right? We're told that the Earth is spinning at the equator at 1,040 miles an hour, Okay, so when in history has that rotation or motion of the Earth been detected, documented? Okay, and what method was used to measure the rotation of Earth?
I don't know how it was measured or documented because I didn't research it.
Okay.
But one thing for sure I can tell you is that rocket trajectory. When you see, for example, a SpaceX rocket doing
that's a secondary claim. That's a secondary claim of rockets. So we're just going to stay with the actual rotation of Earth because it is a physical object, and we're told that it's supposed to be in motion, that it's rotating underneath us, so or with us on it. So if you can't verify that motion detection of the rotation, then you'd have to say that you just believe that people told us, like somebody at space programs told us, correct? So we believe what people told us because there's people that are smarter than us. So we've been told this, we've been taught this information. So would you say as far as rotation?
No, I've seen. You can see it. You can see the rotation.
Where do you see it?
With rockets.
Okay. No, I mean the actual on the surface. You need to show us actual surface rotation, not from a secondary point where you're flying something up. No, the actual.
You can't see rotation from the surface. You don't have anything. You don't have anything on the surface to detect it, but you can see it.
Seeing the Earth rotate. You're not seeing the Earth rotate.
He just conceded the point. You can't measure it, and there isn't any.
Okay, so we're just going to go on then. So the second rotational axial rotation, that's just a belief as well, because you just believe that space rockets have gone up and proven that this rotating. So that's just a belief then, correct?
Can you re-say it?
Yes. We're going on irrefutable data here. So unless we have irrefutable data of this actual detection of rotation, then we would have to say, any of us would have to say, that we just believe that it's rotating because we've been told that it was. That's what this whole model is based on. And we just believe it because there's experts, right?
No, I believe it because I've seen it.
Okay, so you believe it. You haven't seen it. Do you sense motion?
No, but I've seen it. That's
why
different.
don't you seen it? Why doesn't your
motion?
How you see it?
Hold on.
How you see it?
He's not explaining how he sees it.
No, but by definition, he can't have, because let me get specific here, because he said he believes it because he saw it.
Yeah,
he cannot see rotate. He cannot see the rotation of the thing he's standing on. Therefore, he hasn't. Therefore, he hasn't seen it. Therefore, there isn't anything, and he just believes it for no other reason than belief.
No, it's different. I can't see the Earth spinning because I'm on
anything to us at all.
But when I see the trajectory of rockets,
objection.
You tell us something, you're not proving it.
Yeah, so we're going to move on. You said you believe it because people told you that day. So we're going to move on.
No, I said I believe it because I saw it.
Okay,
That's
good.
different.
You said you believe it. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't assume. Don't assume.
you believe it.
Even if it doesn't go your way, don't assume something I didn't say.
Listen,
even
bro.
if it doesn't.
You're lying, OPEC.
Listen, hold on. Wait, Nate. Hold on, Nate. Just relax. Okay, it's okay that you believe it. That's all right. We're going to move to this third point: is the existence of the vacuum of space existing next to a pressure system, which is the air we breathe without a container. Can you show practically in a demonstration that gas pressure can exist? Gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. That's what space is supposed to be. Can you yourself,
I understand your point.
Wait, can you verify that yourself, that is a place that can exist?
The vacuum?
The vacuum of space, as they tell us, that it could be a place to go to. That means gas pressure system, like the air we're breathing. We have gas pressure here on Earth, existing adjacent to a vacuum or very, very low pressure system without a container. How do you have gas pressure without a container?
Because vacuum. So first, you can have gas without a container.
Where? Where do you have that?
So I guess you're talking about the ozone layer or atmosphere?
No, No, I'm talking about gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. You would have to show that you would have to present to us gas pressure like propane without the tank, a tire without the tire, air pressure by itself around a rim. Can you show us a demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
I never did one, but I maybe have an explanation.
Okay, so here's the thing. We're just going to move on, and then after this, you can ask any question you want to. Okay, so as far as you know, if you can't demonstrate it or validate it yourself, you would have to say that you don't know gas pressure can exist next to a vacuum without a container, because everything we see here in reality is that gas pressure needs to have a container. You can't even measure gas pressure without a container. The definition of gas pressure is the pressing of the walls of a container. So you would have to say that's a belief then, right?
That's a what?
A belief.
What's a belief? That's the atmosphere that we have gas with the vacuum?
Next to a vacuum without a container.
Well, it depends on what you call vacuum. Like you can create vacuum.
Your space.
Yes. Wait. You can have you can make vacuum. For example, in a syringe. I don't know if it's called like that in English.
So we're told that it's an open system.
No, it's called vacuum because it's empty. It's not because it's artificially made.
Then
vacuum.
Why doesn't the gas pressure fluff off out into this vacuum? Who's making the noise? Why doesn't why doesn't the gas pressure fluff off into this vacuum? That's what I'm saying.
Because of the first gravity and second the cold of space.
You're claiming gravity. What kind of gravity?
Space-time.
Oh dear.
Well, gravity first.
Have you demonstrated this for yourself, Nick?
The cold of space.
Hold on. Space-time has nothing to do with natural law of gases and entropy. Entropy is not affected by gravity.
Okay,
or anything.
You have the cold of space.
Now, you need to show us gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum.
Well, the container is the cold of space.
Can you show us a practical
cold of space?
Can you show us a practical demonstration? Wait, guys. Can you show us a practical? No, I don't want an explanation. I want a practical demonstration of this gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Show us that.
I can't. I don't have the.
Okay, good.
No, it doesn't mean because I can't right now.
No, wait.
It doesn't mean because I can't right now that I'm wrong.
It's a belief.
I'm going to end this right now.
No, it's not.
It's just a belief. So we're going to move on.
Because you can't show us.
It's just a belief.
Can I explain my
point? At least give him props for paired in the right gravity.
Can I explain my point?
Can't explain.
Finish this shit. Let me finish, and I'll be out of your hair. So we're just going to move on all 3 points. They're just beliefs because you couldn't provide us any information of curvature.
No, can I explain to you? I want to explain.
No, you can't. Don't interrupt me.
Can I try?
Stop interrupting.
Can I try explain?
Hey, numbnuts. Shut up for a second. I'm going to end this real quick. On the first count, curvature, you didn't provide any information. Don't interrupt me. No, axial rotation, you provided no information of actual detection of axial rotation, and you provided no demonstration of gas.
I didn't prove you. I didn't prove information that confirmed your point.
You didn't prove anything because you're not proving it at all. You're just saying with your words out of your mouth.
So we're going to move on, and then, if you guys want to continue with this squirrel, I don't think it's going so well, but if you want to, that's fine with me. They were all 3 beliefs. The audience heard it. Thank you to everyone. I'll now retract.
Yeah, can we move on? Cold of space?
No,
what is cold of space?
Sonny, you got that new Lisa testosterone, yeah? Man, this squirrel
Well,
picked the
here's
wrong
the
day
thing.
to
Listening
fool with
to
Sonny.
listening to OPEX talking, honey, I'm not putting you down. It seems like you went to forums and stuff and got some information and you want to take it as valid and you want to go around and, saying this stuff. But then when you're claiming stuff like cold of space and then when you explain space, time, and gravity, you're not really even doing that. So for me, I feel like I'm not even sure you understand the model or about space, but you're just trying to claim all these things that you were taught in school. I'm a little bit confused.
No,
of where your head's at right
I know
now.
what you mean. Can I please explain something? I want you to understand my point.
You can try.
Explaining
sure.
it.
Sure. So you say you can't have gas pressure without a chamber or anything that prevents it from going away. And I agree with you. I do agree with you. Now, why this pressure wouldn't be made by the cold of space? Let me explain. So, for example,
Is this the
example
code of the presupposed space that you haven't actually demonstrated?
Exactly. You can't explain that because you haven't demonstrated space.
Can I finish? So I'm gonna take the example.
That just ends it, though, right there. If you can't explain space, you can't move on to another.
How I think.
Oh my God!
Let me explain to you how I think. Even if you think it's bullshit, let me explain.
Yeah, but we don't.
Nobody cares what you are
Yeah,
thinking.
how someone thinks. It's not gonna get us anywhere.
Nobody cares what you are thinking.
Nate, let me just explain to you what you just did. Right? You tried to prove a cause, right, for using a claim. So you try to set up a thing and say this claim, right, a claim that hasn't been proven, is the cause for this action. So the claim you said was cold space, right? No, listen, the claim you said was cold space. So you're trying to use an unproven claim to say that cold space somehow is containing the gas. One cannot do that. No, because by definition,
how do you know it's unproven?
By definition, you haven't proven it, right? You're just claiming cold space, right? There's no natural phenomena of cold space, right? This is just an idea in your head. So nobody can go and say this thing that I made up just yesterday is what's containing this or is what's causing this. You can't do that. So if you're gonna say something like you say you don't disagree with that you need a container for gas, right? And then you want to go and demonstrate how this gas is contained with something other than a container, you have to demonstrate that naturally. You have to go and point to it as a natural phenomena. Does that make sense, or are you just on another plane?
No, I get you. What I want you to understand is I have ideas, and I want you to listen to them. Maybe for you it's bullshit, but maybe it will. I don't know. Maybe it will bring water to your.
Think that we have the same ideas as you? You're the only one that has the ideas that's come in here and telling us this?
I want you to debunk them. Tell me. I want you to.
No, but you don't understand.
I just did on its own merits and its own premise.
OPEX, there's nothing to debunk unless it's facts. And if you can't come with facts, we don't need to debunk anything. Now, if it's your thought process or an opinion or an idea that's just your own, right, that you're coming up with speculating, that's fine. You can say I'm speculating. I have no idea this is how it works. But that's what you have to say. There's no debunking, though, because there's no proof. No evidence.
You have to just go on Google and Google how do we know the space is cold?
Stop!
That's your fucking problem, man.
Google got to do with anything?
Man.
You guys won't trust anything.
Yo, all we care about is what you can prove.
It's a belief, dude.
It's called verification, right? It's
You have not tested it yourself. So guess what?
It's
a belief. You have not gone to space. You fool.
OPEX, listen this. Did you say that you see the rockets and you can say that from that you can see the extra rotation?
Yes.
Yes. Can you tell me now how we realized that before rockets?
I don't know, because I wasn't there before rockets.
That okay. That means that we needed. Okay.
Explains your
that
whole,
means
your whole
sorry, I want to see my logic. My logic is this. That means that my logic is this. if till the invention of the rockets, we could not see the rotation of the Earth. Is that the logic?
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
Before the invention of the rockets, we could not see the rotation of the Earth.
Yes, you couldn't see it.
We needed
Do you
rockets
realize the problem?
to realize that that Earth is rotating.
No, I mean people knew the Earth was rotating before, but they calculated it.
How?
They didn't see it.
How? But how they calculate it?
He just
I
said it.
don't know. Myself, I
Why,
don't know.
why are you making a claim if you don't actually know what you're talking about?
But,
Do you see,
but
do you see
it's
the folly in that?
circulating. It,
I mean, I don't know how they calculated it.
why
but I
they?
know they did.
Yeah, but why they didn't circulate? Why
No,
they
hold
didn't
up,
calculate
hold up.
that the Earth is going spiraling?
Give him it. Don't give him it.
Zigzag.
Hold up. Nate, do you realize what the words that just came out of your mouth? You said you don't know, but you know that they did it,
Amazing.
or something
He
to that
doesn't
effect.
realize.
So you don't
That's
know.
belief.
You just said it, dude.
I said I know they did it, but I don't know how. That's what I said.
So see, do you understand?
belief.
You said you know they did it, yet you don't know how they did it. So how can you know that they
Still don't
did
know
it?
if the Earth's
That is a
moving. Even with the
contradiction
rocket,
in
you can't
terms.
tell whether it's the rocket.
Okay, self-contradicted. Can we go back to the basics? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
You're still left with a still
Go back to the
blank.
basics, guys.
Yeah, okay. Hang on just a second, because when Sonny was taking him to the 3 points, the main thing he was wanting to do that for was to establish two things. One, to establish to the guy and let him realize that he doesn't know these things to be a fact. The measurement, the rotation, gas pressure next to a vacuum. Well, and he never really truly conceded to any of those. He never admitted that he had a belief. And the first thing that he was asked was for a measurement. He never provided measurement. He told a story or drew like an observation. It wasn't even an observation. He told a story of an observation. He never admitted that it was a belief. He never showed evidence of these things. He's never shown intellectual honesty with this. He doesn't want to admit that it's a belief. It's like going through
scientists telling you this, and that's it.
Yeah,
No,
I think this is a good one.
Well, not only that, it's almost like he's trying to make up things to fit his mindset too.
The problem
because he
is,
literally
right,
was
this
just saying
isn't
that
OPEX,
space-time
this is
is
OPEX's
cold, and
brother.
cold holds gravity.
I found
Cold's not
how they
gravity.
calculated.
I didn't mean to overspeak.
Found how they did it. Oh, okay.
I found how they calculated the space
Okay, cool.
cold. I
Provide
found
it
how.
to us.
Yeah, how
Okay,
about
so-
you come in with your own account, because really we need to put this individual and cog this, but you're not the individual who owns the account. So come back with your own account. We'll cog this you and let OPEX have his account.
I can't myself. I can't do the calculations for how cold the space is. I can't do it myself.
Right. You know why? Because there's nothing to calculate. End of story.
Yes, there is.
No,
there is.
Go do it. You
Okay,
prove that.
it's not
you
even
prove
that. They're claiming that the cold is causing gravity. You said that.
No, I didn't know. I
FaceTime
didn't.
you
I
said.
didn't say. I didn't say the space cold is causing gravity. I said the space cold is causing the gases to not go away from the planet. That's what I said.
Which would be what then? You said space-time earlier, which is what was supposed to be gravity. So you're
No, I
claiming
didn't
it's
say that.
gravity that's holding gases on Earth, and because it's cold in space. Is that correct?
Yes, gravity and the
Can you give us now citation about that? What you said now?
Sorry.
No,
Can you give us citation?
Sasha, this is
Yeah,
weeds.
where does science say that?
No, I know everything, but he's saying that he knows. Okay, give us citation that one scientist said that cold.
Take it up and cog this.
Space.
This is unbeneficial to the room.
We know the space is cold because it is the temperature at which molecules don't move.
know.
Okay, how we know that? How we know that?
I've never
Who
tested
write
it.
that?
I've never tested it. I can't test it, OPEX. So
Okay, can I
don't
read
believe
something
it.
to you? Can I read something to you?
It doesn't matter what you read to us unless it's proof
it
that we
does.
can do
It
ourselves.
does.
OPEX, shut the fuck up. If we can't prove it to ourselves, we're not going to believe it.
Okay. Can I say something?
No.
Just one. Yes, please.
You
let
can
me,
prove
one
it,
thing.
not say it.
Can you prove? Have you ever seen atoms?
Shut this guy.
Oh my God!
Have
no,
you ever
we're
seen?
done,
Have
we're
you
done
ever
with
seen
you. You're
curvature?
muted.
Let's not
You're
go
muted.
down the
We're
atom
done.
proof now because you're gonna fail.
Cool. Just message a dude and tell him to get his account back. Because this guy's the guy's brother, so we can't really cog diss him. That's not fair.
But if he has evidence of an actual atom or a photograph of one, I'd love to see that. If he thinks that that's
Yeah, me too.
Based on the prior conversation, what do you think your chances are of that?
Right, no,
Just a
the cog diss is too strong, and potentially
his
the language
brother-
barrier as well.
Oh yeah.
His brother is a legitimate Glover in every sense of the word.
Right. It's
How does
it's
that
unfortunate.
like knowing that we're talking to him and he's like, "What? You're literally you're a staunch Glover for real?" Like that's kind of crazy.
Man, his brother must
Yeah,
be
I'm just a
laughing his
little
head off in the background.
confused, though. What did he come here with? There was absolutely nothing that he came for any, proof, no pictures, no validation, no measurements, nothing. And he's making claims
dig
that
this.
even not
He
even the
gave
model
us-
states.
He gave us the highest elevation for the mountain. Like that's
No,
what he
but it-
gave us. We don't even know that he could or did or anyone did take a picture
Right?
from
He
this
just
place.
he
We
just
don't-
gave
we
a
don't have
bunch of
anything.
stories.
Couldn't even tell
Everything was a massive cool story.
where it was from. He couldn't even say where it was from to two. Like none of that.
Let's get some whoops there in the room and move on. Because for real,
Did he
that's-
ever post the
that's
forum
just
or
kidding.
anything that he went to see this information? I mean, even that?
No.
No, I don't. He really didn't understand
Damn.
what we were telling him. Like 95% of the words that we were talking at him, he didn't get it.
Uh-huh.
But right, let's move on. Let's move on. The energy needs to be reset. Is there anyone else?
I know, right?
Everybody just like he just said about the energy. Try to bring it back to a little bit. I know everybody. He was pissing everybody for a little bit and irritating people, and it's New Year's, and
If
I know
he can just
some people
concede
partied and some people didn't.
that it's a belief. That's it. And then we can actually speak and talk and.
No, but that was the problem. He conceded
He's not.
it, but he
No,
didn't
he won't
realize
concede it.
that he didn't. Yeah, but he didn't realize that he.
No, he
conceded
doesn't realize that it is a belief. That's the thing.
it. He doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even-
definitions, language
He
barrier.
doesn't even know the
cognitive.
definition. Yeah, I mean, like
even if
It's
space
amazing.
the way that they claim is real.
Well, then the fact that he came and said that,
We need
well, I
some
don't
water
know.
gas up in here. We
I
need
just
some
believe
water
him.
gas.
I mean, like,
It's
what
all
you,
just
you
a
just
bunch
said
of
it to
water
me. It's a
gas,
belief.
okay?
You just said it right out in front. You don't know how they did it. You just believe them. I mean that.
It doesn't help that French, Oh dear. France is beautiful, but the French, oh boy. Yeah, we have another
I will be
verified-
honest, though, a lot of people don't want to
Nick
break
the
that
chick.
cycle.
Even if you're out in space and you're in a rocket flying around, you still don't know which is moving, the rocket or the
up
planet.
or down. What's up or down in space, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
No, but you see what I'm saying? They don't even know that. See, so
No,
even if they went
no,
up
I'm
in a rocket,
saying-
there's no proof of anything.
Yeah, is
Gases
anyone else
don't
in the
move
lobby?
upwards.
Is there anyone else in the lobby or anything who wants to jump in? Or Nick the Chick, you're verified if you want to talk up.
There's a dude in the modern day debates live who says he knows it's a globe. I wish he'd come here.
Oh, please.
Shell made the money.
Well, see, that's
Send
what
him
I'm
the
saying. A lot of
invite.
people won't say it's a belief system because if they have to admit that it's been a belief system their whole life, the pride gets taken into account. So they don't want to do that. Some have a hard time letting go of that. They're like, no, I was told stuff. They feel like the globe is going to defend them. But then they realize, no, it doesn't. But they don't want to say that. You know what I mean? They want to believe that when they went to school, the information that they saw wasn't just being put into their head and they made a belief. They want to feel like, no, I went to school and I got educated.
Right from Santa Claus.
That was the problem. Education.
You see, I think I understand why Sonny was like that now. Sonny has like foresight because, age gives you kind of future vision, so he knew where this was going from the get go.
I know.
Because that was just like, it's like trying to fight with I don't know.
Well, he
a
came in
blind
with
man
like
who
I don't
thinks
even
he
know what
can-
he was trying to say in the
thinks he
beginning.
can drive.
What was the point?
Well, there's nothing wrong with letting someone respond. I mean, you kind of, if you ask them questions, you kind of got to let them respond. But once he responded and he didn't show any evidence or any measurements, and he wouldn't concede to the fact that he believed it, then the conversation shouldn't have continued.
Yeah, it was circles for like an hour.
Because he wasn't being honest.
Yeah, everyone likes to shout every now and then, so hope everyone got it off their chest.
I got more anger in me.
Happy New Year, everyone. By the way,
Happy midwinter.
Happy New Year, Chick Prevail.
Did you say?
It's nice to hear you.
Hey, did you just say happy nude winter?
No, I said happy midwinter.
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure that one out.
In truth.
Your head out.
Oh,
Nude
God.
winter sounds painful, don't it? A nude winter.
Hey, honey, it's a new year. You never know.
It's tough. It's tough being a nudist in the north, man. I got to tell you.
That has to be hard.
How would you? How would you know, Lou?
Right?
I doubt the cops
Lou?
would even write you
Lou's
up.
letting out
They would just
secrets
give you-
about himself.
I'm out. I said too much.
Yeah, we know what his birthday was like last night, and then I whatever.
Happy birthday, Lou. I didn't tell you, man.
Yeah, my birthday came a couple days ago, and I never took my birthday suit off. So there's a little
Exactly.
bit for you.
Hey, Lou, did you get to see your daughter on Christmas, though? Was that a possibility?
Well, yeah, I had her the weekend before, and I gave her gifts.
Okay.
Some of her gifts then, but then I also had her on Saturday, like so a couple days after Christmas. I had her, and we went and visited my dad, and I get her tonight also, and we're gonna do another Christmas
Oh,
thing over at my
good.
mom's house. So at least she gets like
Yeah.
three Christmases with me.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I finally got that awesome sled. It's like a $250 sled. She's gonna see that when she walks in the door. And the day that
she's gonna
the
be
day that it was
excited.
delivered, we got 6 inches of snow, and it's snowing again right now. Actually,
Heck yeah.
it's perfect.
Well, tell me how that goes. She is such a sweetheart. She's going to be so excited when she sees that sled. And, those memories that you get to be with your dad and go sledding and stuff, those are the best over a stupid gift, you know what I mean, or clothing or a game. I would prefer to be going out with my dad sledding. Yeah.
Yeah, I got her. What I already gave her was like money wise, like probably as much as I would normally want to spend on a Christmas for a single person, but I kind of went all out. Like I just couldn't help myself. I saw this sled and it was something that I wanted. So like she's getting getting a lot this year.
The kids need it right now. It's kind of like, we know we need it. We're kind of buying stuff for ourselves because we feel like shit, let alone our kids. So yeah, they need to have that little bit of spirit back in them.
Yeah. This sled is screaming fast, and we're gonna. I might kill her with it. I don't know. This could be a mistake.
You're that kind of dad. Like, let's go.
So, Lou, you got a solid blanket of snow in Wisconsin right now?
Yeah, we had, like I said, like 6 inches 2 nights ago, and it's coming down heavy right now too. I'm not even sure how much we're expecting, but we're getting a lot right now.
Approximately 300 miles just southeast of you is 60 degrees, actually like 65 here in Kentucky. Sunny, beautiful day. So how's that work on a globe? Continue.
I think it works on both models. Unfortunately, it just I know what you're trying to say, but that's why we debate this, is because we have two different ideas of how the same phenomenon can work.
Yeah, I know. Just thought I'd point it out real quick.
All right.
Y'all go ahead. Talk to a new person or something.
Explain sledding on a flat Earth. That's what we're about to hear.
Damn, that's boring. Of course, we still have the hills and everything. Let's not forget that. But sledding is fucking badass. I haven't been in a long time, but if you're where you're at and there's a lot of snow, damn, that's going to be a good time. I want to go right now.
I've been wanting to go myself, but I want my daughter to open the freaking gift. I was the last couple of days we got that snow. I was ready to just go and bust it out myself, but a 39-year-old man on the hill with all them kids. I don't know. I think I better have my kid with me. They're gonna be like, "What's wrong with this dude?" No, but I'm gonna actually I'm gonna take out the drone too, and we're gonna so like the drone has like a really cool feature where it like actually can lock onto a person or a target or whatever and like follow it by itself autonomously. So I'm gonna I'm gonna take that to the hill and have it like chase my daughter down the hill like as she's going. And because it's autonomous, I could actually have it follow me too. So you might get to see me bombing the hill head first also.
I could just see you though, like your daughter shows up that morning or whenever she gets there and you're like, oops, the sled has already been taken out of the box and everything. And it's already been used by you with snow still on it right by the tree. And you're like, hey, Merry Christmas.
No problem. I'll just put a bow on it and,
Exactly. She won't care.
Yeah, she'll be here in, I don't know, a few hours actually. Yeah, but we're probably not really going to get to go until Sunday because it's going to be dark by the time she gets here. And then tomorrow I got plans at my mom's house, and Sunday's going to be the day, I guess.
Well, send her my love and wishes for the new year and everything. I know that she loves to, say hi and all that. So tell her I said that, please.
I will. She loves talking. Like I've let her talk with you. You've got to say hello. Just short conversation with her before, and like Bambi also. She got to talk with her. She just loves you girls. Like she getting to use Discord and talk to people online and stuff like that. Like she every time I'm on here, she's trying to get in.
And it's good for her to have, like these women in this community that you're around. You're not around a bunch of, I'm not talking about myself. I know Mary Mom, obviously they're very smart and compassionate. And you need those kind of women in our children's lives that we don't have right now. So, and guiding them the right way. And, so it's really good for her to hear that kind of stuff and just say hi to us, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of conversation that happens in here that I wish you
maybe she shouldn't hear.
Yeah,
right?
And I've usually like if I am on and she's here, I've got my headset on, but she can hear everything that's going through it anyway. She's got good ears. So like I found that
what kind of stuff do you like?
Might get a hearing.
Maybe some of the mods could. What kind of stuff do you not like her to hear? Because maybe some of the mods could keep track of that and like deafen you if you're AFK.
Oh no! It wouldn't be that I'm AFK. It's just that I think that I'm the one hearing it because I've got a gaming headset over my ears. But it turns out she can hear everything anyway. So I just gotta be more responsible about like either turning it down or making sure she leaves the room or I just leave myself. Whatever. I mean, usually it's not that bad. It's just that I don't want her at the young age to. I don't even know how to phrase this right because like I do want her to know the truth or to and she's good about that like but I also don't want her to go to school and say my daddy's a flat earther and he doesn't even believe in space, you know what I mean, and like
right.
Which
it's about timing, Lou. You know what I mean? And you'll know when it's right for your child to give them the information. Plus, you have a unit, a family that you have to also talk to the mom. You know what I mean? It's not a one-sided choice. So it's got to be done right. And I completely understand that. And you don't want her to overhear something that she normally wouldn't hear. You know what I mean? And then go, what's that about?
Yeah,
and then it's being questioned in school.
She's been paying attention for a long time. Like it's already been a couple of years since the first time she was overheard me on the Discord or the Discord playing, and somebody was saying that gravity doesn't exist, and she all of a sudden, she was like 5 at the time, and she's like gravity exists, like, and then she's like, for example, if it's why it's why it's easier to run down a hill than run up a hill, and like, okay, well, she doesn't quite understand the question, but that's a better fucking answer than most of these Globers fucking give us.
Whoa, please, language.
Right?
And anyway, or another funny story that I have told in here was, I think maybe it was about a year and a half ago that, she's asking me questions in the car when I'm taking her back to her mom's house, and she's looking out the window and she's like, "Dad," you've heard the story, Stacey, but what's higher, the clouds or the trees? And I'm like, well, the clouds. She's like, well, what's higher than the clouds? Is it the clouds or the sky? I'm like, well, clouds are kind of in the sky, so I guess the sky is higher than the clouds. And she's like, well, what's higher than the sky? And it took me a second. I just like silent for a second. She goes, don't even say it. I know you and your friends don't believe in space. I'm like,
oh, damn it.
It's funny.
It's good though, but I was recently, through all this stuff that's going on, I ended up staying at my best friend's house, right, with my 3 godchildren. And I was in the store, and one of my nieces, who's 11, was talking about outer space. And I said, honey, there is no outer space. And I probably shouldn't have done this without talking to her mom first. Yeah, I'll be honest. And I was explaining how it doesn't work, and the tire and the balloon, and she instantly got it. And all of a sudden, she went on a warpath to figuring out truth. Even when she's studying her science and stuff about Jupiter running diamonds at St. Mike, she goes, how do they know that? Maybe. That doesn't even make sense. And now it's like, even when I'm gone, she's still questioning it constantly, because all she needed was one piece of information. You know what I mean? But they're so curious at these ages. So they also have to be guided, though. You know what I mean? But they're ready. These kids can take it on. It makes sense to them. It makes more sense than what they're told.
So, like, I'm okay with her overhearing parts of it, and because I know that that's going to plant the seed. It's going to create those questions that she's going to ask herself growing up. I don't want to like throw her into it and like train her to be a flat earther. I want her to come to that conclusion on her own. She's going to get both sides of it just being around me. She's going to get this side of it. And she's a very curious girl. Like
how old is she?
She's just turned 7.
Does she have Snapchat?
No, I don't think so. Not at least in my house.
It. That's like about my age group, you know what I mean?
That's not funny.
Yeah. Not really.
Yeah. Boot in, make sure it's permanent. That's stupid. Yeah, sorry about that, Lou, but I'm not sure if you caught what he was saying.
No, it at first, not right away, but no, yeah, I get it. No, he's a fucking creep.
Yeah, but carry on with your story.
Anyway, this last summer also was another one where I know, this is how I know she's just a really deep thinker. She's only 6 years old at the time, and we left the family reunion.
Guys, don't ban me.
Yeah, we're gonna get rid of you. Don't worry.
No, please.
No, you're gone.
Unreal. Why would they even think of doing that? That just doesn't make any sense.
What an idiot.
No. We need to get rid of him.
Yeah, I did.
Let's ban him.
I did ban him.
Oh,
appreciate it.
Okay.
All right.
Anyway, but yeah, leaving the family reunion, she's in the car, really quiet. It's been a long day. Used a lot of energy swimming and running and all that stuff. And I thought she fell asleep in the back seat. And I was like, "You fall asleep on me back there?" And she's like, "No, just thinking." I'm like, "Oh, well, what are you thinking about?" She's like, "Well, sometimes I think of weird things." Like, weird things? Like, what kind of weird things? And she's like, "Well, like, where is Jesus and why are we here?" This is a 6-year-old, like, wow. Oh my God. Okay, well, those are not weird things to think about. I think everybody ponders those things, I said to her, and I told her that I think about it all the time. And she says, well, do you know the answers to those things? I said, no, I don't. And I'm not sure if anybody does. But that's, yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, if she's thinking like that at 6 and she's hearing this flat earth stuff a little bit in the background, I know she's going to put some real thought into it. And what I should have asked her at the time was, well, what do you think? And I kind of missed that one. But, neither her mother or I, really take her to church or any of that stuff. We're not very religious people, but I believe in God. And so I did, like, for her fire tablet, like I bought a children's Bible for her to read now that she's reading pretty good. And she's pretty far, actually. It's like over 400 and something pages, and she's like 150 in. It hasn't been that long, and I only see her on like every other weekend. I've got it where she has to read at least 30 minutes before she can like play games and stuff on it. And she does that on her own. She just goes on there and reads her Bible.
That's so cool, man. It really sounds like she has critical thinking,
She's great. I mean, when she was just barely able to talk, like a lot when there's that age where the parents can understand their kid, but a lot of people are like, what did she say? Like they need you to translate. It was one time where she said something, I can't remember exactly what it was, and I was like, wow, it was just very intuitive. Like I'm like, wow, that's really good, like you're really smart. Like and she says, yeah, I know a lot of things and I could really help a lot of people, but they just don't understand my words.
Aww. Children.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you started cutting out.
Oh, I just said children are a trip.
Yeah. Yeah, just need to keep her as pure as she started.
I had a debate all mine, but slowly but surely. They'd all come home like, what? And they'd hear stuff, and they'd be like, what about this? What about this? Between all 4 of them. And they're all in different grades, but they're older, you know what I mean, now. But, yeah, they just each come home with something, and then eventually they're like, man, you were right. And I was like, yeah, I told you so. But just look into it yourself, and I asked them, I was like, what do you guys think? And then you keep coming back with more, questions to a certain point, and now they're like kind of on board with me. So yeah, it is pretty cool though.
Apex, or Apex, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Sonny. This is his brother. I don't know if you talked to his brother, but he wants to do the 3 points. So would you mind doing that?
I'm actually trying to cook some lunch right now, so I'm a little busy. I don't want to burn it.
I'm a little busy myself, so yeah.
I can do it unless somebody else wants to.
Someone take over.
He said he was a flat earther.
Yeah, he did. I just, he's never gone through the 3 points, and I just want to make, conversation in the lobby and make sure it goes great. Oh, Miggy, you're there.
Yeah, I can go through it with him if you
want. Miggy, beautiful.
Okay, Miggy's gonna take over. We'll find out.
So what, you ask him for
Miggy. What's going on, guys?
What's up?
What's up? All right. All right, so who am I talking to?
It's OPEX. I think the
OPEX?
proofs for the flat earth, I guess, is what he wants to do.
The 3 points or the proof for the flat earth?
Well, he said he's a flat earther, right? So.
It was a 3 points.
I would suggest doing both. Just do the 3 points first, and then go into the flat earth. There we go.
Okay. OPEX, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have had a discussion before, you and I. Remember you were going to do a long-distance observation where you live in France? All right, so what are you thinking about as far as doing that observation measurement? Remember we were talking about how to do it?
What?
How
You
you
may
were
have been talking to his brother. I don't know if you remember.
Oh.
He has his brother and him on the line. So he got his brother on, and we were speaking to him, and he was just not here. And he has so much cognitus, but his brother is really open. This is his brother here, the actual one for the account. Yeah.
Okay. So I usually take people that have just joined through the 3 points that I have presented here for everybody, right? So I don't know if you and I have had the conversation, or if I had the conversation with your brother, but either way, I think it's kind of good for us to go through them, so we can cover all the bases. All right. So 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes. The first one is that the Earth's curvature has been measured, right? The second positive claim that the globe Earth makes is that axial rotation has been detected, that we are able to know that the Earth is spinning on its axis. And the third positive claim that the globe Earth makes is that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air in which we breathe, right? 3 positive claims. So with each positive claim, we have to find out the evidence behind them, or else we don't have any evidence for the globe Earth being a reality. All we have are just beliefs, right? Beliefs that the Earth is said to be what they told us. Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Okay, so going through these 3 points that I've talked to you about, we'll start with the first one. I want you to be as honest as you can possible. If you don't know the answer to the question, you can say, I don't know, and we can go to the next question. But if you have an idea of how something was done, but you're not really sure, you can also say, I don't know. So what I don't want to happen is that if you're really vague on the information, you don't have to tell me how vague you are. Just say, I don't know. It saves us a lot of time in that sense. All right. So the first question is, how have they measured the curvature of the Earth in any time in history?
I don't know.
Okay. Second question, axial rotation, the spin of the Earth. The Earth is spinning on its axis. How have we detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis? The method in which it was detected.
I don't know.
Okay, so the third question is, the vacuum of space is a medium that you and I can travel to, and they also tell us that it actually exists, like the medium that they say, that it's the vacuum of space. How can you and I verify the vacuum of space exists like they tell us?
We cannot.
Okay, so right, so basically with these 3 positive claims, as we went through them, you conceded without any hesitation, because obviously to you haven't encountered any evidence that the Earth is a globe, in the sense of we can actually measure the curvature of the Earth, we can actually detect axial rotation, and that we know for a fact that the vacuum of space resides next to the air pressure in which we breathe. So with these 3 positive claims, there is no evidence for it. It is just a belief that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. There's no such evidence to be found within anybody that has come forward in this Discord and can be presented these 3 points that they could give us any evidence for the case of the Earth. So right now what we have, OPEX, is just a belief. Now, with that being said, you understand that with your own admission, you confess that you only have a belief because there's no evidence, right? So there wouldn't be anything attached to the idea that the Earth is a globe, including, and probably not going to list everything, just a couple things, right? Gravity, the Coriolis effect, limited resources, or meteors coming from a place called the vacuum of space. Any of these things that I just...
One sec.
Yep.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay,
I think it was a new speed record meeting.
yeah.
Sorry, but just let you know.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just going to eat right now. Can we just finish this later?
Yeah, sure. We'll finish it when you return, OPEX. No problem.
Yo, did you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. We can finish this when you return, OPEX.
Okay, I'll return soon then.
See ya, man.
Okay, be right back.
So what do you think about him?
I think I had a conversation with that guy, but if you said there was another guy here, I don't know. But
It was this brother, literally on the same account, and he was going off on Sonny and everyone in here. Like, listen to me. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen. Listen. You know, just listen. Everything that we said. It was like we had to listen to him.
That's a tactic that little kids do, don't they? Like the little kids when they don't get their way, they're usually saying like, "Listen."
Literally,
listen.
he said it 18 times in a row. Just listen to me. Just please, just listen to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, why? What?
Yeah, that's
You
what
haven't
they
even
do.
listened to one word we said.
They're trying to get. And what they're doing is
apparently that's his twin brother.
Yep.
So I can't imagine dealing with that.
Twin brother. That's what he said. Yeah. Hard.
And he's definitely a different person because
really,
this guy doesn't. I don't know. The other brother must have gone to a different school because his English is totally different.
I can handle all types, gentlemen. And
Or
ladies.
he's like a mega actor. Who knows?
Bring them forward.
So check it out. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so what I was trying to do with his brother is I was trying to slap him in the face because some people are not used to anybody telling them no. And so actually that was a method I was using to go like to stop him in his tracks before he started spiraling for about like 12 times in a row. So he just gets used to that. People are going to tell him no. He needs to get used to that.
There's a bit of discipline within a conversation, I think, that you're supposed to have when you're having a discourse with somebody and they're being that way.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be a bit more assertive and tell them, okay, stop. We're not going to continue. And if you don't make it known to them, they're just going to keep talking over you.
But the problem that occurred is every time I stopped him, then about 3 or 4 of you guys freaking rumpus the hell out of me. and I couldn't get back in. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast, brother.
I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, I know. It's tough because, okay, so in the fact that when you're doing a one-on-one with somebody in a chat this big, you have to understand that everybody will, if they hear trigger words, they're going to, oh, hell no, dude. Like,
bam.
Yeah.
But see, I was on a particular mission, and I felt like I kept getting derailed, and I'm like, shit, it was frustrating.
They feel like there's a certain bit of assertiveness that needs to be taken when somebody like that jumps in. So everybody doesn't want you like, okay, so maybe you're having the conversation with that person, but they feel like they might have a bit more of a better handle on getting him reined back in. So hence the jumping in. And I can feel that. I can feel that everybody is like, let me tell this guy what's going on. So they'll jump in and kind of rumpus you. I don't think they're doing it to rumpus you per se. I think they're doing it to get him back online.
Yeah.
So it's they're not doing it to you. They're doing it for you.
Actually,
there was a problem though, because he did once Sonny actually got round to finishing it. He'd actually verbally conceded, right, with the belief in that, but he didn't actually comprehend that, even though we told him like 100 times or whatever, right? He didn't actually comprehend that he'd conceded to it being just a belief. You know what came to mind though with that? Because clearly his was cognitus and a lack of comprehension to like a high level. But I think when you say belief, we know what it means, and we've gone over the definition 100 times. But I think with someone sometimes, obviously you repeat yourself as much as you're willing to, but use the word baseless belief, like founded on nothing. I know that's in the definition, but for like a 14-year-old or however old he was, I don't think that was sinking in.
Yeah, just
a little suggestion, because sometimes they don't get that when they say, I believe it because he told me and he did the proof. They don't get that means that you don't. There's nothing there.
Yeah. Sometimes they need it needs to be separated. What's the definition of philosophy versus fact?
And I think when you're having a conversation with somebody, you have to acknowledge your audience as well. You have to know who you're talking to. It seems like we can't use the same kind of language with everybody. If we start using big words with like a younger person, even though they say like they know what you just said, they really don't. So you got to kind of slow it down a bit and break it down to them a little bit. Kind of talk to them in a way they can understand. I've seen that happen a lot with the younger people that come in here. A lot of us are already, well informed to kind of have a great conversation with somebody, but the younger people, they don't. It's really over their heads, and it's not to say they're not intelligent. It's just they haven't had a lot of experience in conversation type like this. So
It was pretty entertaining. I mean, it was actually pretty interesting. I don't know what it sounded, I don't know what it sounded like to the outside audience out there, but in my opinion,
Honestly, initially I thought you were coming in super hot, but for whatever reason you had it on point, Sonny, from the get go. We just didn't realize that's what he was like until the end, until midway through.
that's why I was so upset at like getting interrupted, because like I was on a trail, on a path, and it kept getting diverted, and I'm like, fuck you
Yeah,
guys.
the funniest thing was when I think Elijah for Truth was still here at the time. He came in with like that. You lot talk about that we haven't done measurement or looked into it for ourselves, and we should trust NASA and all that, right? And so he said, I actually did the measurement. And then he proceeded to talk about Mont Blanc, what people in forums have seen as the limit of distance or whatever, right? And he showed a little calculation that he'd done. It was just drawing on a paper. And Sonny was trying to get him to understand, it's like, when you say you've done a calculation, that means that you've actually gone out there and done the observation, but he didn't get it.
Yeah, he didn't understand. Of course not.
Yeah.
I'd like to really quick give a shout out to all the mods on my YouTube live chat. Thank you very much for moderating every day. Quad Wazzle, Her Eyes on Level. You got Harp on there, Mac Damon, like all you guys. Thank you very, very much for moderating the chat. Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Did you ever get around to figuring out the notification thing yet?
No, I was working on that right now, but I heard this guy struggling, so I was like going to come in and kind of help out. I'm working on that right now. What I'm going to do is I have text at the bottom that I want to scroll for the moderators on the YouTube live side. Everybody's important to me, man. Everybody that helps out on my channel, everybody in here that helps me out. I know it's a struggle sometimes when we're listening to these guys as I'm going to the 3 points with them, because everybody's like, oh man, I could just get them right now at this point. If I could just get in like 2 seconds, So I thank you guys very much. Yeah. Thank you very much for just allowing me to have the time to run through the 3 points with somebody. That's what I'm saying. I appreciate you guys for allowing me that time.
It actually gives us a lot of structure, and so I really appreciate that. It really does. It's really a useful thing. Yeah, and I think, I'll speak for myself, it's really appreciated here, Miggy.
Yeah. I saying, it's difficult because of the forum that we're in. It's not always easy to have just a one-on-one when there's like 70 people. I mean, I get that. So that's why I'm saying.
I think what might be helpful is because earlier before Elijah for Truth left,
haven't been here all the time, and they come rushing in, and they're not aware of like that this 3 point thing is going on, and they're like,
right. And it was almost before you'd started that, right? Because we're just dealing with his claim to begin with, yeah. And he was able, because he was running his mouth and just speaking without listening, yeah. And Elijah was able to mute him because mod, right? But what he'd already left by the time Sonny was like, right, we're going to start with the 3 points. Yeah. So maybe when it's a non-mod doing the 3 points, if just kind of preemptively be ready to mute in the favor of Sonny or whoever else is doing the 3 points. And then also to, even though you want to jump on, remind everyone else to give the person space to run through it.
Yeah.
Mike's been a bit funny, so sorry if I'm cutting people off.
Well, it's not super relevant anymore, but he reminded me a lot of the kid you had to get onto earlier, Mickey.
Which guy?
What's his name? Andre. He had the.
Or Reduta, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the other moderator stepped in, which with good reason. The conversation was getting way out of hand, and I just felt like it was good that Crypto stepped in. That guy. I respect his decisions, and he did well. He does well at moderating, and a lot of the moderators here, man, do a really good job moderating the chat. It's difficult because of the forum that we're in. Once again, it's like not easy to kind of get everybody kind of situated into like, okay, we have to be well aware of like, we can't overstep our boundaries and just mute people for no reason, but we also have to get control of a conversation of a thread this big. We're running a 15,800 man server. So it's not easy, man. When we have to make ourselves known and assert our position as moderator, it's difficult, right? Because we step on a lot of toes when we do so, in the sense that some people feel like they were unfairly treated. But like I said, we have to make the calling for the best of the server, the judgment for the best of the server. So it's not easy.
Where I find it becomes the hardest is often it's a moderator himself who is very passionate about the subject, who finds himself in a conversation, and maybe it's getting carried away with that moderator, and at some point you have to moderate a moderator. Knowing where to draw that line is kind of like that's the hardest part, really.
Yeah, or sometimes you have moderators fighting with each other.
Yeah, we're human, guys. That's
everyone
what
wanted a piece of that guy, the kid, the young guy.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody wanted.
Couldn't wait.
No, the French one. Mods and all. Yeah, mods and all were on that one.
Yeah.
So yeah, for my part, Sonny, I apologize for getting in there, but I was trying to help with that. He just wasn't able to understand that he'd conceded and that he was trying to back up a claim. No, he was trying to back up a proof with a claim that he hadn't proven or something like that. The gas being held in by the coldness of space.
Oh, he changed it a couple times. Wow, he's a fast talker, man.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it didn't sound like he reached hamster level yet, so he was just being a bit combative. That's all he was.
Oh no, he was, bro. He was.
Oh, he reached that level.
Yeah, but he was a hamster, but he didn't realize he was.
He was
hamstered. We circled the same exact thing about 500 times. Like,
okay.
He didn't seem to understand that what we were looking for is the data. He was just like, no, I found a forum with people that provided no data that I trust, and now through me, you should trust them too. And it just kept going over and over and over again.
And he showed us a drawing of a circle on a piece of paper with some triangles and some numbers in it. He could never tell us like what he was looking at from what place to what place. He couldn't even tell us that.
Man, these people are lucky the internet exists. There'd be a lot more World Star clips if it wasn't for that.
It's like, you can just Google it, man.
So the brother was kind of really out there, huh? With his cog disc, just okay.
Oh, he was freely floating in cog disc.
He doesn't understand. He doesn't grasp the actual conversation or the questions that we're asking for answers to. Like it was just him rambling, talking. That's really all it was.
Yeah, with certain, I'm not saying with everybody, but with certain people, just like Elisha says, the scriptures say that, it becomes that difficult. Just shake the dust off your feet, man. Move on to the next. Because right at that point, you're just everybody's just, their tempers are gonna flare, and we're really not gonna get anywhere, right? I mean,
I was trying to blaze through it really quickly to let it loose because I could just tell it was a nightmare.
Yeah. That's especially difficult, I think, Sonny. If you're doing the 3 points and the person's real combative, like on the first point or the second one, oh my goodness, everybody just like you just want to like jump in there and like strangle the guy, like. So yeah, you're gonna do your best, man, but it's not always gonna come out to be that you're gonna hold the floodgates back because everybody's gonna jump in with the pile driver, coming in.
Yeah, and just learning how to deal with that even when it gets out of hand, like controlling myself and
yeah, I know, man. But you have to let the other flat earthers who are here listening, because it's an open forum at any rate. I mean, it's common courtesy if they'll allow you to run the 3 points, but if they want to jump in, dude, it's a forum for that. So
it was actually really good. Like Justin coming in, I appreciate all that. I think Lou might have come in. A couple of people came in. Sometimes like it needs to happen like that. Like QE says, we're in a place where like these people almost need like 10 guys on the freaking Discord just knocking them silly sometimes.
Yeah, it's every person has to be dealt with differently. It's case by case, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like trying to teach someone something in martial arts. Sometimes you just show it once. One of the guys, he gets it easy. The other times, you have to go and handhold them, physically push them through the motions.
Sonny, I only stepped in because I was trying to clarify to the guy, like, what we were asking for. There was some kind of language barrier going on there, I felt. But I don't know if it was so much that was the problem. It was just that I don't know if he had the mental capacity to actually understand the questions.
I feel like that.
Or the desire to actually listen to the response properly.
That Jackie Chan, right? With the what's his name in the movie Rush Hour? You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Can't nobody understand the words coming out of your mouth. That's funny. Oh man, you guys are rocking and rolling, huh?
Pretty good. It's been really a pretty fun last 3 or 4 days of it. Well, maybe the last 3 days have been really fun on here.
And ladies' night starts in what? 2 hours? An hour and a half? Oh,
Already?
no, less.
Damn. 52 weeks ago. Think about that.
Yeah.
Which probably isn't even 52 weeks ago. Now we know that's all wrong too. So what's a week?
Do we have anybody in the chat? I'm not even scrolling through chat.
Don't see anyone new. It was fun doing a VC check-in yesterday. I don't do that many of them, so I probably forget. Sometimes I tell them like to read the rules and to go to the voice text. But that's pretty fun though. And I think the guy VC check-in is actually I think he's one of the ones that was going like, wow, like he.
Yo, who's Mr. Tight Jeans? What the heck? That's a weird name.
Oh no.
He's a flat earther Spartan.
That was a weird phase back in the day in the UK, man. Nasty.
Oh, Superfluous is here. He's VC verified. So is Arthur Dent.
What'd you say about in the UK? I missed that.
He said tight jeans, right? That was a thing that a bunch of special needs people did.
Yeah.
Like, they took it too far. So, bruh, I understand dressing well, but that's just outrageous.
Miggy, could you pronounce superfluous again?
Superfluous.
Superfluous.
And it's not Sadie. No, it's not Sade. It's Sadie.
Miguel.
You say tomato, I say tomato, right? Not really, huh?
It's definitely Sade. Sorry, Mitty.
It makes it interesting.
I know. It's one of the Spike Lee funny comments that he was making in Living Color, the comedy show.
Oh, yeah.
He said, it's not Sade, it's Sadie. You know, making it sound like she's from the hood. Anyway. Well, there's people in here with the VC verified anyway, Lou. You guys want to speak to them?
I'm just mostly listening. I'm trying to do some shit around the house. I was taking a break there for a little bit, but wearing the headset and just yeah. I've been putting off. I had to straighten up everything. I kind of let things go to a mess again, but everything's looking good now except for the fucking kitchen, which I dread. I do not.
You're in Minnesota, Lou?
No, Wisconsin. So.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. I've talked to you lots about Wisconsin. Hey, is it any snow up there for either one, Mickey?
Hey, Lou,
yeah, like I was saying earlier. Yeah, we got like 6 inches 2 days ago, and it's coming down hard right now. Big ass flakes. So.
Hey, that's how come God invented paper plates, Lou. You know?
That's yeah. I know.
Wait, you mean
just saying?
Tortillas, right?
And paper cups, and plastic spoons and forks.
But yeah, I still have work to do in there.
Hey, real
And-
quick, I can't talk right this moment. I can't hear in a minute, and I haven't had a chance to read it. But I got, and I'm not calling anybody out, but I got a little DM from Dr. Phil, and he's saying he could prove all three, and he has his proof in his supposedly in his DM. So I'm gonna post it for y'all, so maybe you guys can go over that.
Oh, Phil wants to go through the 3 points, huh?
He won't survive. He will not survive the 3 points.
Have you not done
Mickey, let me have him.
No, I haven't done them with him. But now
he's
he's so much fun.
I'm really curious to know what he's actually going to say. I mean, I more or less have an idea,
discussed
but
with him before?
yes, I have. But
There
not
you
to
guys
the 3
go, and
points.
I'll be right back with you.
Bro, it'll be
You talking about
hilarious.
Professor Phil? I don't know, Dr. Phil. Y'all talking about Professor Phil?
Yeah, you're gonna have to mute the whole room if you want to go with just
Yes,
one
sir,
on
I
one.
called him Dr. Phil.
No, I don't think that's even going to work, Elisha. I can't mute mods, so they're going to convince.
No matter how many times you flip a pancake, it's only got 2 sides.
Dude, this guy. He thinks with enough helium, it'll start going down instead of up. If you
Man,
get enough helium,
he loves
in a balloon-
attention, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Okay, look, this is what he's saying. If you don't mind, I'll read it out loud. Which part of the atmosphere is a gradient that simply continues? Don't you understand? So what vacuum are you talking about? Atmosphere does not rush off for the same reason it does not rush off from the bottom of the mountain to the top. Eventually, the gas particles run out of energy. How do we prove it? We have had high altitude balloons that measure air concentration and temperatures. Temperature is the measurement of energy. You can do this. High altitude balloons are not expensive. Can you demonstrate atmospheric pressure without a container? Of course you can. Hold up a barometer and read the atmospheric pressure. Now walk around and see if you can bump into the container. All you... That's great. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All you people do is obfuscate the questions from the guests by bullying them and shouting over them. You may not like this reasoning, but he's entitled to it. As for the Earth diameter, I personally put satellites into orbit that measure the Earth's diameter on every pass. The satellite is sun synchronous, which means it stays in daylight. It relies on Earth rotation to do that. Your denial without evidence is your problem. All 3 of your questions answered with evidence.
Miggy, I think where you're going to have to go with him on the gradient issue is point out that the vacuum itself needs to have containment. No matter how far out you want that gradient to go, the vacuum itself needs to have containment. And, so it's basically the same question he's asking of us. He needs to apply that to his own model.
Yeah, of course.
But check his logic. Now walk around and see if you can bump into the container. What's wrong with this clown?
I'm telling you, I'm not gonna. I can mute everybody else that's below a mod, but the mods are gonna be like, hell no.
I think the reason we're mods is we're supposed to have a little bit of self-control. So, mods, control yourselves.
I figured the fact that he said he had evidence for all 3 was all I needed to read, and I didn't need to read anything else. I'm like, oh, they're about to tear this shit up. Post it.
Man, I remember him in the arena. That was just so flippin' funny.
Yeah.
He lost his cool big time.
I think he was mentioning was it Bambi? So we were actually maybe taking him to the 3rd point or something. We were talking about because he's mentioning it right here. He was talking about the very same thing.
Yeah, he was talking with Bambi for quite a while, back and forth. He seems to like to. I think he's in it for the Flat Earth ladies. Honestly, went from Bambi to Stacy. He won't talk to us.
So?
Yeah,
you might be onto something there, Lou.
Mm-hmm. Well, that shit don't work with me, so good luck on that. Right?
Well, he's gonna offer to buy you like a Mercedes or something, though. Really nice car.
Well, I'm going to take that, but I'm still not going to change my mind, and I'm going to probably end up schooling him. It's quite hilarious.
All right, I'll take the Benzo, but I won't take the Enzo. That's just weird. That guy's strange.
Well, that's what they do. They not only people like me or someone who's going to talk who hasn't, like, there's not a big name, QE, and you got, you know what I mean, or Jedi, they're going to go after us because they think that they can try to somehow manipulate our minds to say, hey, you guys are being controlled and manipulated by even all this flat earth people and the 24/7 Discord. And I hear it all the time. You know what I mean? It's like, no, they've helped guide me, but we've done our own research. And it's like they think that we're stupid enough to believe their nonsense. Maybe some people have, but the people on this server have done their, you know, their duty to look into this shit.
Yeah, I haven't even been here for like, what, 3-4 months? I knew it all before.
Yeah, I'll take any professor, astrophysicist through the 3 points. It was just like that educated guy that was here the other day, right? Tyron, whatever his name was. He came as free-minded or FE debating 2020. Look at the trouble he had going through the 3 points. You guys remember that guy? Like pulling teeth. He said you can have you don't need a container, you just need containment for the gas pressure.
That's an interesting statement.
You don't need a container, you just need containment. Yeah, I think what he's trying to say with that is like it doesn't need to be like a physical container. I think he's trying to pull, gravity can be that containment that we've heard over and over and over again.
So it would be the container.
Right, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a ludicrous, man.
Hey, Miggy, what do you reckon would have happened to you if you'd been taken through the 3 points on the first time this topic came up?
I would have answered honestly that I don't know. Easy.
Would you have concluded at the end that sugar is flat?
No, I would have said it was the conclusion of the 3 points is that it's the globe Earth is a belief, not that it's flat. So we'll get to the flat
I think
part.
my brain would have. I think at least my brain would have instantly gone, "Oh, sugar, it's been flat this whole time."
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you could actually go there, but I think my main objective has always been to show people that it's just a belief. And that's it. Right. Like it's as simple as that, because that bit hasn't been talked about. But like before I brought the 3 points, it has been, but not to the extent that I'm doing it now. Like I'm every single time, like without fail, like if somebody new comes in, I'll take them to the idea that they just have a belief. Once we get them to understand that bit, it's the foundation for a future discussion about flat Earth.
Guess what else?
It shows that they're open enough to even think about these concepts that they talk about in the model. You know what I mean? If they're not open to sit here and have this conversation to say, hey, look, I realize that my thought process, everything that I know is a belief and nothing I've ever been shown to prove. A lot of people aren't ready to admit that, though, because they think that when they come in, that the globe model, like I said, is going to be able to defend them. Yep. No, I've witnessed things. I've actually seen this stuff, but then they have to realize that they haven't. So once you open up your mind to that, then you could probably take on all this. You're right. A lot more easier to take it on and believe it. It's still a belief at that point, still, right? You're still believing that the Earth is flat. You're not going to know until you go out there for yourself and really study and do measurements or see it for yourself. Look at the world in a different perspective after you realize that everything you know is a belief.
So that's when, so it would work the same for the globe, right? If you have a belief that the Earth is a globe and you actually test it to do some measurements and you find out that it's curving, well, by God, it's a globe then, right? I mean, it's done by measurement. So now it moves from that point of just believing something, you're actually figuring it out, and now you know that it's not curving or it is curving. That's what we're asking these guys to do, right?
Yeah.
But if it doesn't get in, if it never moves into the realm of knowing, it's just going to be the belief that they have that the Earth is a globe. It's just indoctrination. That's all it is, which is what I'm pointing out. Because like with the 3 points,
aren't ready to admit that yet.
Well, you know how fast I went with the OPEX guy that was just in here a while ago? I didn't stop and go dive into the points so much as I did just wanted Tim to concede that it's just a belief. Once I hear that he says, okay, I don't know, boom, I go to the next point. He says, I don't know the next point, boom, the next point. I don't spend time really wanting to figure out why he doesn't understand that. That's not the objective of what I want him acknowledge. What I want him to acknowledge is that there is no evidence and that it's just a belief. And of course, for him to be honest. That's like one of the other key components is for him to be honest throughout the three questions. That's it. It's simple, it's easy, and just for him to acknowledge it's a belief, that's all I care about. Really don't care about him trying to get into the minutia of those points. It's a helpful bonus, of course, but that's not what I'm trying for him to get to understand. That's not the objective of the 3 points. The objective is getting them to understand it's a belief. It's that simple.
I know a lot of people are going to hold dear to their hearts that it's not a belief because they've seen pictures or, some BS like that. But in reality, they know that pictures can be faked all the time. So it's like, that's still a belief. You have no understanding of it besides seeing a picture and you're believing it's real. Do you know it's real?
Right.
That's a huge, massive separation there.
And the thing is, we have to be patient and listen to them actually tell us it is or it isn't. But we have to be very clear and specific what we're asking of them. What we're asking of them is specifics on the details. Because if they say, yeah, I know how it's been measured. Some guy a long time ago with sticks and shadows. That's how I know it's been measured. Well, that's not an answer because that's not a specifics as to how the method was done. You need to tell me exactly the method, specifically how it was done. Take me through it. Walk everybody here that's listening through it so that we can repeat the test and see for ourselves if this is not a way.
And a pack of cigarettes as well. Joel selling.
Hey, you're hot.
Oh, sorry, mate. One sec.
Welcome, Raisins, and Happy New Year.
So, yeah, happy everyone.
Didn't say smoking's bad for you.
Miggy, the thing about
they're for my girlfriend, not for me.
Holy smokes, Reasons. And I do mean that with a pun intended.
Yeah,
what was that?
Miggy...
What you say, man? Last night you destroyed us, yeah. That was good, man. Trying to get rid of the globe fucking retardation at him. Trying to get rid of it. So I thought maybe that would help. And it just made me realise there's a few things I'm holding on to. Not much.
You letting go?
Or just
Watergate. Okay.
Watergate. I'm trying to, man. Just it was deeply enrooted, deeply embedded. So it's just, like I said, the star rotation. A few things like looking at just, in the face of all this fabricated evidence, I have to dismiss fabricated evidence, even though it's kind of classed as evidence. To me, it has to be fabricated in order to dismiss it. But I don't want to be seen intellectually dishonest, so I feel like, I'm trying, man. I'm trying, still working on it. But what?
I was back to Miggy on when he's talking about his 3 points. Like the very first point, about how was it measured, we're all expecting almost 98% of the time like that they're going to try to say Eratosthenes, even if they don't know that name. They're going to talk about the sticks and the shadows. Mm-hmm. But let's say that you have one who knows the exact method and he's like very specific on how it was done and everything like that. Even still, then it comes down to, now is that a calculation or is that a measurement? Right. So that's where I kind of think, I know you're trying to just move through them, but I kind of think that's a great opportunity to right. Squash that point too.
It can be right. But the point of like them actually acknowledging if I was to tell them, if they didn't give the specifics, Lou, and they were kind of very vague, I'll ask them, so do you know the specifics or can we just say that you don't know? I'll give them the option. If they say they know the specifics, then we'll listen to them. If not, we'll just move on. The point I'm making there is that I'm leaving it to the audience that's listening. Once I'm opening up the panel, because that's what I want happening. Once I open up the panel, they can actually say that after they have a conversation with them. Hey, remember we were talking about the first point? And like, that's the job of the people after the fact. Because once he acknowledges it's just a belief, I don't need anything else from him. Like, I understand that he's conceded to that being a belief. But if somebody wants to enlighten him as to why, or the reason behind it, that it's not a measurement, then that's fine. But just so long as he can concede that it is a belief.
Yeah, well done. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, then at that time, then he'd be ready for you to actually tell him that. So then you can tell him
then it's still a belief, isn't it? Because most of these people that claim all these things and know these measurements that they do have never measured it themselves. They have no understanding. They haven't witnessed it. They're being told This is
Yeah,
what's
that's what
happened.
Lewis.
And
Yeah, that's what Lewis was saying. He was basically saying that it's still not a measurement. Either they could say, and I have done that before. I actually went through somebody with their Eratosthenes, and that's because I kind of threw them a bone because they weren't really saying it, so I just kind of helped them out. But the point is, I can't help them out because the only thing I'm trying to get from them is what they know coming from them. So if I help them out in any way, I'm kind of bolstering their confidence in the idea. So I can't do that. I have to just what you got, man, in your own mind. Tell me. If you don't got nothing, then I just need to hear you say that you don't have any idea that we can move on. That's what I'm trying to do. There's method to it. So
Well, everything we're told in science, because we personally ourselves that can't do some of these things, is a belief system. You know what I mean? When we're told in school that Pluto was a planet, before they had a consensus, even in definition, truly what planets were, we're being told about them, right? And this is what it is. But that was a belief. We believed it was, and then reality changes. Okay, science has changed, supposedly, blah, blah, blah. But it was still a belief system. We never knew. We weren't out there doing this stuff. We weren't out there literally tangibly touching Pluto, even though we were doing that in the classrooms and making up our little setup of the universe. But it wasn't real. Believing.
we've been having really big live streams so far, man.
I was just gonna ask if anybody
Skeptic.
could just go talk and chill in the other one.
But in the live stream too?
There's not a bot in there right now, right?
No, not yet. You mean the live stream bot? No.
Yeah.
So what did you guys think when I was like trying to challenge stuff like with what you were saying and obviously go for the 3 questions and that?
I don't mind, dude. Reason like what I was saying is if you want to go through it formally, we could do it. Like that's why I did it. You should be offered the same opportunity that everybody gets, right? It just
plus it's good it's a good stimulant for your mind as well, because I mean, you know, you're stimulating people's minds to actually figure out why they actually believe what they believe, and it's just mad that you hold it true, and yet even I couldn't remember. I remember the gist of the idea of the Aristophanes, for example, but I don't know the actual maths and how to correlate but the further deeper you go into it, the more you realise it's contradictory. Anyway, because your assumption on the distance of the sun, the assumption on the rays coming down straight, not going through any mediums, presuming that space has no medium, which then affecting the way the light travels. There's so many things that you can't really quantify ultimately, but yet you consider the result to be true.
Right. And that's what I want them to understand, reasons, with the 3 points. I want them to get that part of their mind should say, wait just a second, I really don't know much about this. And I'm thinking that it's true. That's what I want them to realize. Yeah, you get it, man. That's it. I just want to help them connect the dots.
I want to know, why do they keep using a barometric container to tell you they don't need containment?
Oh, Professor Phil? So you're talking about Demont?
It's because you think you're a bunch of dinosaur monkeys swimming around in water gas.
Oh,
yeah,
hell.
Professor Phil, yep.
Jeez.
Water gas.
I'm at work. I just wanted to chime in on that part, but it was a little bit back.
It's because the vacuum pump is coming from on top of the dome, putting all the pressure in there. All that water gas is getting pushed around. Guys don't realize that. We don't have air pressure. It's water gas.
It's water gas.
That's what we
guys, that's actually pretty good. You're doing my accent pretty well. Yeah, good job.
Getting pretty steamy with all this water gas.
Where's your pump on top of the dome for the water gas?
Yeah,
That's right, Dave.
As soon as QE pops in there, he's like, "Oh, y'all go ahead. I'll just sit back." Like, Dave, why are you sitting back, dude? Join in the conversation. As soon as he sees QE, he don't want to say anything. That's all right.
Kiwi comes prepared, man. He's got everything just ready. that Boom Marble was arguing on Gem Panda server, and he said that he debunked Quantum Eraser with the gas pressure rate container. And Rukia's going, well, you are actually using a container in your demonstration. And he was like, oh, a pipe is an open container, it's not sealed. Well, it's still a container in it. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you, Han. We're just giving you respect.
And then, so I asked him a straight question. I said, is a bucket considered a container? And he wouldn't give me a yes or no answer. And he said it was a loaded question. So the intellectual dishonesty was just freaking out.
For him.
Huh? Yeah.
Said, of course it's loaded, but only for him, right? Because he doesn't want to answer that question because it has to answer what he doesn't want to, and it's almost conceding. Well, actually, it is conceding.
Exactly. And I said to him, if you understood what quantum eraser was saying, in my opinion, to disprove what quantum eraser postulated, you would need a vacuum with a surface inside that vacuum with a gas pressure gradient coming off it. Inside the vacuum. And he goes, oh, isn't the vacuum a container? I goes, we're not asking how we have a vacuum without a container. We're asking gas pressure. So how do you have pressurized gas sticking to an open surface? You know what I mean? Because the Earth is proposed to be a surface. It's not supposed to be a container, such as a bucket or a pipe. It's this open surface. So they need to attack it that way. But they can't, because they know as soon as they put an open surface in a vacuum, the gas is just dispersed, exactly like postulated. That's why the answer is a container.
Yeah. It was like when me and Gio and somebody's having an argument / debate kind of thing, and he was using like a mason jar as his evidence of gas pressure in a way without a container. But I'm like, but you're using it inside of our system. So how are you proving when we're talking about, we're trying to say, how do you have here gas pressure without being contained? Because you can't show that in reality, but then you're using the own phenomena. How can you do that? No, not. You have to do it in a different way.
Exactly, but when you create the vacuum, that would be separate from the atmosphere. So it would be a container inside a container, so to speak. But the vacuum inside of the atmosphere, for example, you get a room that's now separate from the atmosphere around it. Now you'll experiment within them confines. That vacuum alone, then you'd have a surface inside that vacuum. Then you need to put gas on top of that. So the gas that's on top of the surface would be the gas pressure rate of that container inside of a vacuum. Do you get what I mean? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. I do.
Yeah, so...
But even that vacuum, I'm like, I don't think you have that either correct.
Yeah, so, at the end of the day, they just need to concede that it can't be demonstrated. Cannot be demonstrated.
That's the thing. It can't be demonstrated on this planet at all. We want to call it that. It's not a planet. But you cannot do it here. Show me. And it's been over and over. Nobody has been able to supply that, and they can't, and you know it.
And it'd be better for them. It would be a lot easier if they just said, we can't demonstrate it. That would be all they need to expect. Instead, they want to fight the truth. You can't fight the truth. The truth is it can't be demonstrated. It's like saying, how do you have a cake without ingredients? You can't have a cake without ingredients. You can't. It's just impossible. It's just like... It's a necessary...
I don't mind speculating all day. It's great, but let's be honest. It's speculation. And for you to sit there and say you can prove this or you have evidence of gas pressure without a container is bullshit. So just tell me that you can't, and then we'll go on to the next point because I want to discuss everything. But if you can't concede that and be honest, then what are we doing here?
Exactly. So-called scientists, so-called intellectual, honest people, so-called intelligent people that can't even concede a bucket's a container. You can't put a price on it. You can't put a price on that intellectual. You can't put a price. Actually, he tried to correlate a loaded question such as when do you still have you stopped beating your wife as a correlation to me asking him whether yes or no, like yes or no is to do with whether a bucket or not. He tried to equivalate them two loaded questions as equivalent. Sorry. So me asking you whether a bucket is a container, yes or no, a fortunate answer is the same as answering a loaded question, which is just ridiculous. That's supposed to be an intelligent person.
Well, you know that these kind of people are the ones that say, no matter what, at the end of the day, like when we were talking to them over there at the Big Bang, they'll say that singularity, we don't know. And we're going to argue that you're wrong to think of anything different about what we think. But science is going to give us the answer one day. So shut up. Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And, you know, you think about it, energy, they said energy and matter, like at the Big Bang, there's like a big energy field. And out of that energy came like hydrogen and these physical like matter. And this matter collapsed in, you know, through the fundamental forces of like gravity and whatever, and then they created other elements. So if you break down what they actually believe, that the gravity is their God. Gravity created their universe. You know what I mean? Because the matter itself and the energy itself is there, but what created the next elements is the gravity that pulled them together. So that's like the creating part. Do you get what I'm saying? You can have energy, and let's say energy always existed.
Actually admit, I don't know. And that's the one time they'll concede and say, we don't know. But it's like this, they're leaning on science. Science is their God. It's not really gravity, it's science. This indoctrination of science is the key to the universe, which is bullshit. Well, they're science.
I agree that's what they think, but I'm thinking from the way when I look at it is that the forces that pull these things together is gravity. And you know, that's what they worship. They worship They worship the forces of the world. That's what created them. Because what brought these elements together? What brought this matter together to create the iron and all the other minerals that sprouted out into this cosmic universe? What was it? What was the force that done it? It was gravity. What's inside of a sun? Gravity, intense forms of gravity crushing down creating light. Even light in their world is gravity. Gravity creates light in their world, like everything. You know what I mean? So when you're arguing gravity with them, you're arguing their God. That's their creator.
You know, and that's why that belief system that he's doing, the 3 points, a lot of these people don't want to concede or admit that belief system because, like you said, it's like a god to them. They trust this. But is it they worshiping gravity or are they worshiping these people that are in control with the indoctrination and the authority? The authority is what they're worshiping because whatever they say, we believe.
Yeah, that's true. That's also very, very true. And I don't think they think gravity is their God. Yeah, but that's how I'm interpreting it.
Gravity's kind of like that's like the doctrine part. Those are like the books of their. That's like their Bible. The part gravity's part of their Bible.
But what creates light in the sun? They say the gravitational weight of the sun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they say that the force that pulled everything together at the Big Bang, all the matter was the forces. What's that force that pulled them together? Gravity again. So gravity created their universe. Gravity's giving them light. They believe in gravity. Like gravity is their God, bro. Like that's their God.
You do have a point. You definitely have a point there.
Thanks, man. You know what I mean? Like they don't want to. They don't see it that way because they think, oh, it always just here. Let's say the energy was always here, but what reactions in the energy was the creating? The creative part in their energy is gravity. So they were created by gravity, man. Ultimately,
this may be a little bit derailing, but like Freemasonry, look at their symbol, their logo, with the G in the middle. Most people tell you it stands for Gnosticism, but I've also heard God, and I've also heard gravity. Funny enough,
sound, Masonic.
How about this one? Wait a minute. G, hold on. You thought of this? The method they're using to deceive is with geometry.
Grab a G.
Geometry, Gnosticism, God.
Gas. Where's the bench of this Freemasonry? I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Oh no! Just look up. I'm not at my computer right now, but you know the square and compass in the middle of that is the letter G, and it's debated over and over again. Like maybe like actual Freemasons know it, but what it actually stands for, but they're not really allowed to tell you. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
The I, when the square and compass, there's an I in the middle.
Oh, G.
G, yeah, G for what you'll find most likely is that it stands for Gnostic. means
What, an eyeball?
meaning that you cannot be that. Yeah, it's like an eyeball. Yeah, meaning that it's
Oh,
you
yeah,
know,
I've got it.
to be the idea that you could if you're Gnostic, it's agnostic means that you could never know all of the answers, basically, right? You could never know how we were created or anything like that. Gnostic would mean like all knowing. So a lot of people say that the G stands for that.
Wait, so
but
does that mean that eggnog could be somehow a spell or some sort of wizardry for
eggnog?
agnostic?
Eggnog? No, don't say that about eggnog. I love eggnog. Don't you
But
dare.
that comes out during the Christmas. Like this is like the same.
Take it back.
There's no way that that's not a coincidence. Wow.
I'm not gonna let you do that to eggnog.
That's how they would later come up with the term snoggered. Snoggered for the holidays.
No way, bro. That's mad, that is. That's what it stands for, bro. It must be gravity god, innit? Like, I figured it out, man. Measurements and that, like, you know what I mean? The tools that they use. Science, like a square and a compass to measure this gravity. Like it's just fucking.
So why would they put that tools if there wasn't a method to what they were saying? They're saying we have measured.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Oh God, that's it.
You know what I do appreciate, and I know reasons you understand what I'm talking about. When I was gone a lot and stuff, and then I was hopping over at Jim's server and everything, hearing all the different reasons why science isn't working and adding up supposedly, and they literally are giving me there's many different scientific methods, but I'm like, well, which one is it? Which one are you using? And please explain. And it's ridiculous. They said there's like 5 or 6, and it's not true, and it just baffles me.
That's reasons.
What the different scientific methods? It's me saying that.
Yeah. There's like 5 or 6 different. Oh, there's reasons why.
No, I meant the live stream voice text.
How does science ever try to figure anything out, you guys? When we try to bring up new shit, they want to go back to dusty shit 500 years ago. And we're like, man, let's move into some new stuff. And they're like, no. And we're like, well, hey, isn't science supposed to progress? What the fuck?
That's the questions are coming in, man. I'm trying my best to work this shit out.
Oh, yeah.
Globo, the globe room me, that's the globe room.
Sweat just pouring down like, I don't know.
They might as well be saying for your proof of measurement, curvature, or any of those other things, go to this Flintstone cartoon, episode 23, season 5, and watch that cartoon. And
hey, you know who else sweats like that? Zanuck. last time we were having a conversation about time being a variable, the independent variable. He said that he had to turn on a fan, dude, because he was overheating. Like, I shit you not, dude. Wow. Zanuck was like, he was sweating, boy.
Oh, it's funny, man.
That man's on overdrive. Like when he gets going, he just doesn't stop. And he's like, wait, let me finish. I'm like, you've been talking for like 20 minutes straight. Oh, and then he's like, okay, give me 5 more seconds. And then he'll give you 5 seconds or 20 and gives you 30 more. And there he goes again. It's like, shut up, Zanuck.
He's been talking for years, not just 20 minutes. He's been saying the same stuff for years.
Fair play to him. He does seem like he does seem like he knows a lot about the globe, but he does seem like one of the most, you can speak to him, can get through to him slightly, I guess. But he's not completely shut off.
He knows a lot, but he lies. You have to be careful.
He admitted last time he was on here that I heard, he admitted it was a religion. He said, my religion.
You could be a pretty good flat earther, man, if he applied himself.
Hey guys, I found this list of globe Earth proofs that was sent to me. I was curious if you guys wanted to do anything with them. Like if you guys wanted to.
A quantum non-stop flight from Santiago, Chile to Sydney doesn't work on an AE map. See, that's what they do, man. They get the reification model AE map and they start poking holes through it. Well, see, it doesn't work on the map. Well, nobody ever claimed that. You guys the Globers have been the ones that claimed that. That's what these are like 2015 arguments right here, though. To be honest,
You know what?
He posted them to me because he contacted me.
North to south.
He contacted me out of the blue, like, I don't even know who this guy is, and he starts trying to, like, convert me back to the globe, right? Like it's his mission, like he's some sort of high priest.
Yeah, look what he did on number 18, Precession Gyroscope Show Rotation, like the one Bob Noodle, the Flat Earther showed. They didn't even pronounce his name right, or that they did on purpose either way. But that
on their model, on their model, I just want a north to south flight. That's it. Just go from North Pole to South Pole, one flight.
No, that's not gonna. They don't ever. Yeah, they can't do that.
Yeah. But why is it now one of them? Just one? Like, why? All these flights going left and right. Like.
All right. So if you had a conversation with this particular guy, he says precision gyroscope show rotation. Which precision gyroscope are you talking about? And then show us the inner workings and the mechanics of that gyroscope to give us a full understanding of how you know that precision gyroscope show rotation. And on top of that, show us why that precision gyroscopes are showing rotation if we can't figure out every single variable that could be affecting the gyroscope. I mean, there's a billion questions we could ask him on that one single question that he wouldn't know jack squat on.
No. Squirrel in a cage.
Yeah, they think that these are these gotcha questions for flat earthers. They're the gotcha questions for the globe earthers. They don't even realize that, though. Look at this. Sun stays constant all day and all year. That is so not true, man. So not true.
Not even true by the hour.
By the hour. By the hour, it's not true. Length of shadows changes exponentially with latitude, not linearly. How does he know that?
So Hank, this guy just sent you these cold. You didn't even have any prior engagement with him.
Equatorial mounts, telescope mounts, functional basis is a spherical coordinate system. Oh, thanks for your presupposition.
Yeah, that's a presupposition right there. You know that, man, because he's going to have to give you the measurement for its curvature if he's going to want to present that to you.
He just said,
square law. You know, you have exponential change in light intensity, which might translate to a change in shadow too. From the
no, 0.21 metal, like not the length of shadows. We're talking about 21
telescope mounts, which their whole functional basis is a spherical coordinate system.
Yeah, exactly.
What's that last one? Gay-Lussac's law or whatever that is. I don't think I've heard of that before. What is that?
That's one of the gas laws, isn't it?
Sack law.
Yeah, type that. I think it's one of the gas laws.
Yeah, that's the one where it talks about having a container in it, and they use it to prove that the Earth doesn't need a container. It's so funny when you look it up. Like it talks about a consistent or a rigid.
Look at verse 20. Look at number 22. Constellations shift 1 degree per day, 30 degrees per month, and 360 degrees per year. Well done. You're watching all the things in the sky move. Now, how are we saying that the Earth is moving again? Microgravity experiments. What in the actual hell is he talking about? What's a microgravity experiment?
I think they're up in space with very little gravity, a small amount of gravity, and they get like, little globular balls and stuff.
Oh, are you talking about the ISS or a free fall from a parabolic curve, one of those planes that do a dip?
Dude, I'll try to get him to come in here.
Funny because if you take gravity down to the quantum level, it's fully admitted by your mainstream science that gravity does not work on the quantum level. So let's go micro that way.
So just an update on Lussac's law. So what they mentioned in that particular, whatever that is that they have there, it's not scientific, I don't believe, but it states a constant volume. How do you have constant volume?
Well, the thing is, it's saying as the pressure goes up, the temperature goes up 1 to 1. So they set that up as a fraction, saying that if you have a gas at the first pressure and a fraction divided by the first temperature, it should equal the ratio with the second pressure divided divided by the second temperature if you up the temperature and or the pressure. So they say if we're in an enclosed system, the sun would be heating us up, cooking us, and eventually the gas would explode as it goes up temperature and pressure wise. So they don't see how we can be heated up without us exploding if we're in
Well, they're seeing one side of the coin, right? Are they even looking at the moon and what it does?
Probably not. And also
Right.
energy can come in and out of the container. So that's not even really an issue.
Right. That's not even a real
Energy
explanation. Yeah, you're right.
recycles inside the container. It's a fully operational system inside the container. It's a biosphere. It's a biosystem that we live in. So it's contained. It has recycling going on. It has circulation. It has all different processes are going on where we live here.
If they're going to say we're going to explode due to heat, that sounds like a bunch of presuppositions of the sun.
Well, energy can come in and out of a closed system anyway, so the energy can just dissipate out of the system as is anyway.
Long-range neutrino experiments that use the curvature of the Earth.
Thanks. You're welcome.
I have a problem with that because most light or beams or whatever, like neutrinos, it V's out and disperses. It, diffracts and V's out. It doesn't just stay in a beam line. I saw like a paper for, trying to cut down on the dispersal rate of like neutrino, muon, whatever emissions. So it looks like they're assuming it shoots straight through the Earth without V'ing out and dispersing. That may be a bad assumption. It may, disperse out through the Earth and come up through the flat plane or a globe like they're trying to say.
Well, the thing is that they're not being specific, right? It's very vague what he's talking about, like microgravity experiments. Really? Which ones?
It's saying that, you shoot a neutrino beam supposedly straight through the Earth and it comes out the other side like it's a ball, assuming it goes in a straight line and comes out of a curved ball on the other side, but it may just be V'ing out due to dispersal or diffraction.
Yeah, I'm going to use an UK term for this. This is bollocks or whatever they say.
They're going by the notion that it travels in a straight line with no deviation. I don't know.
I have to really keep my mouth shut when this talk is going on.
Come on in. Are we missing something, Jimbo?
Well, there's another property that waves have, like including light and others. It's polarization. When white light gets polarized, it moves out sideways at 180 degrees from the direction it was traveling and changes color spectrum and frequency. So waves change. I don't care if you're talking about whatever wave action of neutrons traveling through and supposedly arcing around a ball or whatever the fuck. Waves travel in straight lines normally. They decay with time, and there's lots of things that affect them. Everything material can affect them. From surfaces, subsurface scattering, crystals, you name it, particle in the air. And
that almost sounds like a contradiction, though, Jimbo. Like waves travel in a straight line. The definition of a wave is not a straight line, though, is it?
Well, if you think about a straight line, what was that?
Directionally.
A straight line may be a range. Like if you draw a straight line, even on paper, it has thickness. So it may be a very narrow range that we're thinking about instead.
If you get down to it, like when you think about frequency, like a sine wave, and then the higher you go up in frequency, it's still a wave no matter what. But the line's gonna look like a line at some point because it's gonna look so small. So,
but it's still a wave, though, right?
There's still a wave.
Okay.
Is there such thing as ever having a straight line, though?
Yeah.
Because once you get down to a wave so small, it's going to look like a straight line.
I don't know. I kind of think a straight line is still really. It could be conceptual, kind of like mathematics in general. Like, just like how it's a concept that everybody understands fully, and it works.
And representation. That's all.
Right. Yeah, so, do we have straight lines, or what are we talking about, gentlemen?
Oh, you can draw a straight line, but like
perception wise, like
is there a caveat to straight lines? Because I only know that there's a straight line and a curved line.
Yeah, no, that's true. But if I show you a 20 hertz signal and then I show you something that's 50,000 hertz, so 50,000 hertz is just going to look like a straight line.
I'm relating my point to what you said also about like the oscilloscope, right? Like if you have a very low voltage on an oscilloscope, it could be so low that it appears to be a straight line, but if you zoom in on it, make it larger, you'll see that it is in fact a sine wave. Or if you have a very high frequency where the waves are very densely packed together with a very high highs and lows, right? If it's super super dense, depending on like the scale of what you're looking at, it might look like a thick straight line. But when you zoom in, again, you can see that it's
it is a wave, but if you zoom out far enough, it's gonna look like a line.
But it's going between 2 points. 2 points being two things that are basically the same size, one that's not really bigger than the other, and it's hitting the same zone relatively on the two objects. And it's traveling with so much energy and so much speed, it's not deviating. So it looks like we're covering the concept of fast travel with very little deviation, very little that can deviate it, and 2 points that are relatively the same size, that you're reaching without going above or below the other object, I guess.
But yeah, I mean, so again, though, conceptually, yes, obviously that you can draw a straight line that for all necessary purposes looks to be perfectly straight. But, just like we talk about the thickness of, you draw a line with a pencil, you zoom in on that, it's going to vary in thickness. It's going to be, all of a sudden you could look at it at its edge and it won't be perfectly straight.
But if that line is on a piece of paper that's representing a segment of bridge that you want to build, for all practical purposes, you're drawing a straight line, right?
Yeah,
it's a model, though.
Of course.
Yeah, it's a model.
Agree on that.
We're using a model and this kind of idea, right? Because you're actually you got to put the concept down of what you want to actually build, which is that bridge that you're talking about, and you're going to draw it out on a piece of paper. It's not going to look like what you drew out because of the material that you're using. So that's going to throw in another variable in how it's going to look too. But the concept can be put down on a piece of paper and shown to somebody of what you're talking about, the idea. But what the actual is going to vary. There's going to be variables there.
But the thing is, the line will have thickness, and if you zoom in on that line, there's going to be infinite lines even within that line that could potentially.
Yeah, but your bridge will still.
I noticed.
All right, but we're talking about a straight line. It's not a sine wave. It's not a wave. The wave and the line don't. You know what I mean? Like, it could travel on a straight path, but it's not going to be a straight line. There's a difference between line. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm saying. I can see that.
I agree with you there. You ever heard that argument with maps? It's very interesting. So the same kind of idea we just said is why maps are supposedly never ever going to be accurate. It's because you can always
it's a language of course.
Map out everything smaller and smaller and smaller, and you're going to get a different surface area. Have you seen that before?
Yeah. The smaller the unit that you use to measure the coastline of continents, the bigger and bigger and bigger they get.
Yeah, supposedly that's why there's never been a map that's ever been accurate ever.
Well,
it's like if you try to do math for a sine wave.
I guess the question is there another line that's straighter within that line? If there is, it may not be the straightest line that we can, physically operate with. If there's a straighter line within that line, well, let's try to reach it.
Well, a straight line is a straight line, and a curved line is a curved line. A path is something's going to take from point A to point B. I think what we're getting here is that there's a lot of hijacking of terms. When we consider what the Globers bring in here, that level means curved, and that would start bringing a lot of more problems into the Flat Earth community because overthinking things like this will give a lot of problems into the way that they're going to present their arguments, and you're going to start to consider that they could have an argument. But if you don't separate this right now, nip it in the bud, and actually say, okay, I know what a straight line is, I know what a curved line is, and I know what a sine wave is, and I know what a straight path is. If you start making distinctions of what you're talking about, you can separate their hijacking of terms. That's what they do. They want you to think that level means curved in every aspect, and they'll get you to think philosophically to do it if they have to. So I'd just be very wary when we have these conversations because a Glober could weasel their way into this argument. And Reeves, you got a hot mic, brother.
Oh, sorry, bro.
I agree with you, Miggy, 100%.
these are the weasel words that they use, and so we're trying to get that separated. We have to be pedantic when it comes to this. If not, they're gonna roast us with their hijacking of terms. It's
Well,
that
they're
simple.
going to want to use every word as a weasel word that they possibly can, because that's what they need, is every word to be twisted and mucked up and every concept to be convoluted and just bullshit.
Yeah.
That's their objective.
So that's what I'm saying. I know it sounds like I'm just, running this conversation to the mud, but it's not really, right? Because if we let go of these definitions of what we understand, natural reality to be, then we're going to wind up in the weeds with them talking about how level could be curved. It's not having it, It's not
I
happening.
agree. A line is a line, and a wave is a wave.
That's it.
And it's like one thing a lot of people don't get is the RMS of a wave and exactly understand what it is. The root mean square. Well, you can't really do math very well for the power of a sine wave because it's sort of a bell curve and it take a whole lot of computation. So what it is, you multiply the peak-to-peak power, the peak-to-peak voltage, if you will, by 0.707. And the result is the root mean square value, the actual power in a very straight line, measurable of the true power of AC or a wave, any wave. Its true power is 0.707 of its peak-to-peak power. That's the root mean square. Like 5 means 25, 3 means 9, root mean square.
Has anybody checked in Skull Scripts? It looks like he's fairly new. OPEX is back.
OPEX was the one we talked to before. What happened with OPEX and the 3 points?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, we did cover the 3 points, you and I, OPEX, didn't we?
Oh, that's right.
Finished.
Yeah.
Or am I speaking to the brother of OPEX? Who am I talking to?
No, it's me. No.
Ready for the big conflict triangle?
Yeah, just before we get started, Jimbo, you said something before you entered, man. Like this place belongs to like all of us. Like it's not like there's certain people that can talk and certain people that can't. I mean, there's always going to be a hierarchy of competence, right? But I would.
No, I just said that when some topics are on, I just keep shut.
Okay.
That's different than saying people aren't allowed to talk. I shut myself up, and I'm allowed to do that.
Yes, sure. That's correct. Please continue with the other guy.
There's a lot of things that we're trying to figure out, right? There's things that we do know, but there's a lot of things that we're speculating on. We're still questioning, and that's fine because we are intellectually honest about that. And some of us won't agree on a lot of topics, but that's okay. But we still have an understanding together, and that's the point.
Yeah.
Still trying to work out how like a bucket is not a container, or how you could never. I'm trying to sort of work out what's the problem with admitting that a bucket is a container. So we're still working out how a person could have that sort of cognitive dissonance, where they can't even answer simple questions, and yet they tend to be the orbiters or the priests who, they look up to guys that supposedly have everything figured out because they have a degree.
They'll even invent new stuff. Like cold holds the air around the Earth. The cold of space holds it in. That was a new one for me.
The cold of space holds the air in?
Yeah, there was someone here this afternoon saying that it's
That was
the cold of
OPEX's
space.
brother said that, Miggy.
Who said that?
Not
His
gravity.
name was Nate. His name was Nate. It was OPEX's brother.
Oh, Nape was in here yesterday, wasn't he? I saw that guy in here yesterday.
He said
Nate today.
he said he didn't
the one
have
the Rocky guy, the one I was talking to on. Oh, go on. Sorry.
Yeah,
he was talking through OPEX's account.
Oh.
Okay, so let's work that out in our heads. Okay, so let's say I got a propane tank and it's spewing out, right? And let's say I got some liquid nitrogen, right? And like a water hose, I'll pour it onto the propane tank. Is it going to keep the propane tank from flowing, or am I going to be covered in liquid nitrogen?
You'd be covered in liquid nitrogen.
Well, it should cool what's in the tank and reduce the pressure inside the tank.
But we're still having pressure in the tank.
Yeah, but with the part of its differential, the pressure in the tank is related to the external temperature.
I know that, but what if we have any pressure whatsoever? That also denotes that the pressure in the tank is higher than the one outside. It wouldn't be pressure otherwise.
No, that's right. It'll always be higher with gas, with material in the tank.
Who postulated that? Who postulated that idea? Sounded like blue marble.
No, OPEC's brother, I think is what they're saying.
Who is it? The guy who said if you pour propane on top of a tank, would it have pressure?
Oh, I don't know.
The guy who said
that
sounded like.
That was Hank Hill. I always use the propane tank because everybody's operated one, and I'm not speaking above anyone's head, right? I know it's kind of stupid because I'm Hank Hill, but when I say these things, like no one ever goes, "Huh? Like what are you talking? I don't get it."
He's using very practical means of explaining things. Is what. Hank is.
And I
when
like
the tank and the valve are upside down, liquid comes out and not the gas. Like if you installed your thing upside down at your barbecue, it'd probably be a bad thing. Because instead of just gas coming out through the tubes, you'd have liquid propane.
And a lot of people are saying that the air around it. People are saying that the air around it is what's causing the pressure. I mean, you need to do this in a vacuum. And then
But there are some machines that run off propane that need the liquid propane, so they are installed with the valve and the tubing down. So
You guys-
does.
You guys just don't understand.
He's ain't qualified
Absolutely
enough.
right. I don't understand.
You're not smart enough. You can't trust your senses. You're stupid. Fucking hell. The smart
Back to
people
that again, huh?
I don't stand under their quackery and so-called authority.
You have a new person. I'm not trying to interrupt, but is the new person still here?
Next part.
I don't know who's the new guy.
I bet I thought you said you saw somebody new before they started talking.
Scanning the chat, I don't see anybody new except for maybe Roger MC. Who's that guy? Skull Scripts still sitting in here, but he's got a listening pass.
Roger MC. I think he's from Gem Server. I think.
Is he?
I think.
That name does
something
sound
MC.
familiar, though.
There's one Roger in here at that, and there's a Roger MC as well. I used to get them confused at which server they're in.
Yeah, he's got a little avatar that kind of reminds me of somebody that could be a Glober.
Roger MC. Yeah, that looks familiar. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah, from Gem Server.
All right. Roger, are you there? You're not muted, so you can use your mic.
Nice symbol though.
Miggy, what was your
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, man. I almost forgot about Yopix. No, we're just discussing the 3 points that we went over.
Oh yeah.
So we established that the globe Earth is just a belief. Do you agree with that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So now, did they go over any evidence for the Earth being flat?
Yeah, I looked.
Yeah, but
I can't hear you. Anybody hear him? I don't hear him.
Wait.
I dropped out.
No.
All right.
So maybe we could go over, just a couple of things with OPEX, Miggy. Like,
yeah, I was thinking about it.
Well, like, how did he come into the flat Earth, and what are his three best, right?
Well, I was going to actually go over a few things with him, but I need confirmation that he's actually there. I don't know if he's left or something.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, so you're there. All right, so did they go over any evidence for the flat Earth, OPEX? Because I don't want to go over something that you already went over with.
Yeah, I did already. The channels, YouTube videos.
Okay. Did they give you some information to look at?
Yeah.
To go over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, every time when I see a video, I go I go check the sometimes they give links within the
Mm-hmm.
video to check for.
Yeah, if you guys haven't subscribed to my channel, YouTube channel, I'm gonna drop the link in the live stream voice text. And we can just throw me a sub. We're always doing 24/7 live streams.
Gotcha, bro. Maybe I'll apply for a wrench position sometime.
I thought you were already a wrench, Sonny.
I don't think so.
So who asked about how someone asked about how I came here?
So I was here when you actually got here the first time, OPEX, but your brother jumped in here and we were asking questions about like all the conversation that was happening with him and the panel.
Okay.
But also, it seems like you were kind of questioning the nature of your reality, right? You wanted to know more about what Flat Earth was about, and you were honest with the 3 points. So
Yeah, because I'm a Christian, and every time I read the Bible, what I understand the Bible is not what we are made to believe. What they tell us in school. To be honest, by saying that I make an assumption that what the Bible says is right, but what is described in the Bible, I mean, I wanted to check if what the Bible's saying was, I mean, if we had any scientific experiment
Yeah. Hey,
was
so hey,
in accordance with what the Bible says, because what we're told in school, not what the Bible says. And I think many Christians do this mistake, is that they adapt the globe Earth model to what's written in the Bible instead of just taking what the Bible say and test it, and I mean put it to the test in reality.
right. So some of the things that we hear in the Bible, you're saying put it to the test. Meaning, is there any claims to the Earth, like what the Earth is? Is that what you're saying? Do you want to check out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what the Bible's saying is basically the Earth is stationary; it's not moving anywhere.
Yeah.
And also, it describes in another place that the Earth is like a seal pressed in the clay, and that's like Job 38:14, I think. Job chapter 38, verse 14.
I'll check.
Or wax, yeah, that's correct. What's that, OPEX?
Yeah. I'll just check the verses.
Sure. Job 38:14.
Yeah. I've read that many times.
Okay.
that's a very interesting topic right there. How many statements in the Bible are talking about a flat stationary Earth?
The only one that I think I've ever heard Globers use that try to say that the Bible backs up the globe is the one where about the circle of the Earth. But then,
face of the deep. How do you draw a circle on the face of the deep? That's the face of the
and like the same person, also describes a sphere, which shows that he clearly knows the difference between a circle and a sphere, and it wasn't phrased as the sphere of the Earth.
Yeah,
they uses a ball in one chapter and obvious circle in the other part of the chapter.
Yeah, that was actually like a 2015 argument, to be honest. Like that one right there. I remember that back when I first started Flat Earth. Like that was even used back then. So yeah, it's been that long that I haven't heard it recently, but that's probably because of the fact that most of the Christians just totally reject the idea of Flat Earth.
Well, many Christians are Neoplatonists. They're basically Greek philosophers who take their Greek globe and Neoplatonism in many ways.
Well, what's worse, Meadow, is that they don't even question anything about it because they think it's coming straight from the mouth of God, that the Earth is in a heliocentric universe. That's what they're looking at it as. They're not thinking it.
Mouth of Greek sages.
Well, they're not. They're interpreting it because they have all these pastors that are passing out this information as it's straight from the mouth of God, right?
It's
because
seminary, straight from the mouth of the seminaries.
Pastors,
Right.
pushovers.
Well, they trust these guys, right? To give them, information because of what the Bible says. Those who teach will be, put to the scrutiny a bit more harshly than anybody else. So if you're teaching the words of God and you're entrusted with this, then that's why people will lend more of their confidence to them. And so that's why they're in the mess that they're in right now, because they're following these blind guides. They're falling into a pit, and they're also following them likewise. And that's the thing. If we can't build up discernment like the Bereans, right? Like the way it says in the scripture that they search the scriptures, it just becomes where you're just believing everything a man is telling you instead of searching out in the word to see what it says, validating that claim.
Well, they've lost the plot because way back when all the pagan holidays and everything was incorporated into this Roman church that was created. So that's what we're dealing with today still.
Well, I'm bringing it back to the flat earth. So that's why it's harder for us to speak to these hardened Christians about the notion of flat earth, because they don't think it's coming from man. Because you're now dealing with the idea that they think it's coming from God, and you're spreading the seeds of Satan by saying that it's flat, because it's going against what they know that their pastor's telling them, that the Bible is teaching them that the earth is a globe. Right?
So you got to realize there's a difference between the remnant and Christians, right? Maybe some Christians are in the remnant, right? But not many. But the thing about it is that if you want to know what the Bible says about the earth and the sun, moon, and stars, it's the best place to go is Rob Skiba's website. I think it's Testing the Globe. And in there he has like Bible verses, like 60 of them, that talk about the sun, moon, and stars in motion, and 0 that talk about the earth in motion. And the guy knows the Bible pretty well. If there's a Bible that talks about...
I watched a lot of his, and yeah, I enjoy those conversations. Yeah, they're really good. I like it.
Yeah, but just make sure to take every word with a grain of salt, because you have to be your own study as well. You have to get into the word yourself. You have to see what God says in his word to verify what that pastor is saying, or teacher or preacher, and make sure that they're in line with God's word as well. It can't be just like, let's go to Rob Skiba's channel and see what he's got to say and then take that on, because he might be incorrect in one other place.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I always say, scripture should be paramount. If you're gonna go that route, right? Look into the word. I'm speaking to OPEX mainly right now because he was asking about this. So if you're gonna do that, if you're gonna go look at a YouTube video or watch some pastor tell you about what's going on with flat earth and the Bible, that's all good and well, but make sure that it falls in line with God's word all the time. You have to do study when you actually do this. So remember the lazy.
I wasn't pointing to.
No, I'm just saying over kind of like in a broad, general sense, Hank. Not just Rob Skiba, but any other teacher who's talking about flat earth and the Bible, they have to be in line with the scripture versus them kind of putting their own spin on what they think, they're talking about. So that goes just in general for anybody. It's not even.
Yeah, just to be clear, I wasn't talking about Rob Skiba. I was talking about the 60 verses that he had compiled. And they were verses that you can go and look up yourself in your own Bible and compare the scripture. And, because those 60 verses, it's a lot easier to have them compiled already and then have those 60 verses to compare the rest of the Bible against. And yeah, Rob Skiba, he probably isn't perfect. He often talks about Nimrod being the Antichrist while leaving Rome and the Pope out completely. So, nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
You're looking professional there. What's it? You got your setup and everything. What time is that debate going to happen?
2 hours. 7.
Hey, by the way, is Ladies' Night starting in like 2 minutes? By my watch, it seems like it will be. Are we running? Are we running late on that, or we're not going to have it this time, or? Maybe
Leave it
not,
up to the
huh?
females to plan and see what happens. Oh, I'm just kidding, sort of.
I don't know. I'm the only female in here, I think. I'm not sure if
Redford Bear's
there's
in here.
anybody else. I'm kind of busy, but I can still be here. But to run it, we're gonna need more than one.
They're all still doing their hair and makeup, and they might be a little bit late. Just running behind.
They got behind on the dishes, you know, holiday food.
Excuse me? I took it all off. I took it all off because it's like 11 p.m. where I am. So, no, it's pajama time.
I mean, so you came in for ladies' night, huh? Yummy.
Yeah, I'm here.
I mean, look, guys, if you're short, I can always do a Brenda.
Please don't.
Nah, bro, you can't.
So real fast, I guess, in case that's about to happen. So we have like 10-minute openers or whatever. And believe it or not, I've completely procrastinated. I don't really prep for flat Earth debates, you know, because like it's not even actually a debate. But so for my intro, should I? Think I should actually like try and cram in and put together like a PowerPoint I show, or should I just screen share, open up tabs, and just run through tabs and do some like intro that way?
You're good. I think you do good that way.
Okay, does anyone have like a maybe pointer as to exactly? This is what I'm thinking right now. Basically, just breaking down the whole. What everyone should know, of course, you know, positive claims have the burden of proof. And so let's look at it. Globe, Earth, positive claims. Well, that's a globe that is spinning, that's in a vacuum, et cetera, et cetera. It has the burden of proof for those positive claims that it's making. And then move over. Okay, flat Earth. Flat Earth is a positive claim. Like saying the Earth is flat, that's a positive claim. Like, okay, let's fulfill that burden of proof, right? Because positive claims have the burden of proof. And then you show that all the empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. And then you're like, okay.
I'm gonna do like the Black Swan. 3 points.
Oh, bang, my bad. You think I should do the 3 points in the intro?
Hell yeah, dude! Right off the get go, dude. Have him stumble across the stage until he falls into the audience.
Well,
do that.
Yeah, but you see what I have to. It's like an intro, right? So I won't actually be asking them anything. I guess I could break it down with the 3-point format, though.
Or just
are you saying hit like as soon as it opens up to open dialogue?
Yes. Yes. Open it up to the dialogue and just give it to him.
Because that's going to set the whole premise, and then you can go back and use it just like we do here, and say those things were just a belief. No proof of any of these 3 claims was presented. So yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, asking for like, okay, we're gonna have an honest conversation between you and me, and that way the audience is gonna be like, all right, this is gonna be good, man. This Glober's gonna be honest.
Yeah, I got you. I'll do that. Good look. I'll do that to start the debate. So when it comes to the intro itself, I just lay out like, look, dude, there's no evidence for the globe, blah, blah. And look, there, it's clearly flat. Don't be a stupid idiot. If I actually have 10 minutes, I just can just talk so much. I could literally just like pull up tabs of pictures and just explain different aspects of it for 10 full minutes. I don't know that like should I do that? Should I like is that doing too much? Like, you know how I can get to? Is it gonna
I think that maybe you could just that's just my opinion, don't take it for anything, but you could just say, you know, I forfeit my 10 minutes and just so that I can get to the dialogue part of it. Because it's going to be awesome, dude. He's not going to be able to tell. He won't get to the 3 points. I promise you that. Not a single soul
I can't
can.
do that. I can't sacrifice the intro though, because for me, it's not like I could. I mean, but I'm not. I can't in the sense that for me, the value is not like I'm about to dismantle this dude. Like, yeah, no, duh. You know, I heard this guy might be new to flat Earth or something. I don't even understand. So, but like, and it's never a big deal for me like that. Like, I don't. Again, it's not really even a debate, but for me, it's like I accepted this in thought was, well, I have yet to have a debate I'm in that's live and documented where it's like what I would consider ideal, like nowhere close to perfect for what you would want the third party to see. Like if I want to have one debate where it's like perfect for that, and so I could just constantly reference that when people ask me, I'm just like, go check that out. And It's like a perfect, like do it where for the third party, it's like a really good debate. But anyway.
Sounds good. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Flame Lily.
Ladies, I forgot.
Oh,
Take
hey,
it away.
what's up?
You're watching
Hi, everybody.
24/7.
Would you like me to reset my stream? That way you guys can start
live.
Do you need
Yeah,
that?
sure. Do whatever you need to do.
All right, I'll do that for you guys.
Thank you.
So I don't need to chuck a dress on and do a high voice.
Hey,
Sorry.
it totally slipped my mind too until Miggy. I heard Miggy mention it. I was like, oh crap.
Not today, Crypto. Not today.
Not today. Yeah, I went ahead and stopped my stream too. So we do.
Don't cross the streams.
Oh well, that happens all the time here. So that's why we blast it out of the sky. There you go.
That's actually from Ghostbusters, isn't it? Don't cross the streams.
Yep.
So I'm here for ladies' night. Where the ladies at?
They just left.
All right, so remember, guys, for ladies' night, all FE guys have to go on mute. Any FE guys that jump on here, you get muted. So please don't interrupt the ladies during ladies' night. It's a friendly reminder.
Well, I guess we can